Ding. Detection of host successful teleportation. System binding in progress. In a daze, with the sound of a mechanical voice, Xiao Chen abruptly opened his eyes. I teleported. Looking at the ancient-style chamber around him, so different from the factory workshop he knew, Xiao Chen froze on the bed. The next moment, before he could think, a sharp pain seared through his head. Fragments of strange memories surged from the depths of his mind. Great Qian Dynasty. Guangzhou. Xiao family of Luyan City. I really have teleported. After merging these unfamiliar memories, Xiao Chen was completely dumbfounded. According to the memories in his mind, the world he had teleported into was called the Kanglan Realm, a fantasy world where martial arts had reached its peak. His original identity was also named Xiao Chen, the legitimate young master of the Xiao family in Luyan City. Not long ago, he had gone to the Tai Sword sect intending to become a disciple there. Unexpectedly, during the evaluation at the Tai Sword sect, he clashed with the young master of the Lin family in Tiandu City and was struck down in a duel, his dantian crippled. After being carried back to his family, he lay like a dead dog for 2 days, unable to swallow his anger, and finally died of fury just moments ago. Although teleportation happens every year, isn't this too hasty? It's all that flirtatious Wang Xin's fault, deliberately pulling down her collar to seduce me, causing me to get distracted and touch the electric switch. Recalling the memory before death, Xiao Chen couldn't help but complain. He never imagined that he, a veteran who had muddled along in an electronics factory for 2.5 years, would die from electrocution due to a schoolgirl's seduction. Although he was alone and had no attachments. But it all happened so suddenly that he did not even have time to delete his browser history. And there were his private photos and study materials for late-night detox. Forget it, since I'm here, let it be. I have to accept reality. As a bitter corporate slave of the 21st century, Xiao Chen took it relatively well and shook his head to shift his focus. System, what functions do you have? After a deep breath to calm himself, Xiao Chen asked with anticipation. Ding. The system is called the Wastedo Treasure System, with 5 functions: recycle, repair, synthesize, upgrade, and identify. Recycle all valuable items, including, but not limited to, broken weapons, spent pills, remains, decayed herbs, and many other objects. After recycling items, they can be exchanged for corresponding points, which can be used for mall purchases or function consumption. Repair, consume a certain number of points to completely repair damaged items. Synthesize, consume a certain number of points to combine multiple different damaged items, transforming them into a higher grade intact item. Upgrade, consume a certain number of points to upgrade the quality of a complete item. Identify, a built-in auxiliary function that consumes no points, capable of identifying basic information of all things. In addition, the system has a monthly random recycling and pickup function, allowing it to randomly retrieve one item within the Kanglan realm. Hiss. This system seems outrageously powerful. After hearing the system's self-introduction, Xiao Chen sharply sucked in a breath, a look of ecstasy spreading across his face. Wait, what about the newcomer gift package? System, don't you think you can skip the newcomer gift package just because I'm an honest man? Ding. Newcomer gift package being distributed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Emperor Grade Cultivation Method Creation Xuanhuan Art, the Life-Saving Artifact Famous Blade Fate card, and the Emperor Grade Movement Technique Demonless Shadow Step. Additionally, you have received 2 free repairs, 1 free synthesis, and 1 free upgrade. Creation Xuanhuan Art, the supreme cultivation method created by the Creation Emperor, capable of merging the 5 elemental forces and grasping the principles of yin and yang. At its peak, it can shake the heavens and earth. Famous Blade Fate card. After use, it will generate a famous blade mark that can block 1 fatal attack for the host and grant 3 seconds of invincibility. Note, once the mark is triggered, it will enter a 24-hour cooldown, during which it cannot block any damage for the host. Demonless Shadow Step, a movement technique created by the Demon Clan Emperor. At its ultimate level, it allows one to become formless and completely conceal one's energy and presence. As the system prompt ended, the 3 rewards merged into him. Xiao Chen's mind suddenly roared with countless profound and obscure pieces of information bursting forth. In just a moment, he had learned the Creation Xuanhuan Art and Demonless Shadow Step, and even the famous Blade Fate card had transformed into a mark that merged into his body. Once a fatal crisis strikes, the mark will trigger instantly. Indeed, with the system in hand, I have the world in my grasp. This newcomer gift package is way too generous, isn't it? Feeling these 2 Emperor-grade martial arts and the life-saving mark, a slight curve lifted at the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. I should first deal with my injuries. The excitement of the moment made him forget his wounds, and suddenly a sharp pain made him wince. It was then that he came to his senses. He was still severely injured. His dantian and meridians were crippled, and his ribs were broken. Even though the Xiao family spared no expense to obtain some earth-grade healing medicine, it could only mend bones and external wounds. As for his dantian and meridians, there was no hope of recovery. System, can the repair function fix my injuries? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Chen asked. Yes. After receiving the system's affirmative answer, Xiao Chen unhesitatingly activated a free repair. As the system prompt sounded again, a soft white light flashed over his body. Xiao Chen's originally crippled dantian and severely injured body were instantly restored to perfect condition. Even a shattered dantian and meridians can be repaired. Isn't this function too incredible? Feeling his body back at peak condition, Xiao Chen's face showed shock. After completely merging with the original Buddhist memories, he was no longer a novice in cultivation. He knew that the dantian was where the Qi Si was located. Once damaged, it was extremely difficult to repair. Even some top-tier heaven-grade spiritual medicines could not completely restore a dantian. Only a higher-grade saint medicine could. And saint-grade spiritual herbs. Within the several dynasties of the Eastern Wasteland, they were almost legendary items. By using a free repair, the system had effectively saved him the cost of a saint medicine. This cheated feeling is just great. By the way, if injuries can be repaired, can my physique and martial talent also be upgraded? Thinking of this key point, Xiao Chen immediately asked the system. After receiving an affirmative reply, he immediately chose to upgrade his physique. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully upgraded your physique, triggering an unexpected 10,000-fold multiplier bonus, transforming your physique from mortal body to innate Tao body. As the system prompt fell, endless white light burst from Xiao Chen. His originally ordinary physique was undergoing an incredible transformation. Vast spiritual energy continuously condensed within him, and even his cultivation level began to skyrocket. Vast spiritual energy continuously condensed within him, and even his cultivation level began to skyrocket. Vast spiritual energy continuously condensed within him, and even his cultivation level began to skyrocket. Vast spiritual energy continuously condensed within him, and even his cultivation level began to skyrocket. Hiss. Spiritual aperture, third stage. As the physique transformation completed, sensing his current cultivation, Xiao Chen sharply inhaled another breath of cold air. The path of cultivation can be divided into body tempering, origin, opening, spiritual aperture, revolving core, cavern, heaven, nirvana, mystic correspondence, and heavenly man. Each realm has 9 substages. Of course, above the heavenly man 9th stage there exists an even more powerful saint realm. However, within the 7 great dynasties of the Eastern Wasteland, except for a few reclusive old hermits, few can reach this level. Previously, he was only at origin, opening, 3rd stage. He never expected that this physique upgrade would not only grant him the innate Tao body, but also break through to spiritual aperture, 3rd stage. Such a terrifying breakthrough speed would surely startle the Xiao family. The feeling of growing stronger is truly marvelous. I wonder if Lin Feng will be so shocked he can't sleep at night. Sensing the surging true essence within his body enough to easily slay any origin opening cultivator, Xiao Chen's lips curled into a cold sneer. Lin Feng was the one who crippled the original Buddhist cultivation with a single palm strike. He was the young master of the Lin family in Tiandu City. At just 18, he had reached origin opening 7th stage, and his martial talent was rated as high-grade earth level. If nothing unexpected had happened, that guy would have already joined the Tai Sword sect and been accepted as a disciple by some elder. After all, geniuses with earth-level martial talent could usually break through to the cavern heaven realm or even the more powerful nirvana realm. This was also considered an outstanding prodigy within the great Qian dynasty, enough to become an inner disciple of some sects. But now Lin Feng could be killed with one hand. However, the Lin family's foundation in Tiandu City is far stronger than the Xiao family in Luyan City. There are cavern heaven experts within their clan. Although I have the golden finger, I must not get carried away. Without sufficient confidence, I must still be cautious in everything. Xiao Chen's eyes flickered as he immediately made a decision. Since heaven had let him transmigrate and awaken a cheat system, he would never endure humiliation like the original body did. Otherwise, he would be unworthy of being a reader. Ding! Host has not performed a random recovery this month. Does the host wish to proceed now? As Xiao Chen's heart surged, the system's prompt suddenly rang out. Recover. Xiao Chen paused for a moment, then replied. The system could randomly recover an item from the Kanglin realm with a 1-month cooldown after each use. This recovery process was like a full map lucky draw. Whether he got something good depended entirely on his luck. Ding! Congratulations, host. Monthly random recovery successful. Transmitting the item now. As the system prompt fell again, a dazzling light burst before Xiao Chen, warping space itself. After a while, the light vanished, revealing an item in the room. Hiss! This is a corpse. Xiao Chen's gaze locked onto the object, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. The corpse before him. Jet black hair spread across the floor, a gilded crown atop her head, her exquisite face pale and bloodless. A fiery red inner armor bound a pair of towering peaks below, which lay a navel-bearing slender waist. What shocked Xiao Chen even more was that below that slender waist a red skirt covered the private parts, and beneath it lay a serpent's tail. Purplured scales gleamed with a metallic shone both intimidating and exuding an inexplicable nobility. But the snake woman's snow-white skin was covered in charred burn marks. Even the serpentine tail below had many scales cracked, as if she were dead. System, are you sure this is a turn waste into treasure system, not a funeral service system? After a moment of silence, Xiao Chen looked at the corpse and asked helplessly. The first random recovery, he had hoped to find a fragment of a saintly or imperial weapon, but instead got a snake people corpse. A rather unlucky start. Ding! The remains of a powerful being have many wonderful uses and are treasures of great value. The host can either use them personally or exchange them for corresponding points. Hearing the system's reply, Xiao Chen's mouth twitched. Use them personally? How exactly? The snake people corpse was stunningly beautiful. Should he act like a beast? And the problem was her lower body was a serpent's tail. Ba. That dog system was leading him astray. This was moral depravity. Suppressing these absurd thoughts, Xiao Chen turned his gaze to the corpse and directly used the system's identification ability. A Medusa Queen from the snake people tribe attempted to forcefully devour a heavenly exotic flame to break through to the saint realm, but was counterattacked by the flame and caught in a spatial rift. Currently in a state of suspended animation, soon to die completely. If life essence is injected, perhaps she can be saved. Holy crap, it really is. A Medusa Queen from the snake people. Seeing the floating text, Xiao Chen's face showed shock. The moment he saw the crown, he had a guess, but this was a brand new world. It might differ from his assumptions, so he hadn't been sure earlier. Unexpectedly, this really is a Medusa Queen. In snake people society, the Medusa Queen has the most noble bloodline, possessing the ancient devouring serpent blood, and is the strongest in the tribe. Judging from the text, this Medusa's strength had likely reached the heavenly man 9th stage. Such power across the 7 dynasties of the eastern wasteland aside from a few Saint Realm hermits. She was undoubtedly the strongest existence. He never expected that his first random recovery would net such a terrifying being. This is a hot potato. Looking at the Medusa Queen lying on the floor, Xiao Chen's expression fluctuated. He was now hesitating, whether to save this Medusa or to finish her off and exchange her for corresponding points. The snake people resided in the endless desert of the great Qin dynasty, tens of millions of miles away from his prefecture Huangzhou. Although he didn't know how his first recovery picked up this Medusa Queen. Snake people were savage by nature and had always been hostile to humans. He could not guarantee that after saving the Medusa Queen, she would not repay kindness with enmity. After all, to become the Medusa Queen of the snake people, her hands must be stained with countless human blood. If saving her brought a fatal disaster, it would truly be the story of the farmer and the snake. Ding. System warm reminder. Every time the host uses the system function on an external object, a contract relationship is silently established. This contract cannot forcibly control all things, but it will increase the goodwill of all things toward the host. Just as Xiao Chen took a deep breath and prepared to finish her off, the system's prompt sounded. Xiao Chen froze, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Having this ability, yet not clarifying earlier. This dog system was definitely deliberate, nearly making him commit slaughter. After grumbling inwardly at the system, Xiao Chen turned his gaze to the snake people queen. Since fate had you found by me when you were on the brink of death, it means we are destined. Today, I shall save you once. Xiao Chen slowly walked to the front of the Medusa Queen, then crouched down and placed his right hand on her chest. No. As the thought settled, Xiao Chen immediately laid out his plan to Xuanhuan and the others. What? If you give me enough resources, I can not only heal my injuries, but also elevate the entire clan's strength. Hearing Xiao Chen's intentions, Xuanhuan and the others were stunned once again. The inheritance I received is rather unique. It allows for unnaturally rapid growth, but it requires a vast amount of resources as support. However, the resources don't need to be too particular. Even broken weapons, discarded pills, demon cores, or spirit herbs will do. As long as I'm given enough resources, the Xiao clan will rise swiftly. Xiao Chen added earnestly without any hint of exaggeration. After all, possessing this system as his golden finger, he could grow stronger rapidly even without effort. Such was the absurd advantage of having a cheat. Good. As long as you're confident enough, the Xiao clan will spare no effort to support you. Xuanhuan revealed a gratified smile, and after a few coughs, issued his command. Bring all the resources from the Xiao clan's storehouses to Xiao Chen. Also use all the clan's funds to sweep the market in Luyun City for resources. Whether broken weapons, discarded pills, demon cores, or spirit herbs. If they can be bought, bring them all to Chainer. Hearing Xiao Zhan's decisive order, Xiao Mingyi and the others drew sharp breaths of astonishment. Yet despite their shock, none of them dared to refute Xiao Zhan. If Xiao Chen truly possessed the means to transform the Xiao clan, then the clan would have to pawn everything to support him. Chainer, these are my collections over the years. I hope they can be of use to you. While Xiao Mingyi and the others were still stunned, Xiao Zhan, as if struck by a thought, waved his hand and produced a large pile of items. The hall was instantly filled with a dazzling array of resources, their shimmering luster captivating the eye. These were broken weapons and demon cores that Xiao Zhan had gathered over the years while exploring various mountain ranges and ruins. Having intended them as a reserve for the clan in times of need, he had stored them in his spatial ring without selling them. Now they could finally serve their purpose. Several items have actually reached the profound rank. Gazing at the pile of broken weapons and demon cores before him, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of delight spreading across his face. The original owner had possessed no resources of his own. Moreover, Kaiyan's spatial ring had been damaged and collapsed, with everything lost in the spatial turbulence. Thus, this batch of resources represented the first fortune he had come into contact with. He wondered how many points these items could be exchanged for. Ding! Recyclable items detected. Does the host wish to proceed with recycling? As excitement surged within Xiao Chen, the system's prompt suddenly chimed in. Recycle. Xiao Chen shot a grateful glance at Xiao Zhan and immediately issued the recycle command to the system. The next moment, with a sweep of Xiao Chen's hand, a flash of white light blazed forth. All the items vanished in an instant, and a prompt echoed once more in Xiao Chen's mind. Ding! Recycling complete. 7 profound rank items and 18 yellow rank items, totaling 7826 points. Over 7,000 points. Hearing the system's valuation, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up with surprise. The system had a corresponding algorithm for recycling all things in exchange for points. Yellow rank items were worth a maximum of 100 points, while profound rank items could reach up to 1000 points. By the same logic, heaven rank items were valued at a maximum of 1000 points. Holy rank items ranged from several hundred thousand to several million, while emperor rank items spanned tens of millions to hundreds of millions. This batch of materials being worth over 7,000 points indicated that they were of fairly high quality with minimal damage. The patriarch has broken through. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Mingyi and the others were utterly astonished. Xiao Zhan had been stuck at the 9th layer of the whirling core realm for several years, yet now he had unexpectedly broken through. Under the gaze of the crowd, as the breakthrough progressed, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged in continuously. The whirling core within Xiao Zhan shattered, and a cavern realm manifested behind him. A phantom of a mad lion roared skyward within the cavern, sending scorching waves of fire wildly sweeping across the surroundings. This intense pressure immediately shook the entire Xiao clan. Ha ha ha, is this the wonder of the cavern realm? I never imagined Xiao Zhan could step into this realm. Feeling the true essence within the cavern, which was immeasurably more terrifying than before, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. This breakthrough was the result of accumulated effort, directly propelling his cultivation to the 2nd layer of the cavern realm. Even under the shroud of this radiance, he felt a transformation in his innate talent, and his affinity with the primal energy of heaven and earth had become far stronger than before. With a suitable cultivation method and some time for arduous training, he was absolutely confident he could break through to the Nirvana realm and even touch upon the more profound mystic connection realm. This was something he wouldn't have dared to dream of before, yet now it was happening so vividly. This is just the beginning. Seeing Xiao Zhan's ecstatic state, Xiao Chen spoke with a calm smile. As long as there are sufficient resources, let alone breaking through to the cavern realm, even the elusive saint realm, I have ways to help you all reach it. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Zhan and the others' bodies trembled abruptly, all staring at him in awe. The saint realm. Within the 7 great dynasties of the eastern wastelands, this was practically a legendary realm. Their martial talent was at most the profound rank, and aiming for the saint realm was nothing short of a fool's dream. But now with Xiao Zhan's transformation, everyone present without exception had developed a blind faith. Even Medusa, standing by the side, had her gaze shaken. Having thought that healing her injuries was already an incredible feat, she never imagined Xiao Chen could also help others break through in cultivation. If Xiao Chen could truly help someone reach the saint realm, could she then use this to break through to the entry saint realm? Thinking of this, Kaiyan's heart trembled slightly. Her eyes locked onto Xiao Chen, a strange light flickering within them. Xiao Chen, this old man has some private savings. Could you perhaps help me break through as well? As Kaiyan's thoughts churned, Grand Elder Xiao Mingyi quickly pulled out a pile of items, walked up to Xiao Chen, and spoke with some embarrassment. His cultivation had been stuck at the 8th layer of the whirling core realm for nearly 20 years. During this time, he had tried every method to break through, but the bottleneck was like an unbreakable barrier. It had kept him trapped in this realm, and with age it had even begun to decline. After all, his talent was merely profound rank middle grade, and reaching the 8th layer of the whirling core realm had only been possible through pill consumption. Seeing Xuanhuan break through as effortlessly as drinking water, how could he not feel envious deep down? This is that an intact profound rank, high-grade spiritual herb and fragments of an earth-rank spirit weapon. Whoa, even the fur and fangs of a 5th-tier demonic beast, the Gale Wind Wolf, are here. You old fellow really have been hoarding quite a stash of good things. Seeing what Xiaomingyi had brought out, the 2nd and 3rd elders couldn't help but curse in surprise. Even Xiaozhan found it quite remarkable after a glance. He never expected that the Grand Elder, known for his incorruptible poverty, had secretly amassed such a treasure trove. It seemed the old fellow wasn't as honest as he appeared. Don't misunderstand. I stumbled upon these by chance in the Cloud Wasteland Mountains recently. I wouldn't dare embezzle the Xiao clan's resources. Seeing Xiaozhan and the others staring at him in shock, the Grand Elder cleared his throat and spoke without a hint of guilt. In this day and age, who doesn't keep a little something for themselves? Even if one must selflessly dedicate to the clan, one should still hold back a bit for emergencies. After all, holding back in peace ensures you have something in times of crisis. This was an ancestral teaching passed down through the Xiao clan. As the Grand Elder, how could he forget it? So, is this enough? After explaining the origin of these private goods, Xiaomingyi looked eagerly at Xiao Chen. It's enough. Xiao Chen nodded and said with a faint smile to Xiaomingyi, these resources are sufficient to perform a marrow cleansing and meridian purification for you, and helping you break through to the 9th layer of the whirling core realm is entirely feasible. Having said that, Xiao Chen didn't stand on ceremony and collected the items. The Xiao clan had always been united. Unlike other clans full of internal strife, where elders might harm their kin for the patriarch's seat. On the contrary, over the years, Xiaomingyi had been diligent and dutiful, always assisting Xiaozhan with the clan's affairs big and small. He was indeed a worthy Grand Elder. Ding! The system has finished recycling, including 3 earth rank items, 4 profound rank items, and 8 yellow rank items, totaling 14,732 points. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Xiao Chen felt a surge of elation. The batch of resources Xiaomingyi had provided, while not as numerous as Xiaozhan's, was of higher quality. The points had instantly exceeded 10,000. This was an unexpected windfall. Grand Elder, I will now perform the marrow cleansing and meridian purification for you. Suppressing his inner joy, Xiao Chen immediately stepped before Xiaomingyi and placed his right hand on the elder's chest. Xiaomingyi offered no defense, naturally entrusting this vital point to Xiao Chen. Ding! Does the host wish to spend 4,000 points to upgrade Xiaomingyi's talent from profound rank middle grade to earth rank high grade? The next moment, as the system prompt sounded, Xiao Chen immediately chose to upgrade. However, Xiao Chen chose to be restrained as he needed to reserve some points to enhance his own cultivation and help Kai Yin take form. So he would first elevate Xiaomingyi to earth rank high grade, and when sufficient points were available later, he would help them reach even higher levels. Ding! The system has deducted 4,000 points, upgrading Xiaomingyi's innate talent. As the system prompt sounded again, a dazzling white light enveloped Xiaomingyi. A familiar scene unfolded once more. Within the white light, as Xiaomingyi's talent was upgraded, his cultivation bottleneck began to loosen. The next moment, Xiaomingyi suddenly let out a long roar, and his cultivation aura exploded forth. Under the watchful eyes of the others in the council hall, he broke through to the 9th layer of the whirling core realm, his aura rapidly climbing. It finally settled at the peak of the 9th layer of the whirling core realm before the rapid ascent gradually ceased. Ha ha, truly this old man feels a youthful frenzy, like drawing a bow to shoot a length of intestine. This sensation is utterly wonderful, as if my entire being has been sublimated. With Xiao Chen in the clan, how can we not rise to prominence? Feeling the marvelous transformation within himself and the world becoming clearer, Xiaomingyi roared with high spirits. The 2nd and 3rd elders, seeing the two of them both breaking through, could no longer restrain themselves. Without any hesitation, they laid out all the private goods they had accumulated over the years before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, not standing on ceremony, waved his hand to recycle everything and then followed the same procedure. He directly upgraded the martial talent of the 2nd elder Xiao Qixiong and the 3rd elder Xiao Delong. Both of their cultivations broke through from the 7th layer to the 8th layer of the whirling core realm. However, the private goods of the 2 elders were not as plentiful as the Grand Elders. After deducting the points used for their upgrade, Xiao Chen could still earn over 7,000 points for himself. Adding the resources from Xiaomingyi, that would be over 10,000 points. Next up, it was time to resolve Kai Yan's issue. Ha ha, in just a single day, the overall strength of the Xiao family has surged several tiers. Xiao Chen is truly a blessing to the Xiao family. Sensing the surging cultivation power within their bodies, the second elder and third elder couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. If Xiao Chen were to cleanse and purify the marrow for every member of the Xiao family, our clan could aspire to become the foremost family of the great Qin dynasty. These words held no trace of exaggeration and even carried a subtle sense of self-restraint. If sufficient resources were available and Xiao Chen could continue the marrow cleansing, perhaps within a few centuries the Xiao family could dominate the eastern wasteland. I'm afraid that idea won't work. Just as Xiao Qixiong and Xiao Delong were elated, Xiao Zhan shook his head, dismissing their notion. It's fine if one or two members make rapid breakthroughs, but if the entire Xiao family experiences such a phenomenon, it will inevitably arouse suspicion from those with ulterior motives. At that point, before the Xiao family even has a chance to rise, it might be annihilated by other forces. Therefore, until the Xiao family possesses sufficient strength to withstand the covetous eyes of other powers, the fact that Xiao Chen can cleanse our marrow must never be known to outsiders. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Xiao Qixiong and Xiao Delong's smiles instantly vanished, replaced by unprecedented solemnity on their faces. His reasoning was indeed sound. The two old men had simply been carried away by their elation, failing to consider the broader implications. Now Xiao Zhan's words struck like a bucket of cold water, instantly cooling their agitated hearts. The patriarch speaks wisely. Xiao Mingyi nodded in agreement from the side, then spoke with a grave tone. Though our Xiao family now possesses the hope of rising, our foundation and heritage remain weaker than many other forces. If we draw the attention of a major power, our Xiao family will court its own destruction. Thus my suggestion is, we must strictly keep everything that happened today a secret. No one beyond us should know of it. Furthermore, in the future, if we wish for Xiao Chen to cleanse the marrow of any clan member, their character must undergo rigorous selection by the family. Also, whenever Xiao Chen appears in public, it would be best for him to conceal his identity. That way, even if trouble arises within the Xiao family, Xiao Chen's secret will remain safe. After a moment of simple deliberation, Xiao Mingyi was already planning for contingencies, contemplating their future escape routes. His few words made Xiao Zhan and the others nod slightly, their faces showing approval. They were utterly unaware that after Xiao Chen's upgrade, his status in their hearts had silently risen several notches, even fostering an instinct to protect him at all costs. This was all due to the system's invisible contract subtly influencing their minds, preventing them from ever harboring thoughts of harming or acting against Xiao Chen. How about, let me be Xiao Chen's personal bodyguard. That way I can protect him as much as possible. Amid the heated discussion, the third elder suddenly suggested, leaving the others momentarily stunned. Xiao Chen's safety concerned the entire family. Although Xiao Chen now had Medusa by his side, she was a powerhouse from the serpent race and couldn't reveal her identity within the human dynasty. Thus, in public, she remained unable to act. If one of them accompanied him, they wouldn't be so passive in certain cities. No need. Just as Xiao Zhan and the others found the suggestion feasible, Xiao Chen spoke up, unable to hold back. I possess a divine art that can conceal my aura. As long as I act cautiously and avoid drawing attention, it's unlikely that any powerful figures will notice me. And as elders of the Xiao family, if you constantly stay by my side, it will only arouse suspicion from others. So for now, if you elders can help me gather resources, that would be the greatest assistance to Xiao Chen. Hearing Xiao Chen's words and glancing at Kai Yin, Xiao Zhan and the others ultimately abandoned the idea. If a family elder were to trail a junior all day, it would undoubtedly signal to others that this youth was extraordinary and held a pivotal position in the family, only placing Xiao Chen at the center of the storm. In that case, we'll gather resources in secret to prepare for the troubles ahead. After a moment of silence, Xiao Zhan said in a deep voice. Now that he had broken through to the cave heaven realm, and the three elders had also advanced in cultivation. With the Xiao family's current strength, even if the Wang and Lin families joined forces, they had nothing to fear. However, the Lin family of Tiandu City and the Tai Sword sect were still beyond their ability to contend with. Thus, they had to devise a strategy first. While Xiao Zhan and the others were deliberating, Xiao Chen returned to the courtyard with Kai Yin. But along the way, Kai Yin slithered beside him, her snake tail swaying, her gaze flickering as she glanced at Xiao Chen. Her hesitant demeanor suggested she had something on her mind. At the Wang residence, upon receiving the message from the Xiao family, the Wang family's high-ranking members were instantly enraged. They demand that all members of the Wang and Lin families cripple their own cultivation and offer up all family treasures as atonement, or else face annihilation. Has the Xiao family lost their minds, driven mad by desperation to spout such arrogant nonsense? Wang Long, the Wang family patriarch, spoke with a darkened face and a voice dripping with cold fury. It seemed the Xiao family, unable to scrape together 1,000,000 spirit crystals and threatened by the Wang and Lin families, was resorting to reckless desperation, turning their sights on the two clans. Did they truly believe such a suicidal act would intimidate them? Notify the Lin family. Gather all our elites. It's time to wipe out the Xiao family. With this command, the entire Wang residence became steeped in murderous intent. Figures streamed out one after another, racing toward the Xiao family. They had been searching for an excuse to destroy the Xiao family, and now the Xiao family had dared to utter such threats. Wasn't this handing them the perfect opportunity? Even if they annihilated the Xiao family, now the city lord's mansion would have no grounds to punish them. After all, the Xiao family had been the ones to overstep. Their destruction would be their own doing. Not only did the Wang family react this way, but the Lin family, dozens of miles away, also mobilized their forces upon receiving the message. The elites of both families converged on the Xiao family at almost the same time. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm easy to talk to. Along the way, Medusa had been stealing glances at him several times, making Xiao Chen feel rather awkward, so he cleared his throat and asked, "Didn't this woman know that with her stunningly cold and peerless beauty sneaking peeks at a man like that would spike his hormones?" Fortunately, his self-control was strong enough to keep his composure. Kai Yin was startled by his words, and her usually aloof face showed a hint of embarrassment. "Could the young master perhaps assist me in my cultivation?" After speaking with averted eyes, Medusa quickly turned her head away. She was naturally proud and aloof. This was the first time in her life she had ever begged anyone, and from a young human man at that. This left Kai Yin feeling deeply conflicted, momentarily unsure if her words were appropriate. You want me to help you cultivate?" Hearing Kai Yan's seemingly suggestive words, Xiao Chen nearly stumbled and fell flat on his face. Though he had heard tales in his past life of the mad monk Fahai demanding a snake demon to aid his cultivation, actually encountering such a situation left him at a loss. They had only known each other for a day. Oh, wasn't this moving too fast? Moreover, his cultivation was still low. What if he got drained dry? Upon seeing Xiao Chen's reaction, Kai Yin was momentarily stunned. Recalling the rumors about the snake tribe within the great Qian dynasty, she realized Xiao Chen must have misunderstood her intentions. "Young master, you misunderstand. The cultivation I speak of is not that sort of matter. Rather, I seek your aid in marrow cleansing and meridian purification to help me successfully break through to the saint realm." Embarrassed and ashamed, Kai Yin hastily explained. In ancient times, the snake tribe delighted in devouring human vitality, but ever since she became the Medusa Queen, she had decreed a ban on her people's debauchery with other races. Though some tribes covertly defied her orders, as long as she remained unaware, she turned a blind eye. After all, the snake tribe and humanity harbored deep-seated racial enmity. As the Medusa Queen, even if she disapproved of such conduct, she could not slay her own people over it. In her centuries of cultivation, she had never once absorbed vitality. Little did she expect that she, the Medusa Queen, would one day be misunderstood in such a manner. Ahem, so that's it. I was mistaken. Upon hearing Kai Yin's explanation, Xiao Chen cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. With sufficient resources, helping you break through is no problem. Kai Yin's failed breakthrough was due to her bloodline's limitations. If he could upgrade the heaven-swallowing python bloodline, within her reaching the saint realm would be as easy as drinking water. Of course, the prerequisite was having enough points. Many thanks, young master. If you can aid me in reaching the saint realm, Kai Yin will surely repay you in the future. Kai Yin's face lit up with gratitude, her esteem for Xiao Chen rising to a new height. Yet despite her words, deep down, she felt a pang of shame. Not long ago, Xiao Chen had saved her life and even restored her grievously wounded body, sparing her from becoming a cripple. If he truly helped her break through to the saint realm with these two debts of gratitude piling up, how could she ever repay him? Could it be by offering herself to him? At this thought, the usually aloof Kai Yin found her cheeks flushing. Due to physiological differences, unions between snake tribe women and human men were generally difficult. Yet if she could reach the saint realm, her body would undergo a transformative rebirth. Then she could take on human form, making such a sacrifice feasible. Damn it, what am I thinking? As these absurd notions surfaced, Kai Yin shook her head, vigorously scolding herself for such debasement. She, the Medusa Queen of the snake tribe, had never been interested in men. Now she was entertaining thoughts of offering herself to a human male centuries her junior. If the old conservatives of the snake tribe learned of this, they would surely drag out the ancestral precepts to lecture her. "Miss Xian, what are you muttering about?" Watching the queen swaying her head like a little girl, a trace of shame coloring her face, Xiao Chen asked with curiosity. "Nothing. I was just wondering. When you perform marrow cleansing for others, must you always place your hand on their heart?" Kai Yin steadied herself and blurted out. Yet the moment she asked, the atmosphere grew awkward again. Xiao Chen froze, staring at Kai Yin in bewilderment. When he had upgraded Xuanhuan and the others' martial talents, he had indeed pressed his right hand on their chests. But since they were all men and he was merely going through the motions, he hadn't given it much thought. If he admitted this, when it came time to upgrade Kyan's bloodline, could he place his hand on her chest as well? Ahem, the heart is where the cardiac and life meridians converge, the very root of one's constitution and bloodline. So, I must be close to the heart during the ritual to ensure success. Xiao Chen's mind raced as he cleared his throat and spun the tail. Though he had already felt that heavy weight while treating Cyan, if he could experience it once more, he would be more than willing. But seeing Kyan's expression turn strange, Xiao Chen paused before adding, "Don't worry. It doesn't have to be on the front. The back works just as well." "Young Master Xiao, that's not what I meant." Kyan stammered, but before she could finish, Xiao Chen raised a hand to stop her. "No need to explain. I understand," Xiao Chen said with a faint smile, then changed the subject. "Turn around. Let me measure how many resources you'll need to break through to the Saint Realm." Kyan paused, then took the hint and turned her back to him. Her fair snow-like skin shimmered with a crystalline luster, her entire back resembling a meticulously crafted work of art. Only a strand of fiery red inner armor wrapped around a sliver of tender flesh, adding a touch of allure to her back. This back. What a waste not to use cupping on it. Admiring Kyan's back, Xiao Chen muttered with a hint of nostalgia. "Young Master, what's a waste?" Kyan asked, puzzled. "Nothing. Just saying your back is beautiful." Xiao Chen coughed, his face betraying no blush. "Young Master flatters me." Kyan paused, then lowered her head slightly. A rare flush crept across her face, and the corner of her mouth lifted into an almost imperceptible smile. Xiao Chen said no more, gently placing his hand on her back. His palm met a cool, silky smoothness like stroking lustrous satin, a sensation beyond words. As Kyan felt the warmth of his hand, her body trembled involuntarily. A strange feeling welled up within her, her serpentine tail quivering faintly. This unprecedented thrill left her at a loss. In her 300 years of life, no man had ever touched her. Strangely, she didn't find it repulsive. In fact, she felt a subtle pleasure. This left Kyan's heart in turmoil. System check: how many points it will take to upgrade Kyan's bloodline. Unaware of Kyan's inner chaos, Xiao Chen took a deep breath to suppress his own stirrings and commanded the system. Ding! Upgrading Kyan's heaven-swallowing python bloodline to the Saint Realm requires 800,000 points. 800,000. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Upgrading from Profound Grade Supreme to Earth Grade Supreme had only cost 4,100 points. Yet upgrading Kyan's bloodline demanded a staggering 800,000 points. What an immense amount of resources. Ding! The Medusa Queen's heaven-swallowing python bloodline is an ancient exotic species that once dominated the lands. Once it ascends to the Saint Tier 1, can typically cultivate to the Saint King Realm. As Xiao Chen puzzled over this, the system explained. Saint King Realm? Xiao Chen was stunned anew. The Saint Realm, the level above the Transcendent Realm, comprises the initial Saint and Saint King stages. Within the 7 great dynasties of the Eastern Wasteland, even the oldest Saint-level cultivators were only at the initial Saint stage. But reaching the Saint King Realm would make one a supreme powerhouse not just in the Eastern Wasteland's 7 dynasties, but across the entire Eastern Domain. Young Master, is something wrong? Feeling Xiao Chen's sudden agitation behind her, Kyan asked with unease. It's nothing. It's just that the heaven-swallowing python bloodline within you is too advanced. To ascend to the Saint Realm, the resources required are no less than purchasing a Saint artifact. Xiao Chen shook his head and had no choice but to tell the truth. What a... Hearing Xiao Chen's reply, Kyan was also startled. It was well known that Saint artifacts were practically legendary within the 7 great dynasties of the Eastern Wasteland. Even a damaged Saint artifact, should it emerge in these dynasties, would incite fierce competition among them. A century ago, a damaged sacred sword was even auctioned off for the exorbitant price of 100 million spirit crystals. Such a colossal fortune would strain even a dynasty's resources to produce. Even if the Serpent Man race exhausted all their reserves, they likely couldn't muster resources worth 100 million spirit crystals. Never had she imagined that breaking through to the Saint Realm would be so arduous. As this thought settled, Kyan's expression dimmed. Unable to reach the Saint Realm, the Serpent Man race could only cower in the endless desert, surviving precariously under the pincer attack of 2 great dynasties. After all, it was rumored that both the Heavenly Wolf dynasty and the Great Qian dynasty harbored an undying Saint Realm elder. For the Serpent Man race to venture beyond the endless desert, they too must possess a Saint Realm powerhouse. Don't lose heart. We may lack sufficient resources now, but resources are things we can gather through effort. Given some time, I can definitely help you break through. Seeing Kyan's dejection, Xiao Chen smiled lightly, painting a promising picture for her. Of course, this wasn't mere empty talk. He truly had the capability. It was just a matter of time. But before that, he'll procure a shape-shifting pill for you to facilitate your movements within the human dynasties. After a pause, Xiao Chen suddenly spoke. Now that he had accumulated so many points, he could help Cayenne conceal her identity. Young master possesses such a rare elixir. Cayenne was stunned, lifting her head in surprise. A shape-shifting pill. This was an 8th grade elixir. Even a heaven-rank alchemy master might not succeed in refining it. Most importantly, the main ingredient, the shape-shifting grass, was an extremely rare heaven-rank spiritual herb. Thus, within the 7 great dynasties of the Eastern Wasteland, shape-shifting pills were a coveted rarity. It's not the kind of shape-shifting pill you imagine, it only temporarily alters one's form. Once 3 months pass, if you stop taking it, you will revert to your original appearance. Moreover, each person can only take it 3 times in a lifetime. After 3 doses, resistance builds up, rendering further doses ineffective. Seeing Cayenne's astonishment, Xiao Chen promptly explained. This simplified version of the shape-shifting pill cost only 5,000 points in the system, all affordable for him at his current level. After all, a genuine shape-shifting pill was a priceless elixir requiring at least 100,000 points to redeem. It was better to first give Cayenne the simplified version, and when sufficient resources were gathered, help her break through to the Saint Realm. By then, Cayenne could truly transform into human form. A modern dress version of the Medusa Queen. That would be splendid. And after he upgraded her bloodline through the system, the intangible bond would ensure her eternal loyalty. At that time, this serpent man Medusa Queen would, barring unforeseen circumstances, become his woman. Such a pill exists. Cayenne's face lit up with joy. If she could alter her form, she could appear openly and protect Xiao Chen more effectively. Without further ado, Xiao Chen spent 5,000 points on the spot to redeem one pill. This is the pill I mentioned. Take it, and you will be able to transform. Saying this, as if remembering something, Xiao Chen added warmly, though this pill has no side effects, the transformation process can be rather painful. However, with your heavenly human realm willpower, you should be able to endure it. With that, he handed the pill to Cayenne, signaling her to try it. Thank you, young master. Cayenne did not suspect it to be a poison pill and promptly accepted it. But upon hearing that the process would be painful, she did not consume it immediately. Though confident she could bear the pain, she feared embarrassing herself before Xiao Chen. Too shy to shed her serpent tail in his presence, she excused herself and retreated into the side chamber. This left Xiao Chen somewhat frustrated. He had hoped to witness Cayenne's serpent tail transform into beautiful legs, never expecting this Medusa Queen to have a bashful side. Bored, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the inner courtyard's grass and casually opened his character status panel. Host Xiao Chen. Physique, innate Tao body. Cultivation, spirit, aperture, 3rd realm. Technique, creation, heaven and earth art. Divine skills, heavenly demon, shadowless step, coiling dragon fist, 8 wastelands, force diamond sutra. Points 1 to 816. With over 12,000 points left, I'll keep them in reserve for now. Gazing at the concise status panel, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. After integrating the resources from several senior members of the Xiao family, this was all he had left after his maneuvers. Yet enhancing the Xiao family's overall strength and enabling the Medusa Queen to transform into human form would better ensure his safety, a worthwhile investment. As the Xiao family gathered resources for him, his points should skyrocket. Xuanhuan, how dare you imprison the elders of our 2 families? Do you think the Xiao family is asking for trouble? Just as Xiao Chen's thoughts were turning, a voice echoed through the Xiao residence as the front gate was blasted apart. Even from the inner courtyard, Xiao Chen could sense the commotion. They've come knocking as expected. He looked up, his gaze fixed on the front courtyard, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Now, it's time to reap. Murmuring these chilling words, Xiao Chen glanced back at the side chamber and strode toward the front courtyard. In the Xiao family's front courtyard, family head Wang Long of the Wang family and family head Lin Ming of the Lin family, leading their respective clan elders and stewards, barged in as if entering an empty space. Any Xiao guards who dared to block their path were brutally blasted away. By the time Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi arrived, the front courtyard was already in shambles. Wang Long, Lin Ming, your 2 families are courting death. You'll be buried here. Xiao Zhan's gaze swept coldly over the crowd, his voice resounding with menace in the courtyard. Ha ha ha, buried here. Just because of the Xiao family. Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Wang Long burst into wild laughter. His aura as a 9th ring vortex pill realm powerhouse erupted, his eyes glaring aggressively at Xiao Zhan and the others. Our 2 families, out of consideration for being fellow clans of Luyun City, sent 2 elders to negotiate with you, intending to offer some assistance to the Xiao family. But your Xiao family, with wolfish ambition, dared to lay hands on the elders of both families and even dream of annihilating us. Since your Xiao family has been unrighteous first, don't blame us for being unrighteous in return. From the sound of your tone, you intend to annihilate our Xiao family. Xiao Zhan's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression devoid of fear, as he inquired with an air of nonchalance. If this were before today, facing the oppression of 2 families, the Xiao family would indeed have been powerless to resist. But now the Xiao family was no longer what it used to be. These two families were not qualified to trample upon the Xiao family. How we gave your family a chance, but you failed to cherish it. Wang Long sneered in response, not denying the intent. Why waste words with him? Delay will breed unforeseen changes. Seeing Wang Long still bickering with Xiao Zhan, Lin Ming interjected impatiently. Hand over Wang Xin and Lin Hai, immediately cripple your cultivation, kneel in apology, and transfer the market to us. Otherwise, from today onward, there will be no Xiao family in Luyun City. As his words echoed through the courtyard, Lin Ming stepped forward, his cultivation aura erupting explosively. Behind him, the Lin family elders and stewards also unleashed their auras, staring at the Xiao family members like ravenous wolves. It seemed that with a single command from Lin Ming, the Xiao family would be reduced to a living hell. Ha ha, no Xiao family in Luyun City. Then let's see. Who annihilates whom? Hearing Lin Ming's arrogant words, Xiao Zhan's fury erupted completely. With a lion's roar, a cave heaven materialized behind him. The terrifying aura of the cave heaven realm swept outward like a storm. Enveloped in a golden halo of flame, Xiao Zhan rose slowly from the ground, resembling a divine king. Xiao Mingyi, Xiao Delong, and the others also unleashed their cultivation with cold smiles, instantly crushing the aura of Lin Ming and his group with overwhelming force. Thighs is the cave heaven realm. Seeing Xiao Zhan hovering in midair with the cave heaven behind him, Wang Long and Lin Ming shrieked in disbelief, their faces twisted in horror. Impossible. Weren't you injured by the elder of the Tai sword sect? How could you have broken through to the cave heaven realm before us? According to their intelligence, Xiao Zhan had indeed suffered a setback at the Tai sword sect being struck away by one of its elders. If not for the sect's concern for face and unwillingness to be labeled as cruel, Xiao Zhan might not have returned alive. Yet now, he showed no signs of injury, and his cultivation had even unexpectedly advanced. Who do you two think you are? Must I inform you of my breakthroughs? Seeing his former peers now pale with terror from his aura, Xiao Zhan snorted coldly. He then issued a command. Kill them. Anyone who dares to offend the Xiao family shall stay here forever. As his words fell, Xiao Zhan erupted with cultivation power, raising his hand to suppress them. Brother Xiao, this is all a misunderstanding. Lin Ming deceived me. The Wang family harbors no ill will. Gazing at the blazing lion phantom and feeling his body tremble instinctively from the threat of death, Wang Long frantically begged, his cultivation surging wildly. Each major breakthrough in cultivation resulted in a chasm of power. It was no exaggeration to say that a single cave heaven first layer expert could effortlessly slaughter several cyclone pill 9th layer experts. Moreover, Xiao Zhan's aura was as profound as a mountain, suggesting he was not a novice to the cave heaven realm. He had likely reached the second layer of strength capable of slaughtering them all. At this moment, begging for mercy might just save their lives. Wang Long, you're spewing bullshit. You're the one who deceived me. Lin Ming retorted angrily, enraged by the false accusation. Though their words diverged, their actions were nearly identical. After hurling a punch at Xiao Zhan, they both retreated explosively toward the exit of the Xiao estate. If they could escape the Xiao residence, they might still find a way to survive. Human nature. Truly ugly. Watching them slander each other to save their skins, Xiao Zhan sneered and unleashed even more of his cultivation. The lion phantom he manifested instantly shattered their fist shadows. A flaming claw slammed into both of them. Wang Long and Lin Ming were sent flying, blood gushing from their mouths as they crashed into the courtyard ground like cannonballs. In a single exchange, opponents who had once matched him evenly were now easily crippled and bleeding. Such was the absolute suppression brought by a breakthrough in realm. Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Delong charged toward the other elders and stewards with grim smiles. Despite being outnumbered, their superior cultivation allowed them to crush the enemy swiftly. Soon all the strong warriors of the Wang and Lin families would be sent to hell to repent. Is the battle almost over? Xiao Chen stepped into the front courtyard, greeted by a scene of chaos and two figures lying not far away. They were vomiting blood, even coughing up fragments of organs. He raised an eyebrow, realizing that upgrading his father and the elders' talents had indirectly averted a massacre. Was this the principle of one man attains enlightenment, his family ascends to heaven? It felt exhilarating. Xiao boy. Wang Long, lying on the ground and coughing blood, spotted Xiao Chen, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Despite his severe injuries, he sprang up like a dying man roused from his deathbed, lunging at Xiao Chen. Chainer, be careful. Xiao Zhan roared, realizing Wang Long intended to take his son hostage. He blurred into a shadow, rushing toward them. Coming for me. Xiao Chen's expression turned icy as he instinctively erupted with cultivation. He dodged the palm strike with a flicker of movement. Then, as Wang Long's hand grasped empty air and his face registered shock, Xiao Chen's eyes glinted coldly as he drove a fist into his opponent. Demonic shadowless step. 8 desolate force. Under the eruption of these two divine abilities, Xuanhuan was sent flying backward, blood spraying from his mouth once more. If the man were uninjured, Xiao Chen might have fled. But coming at him while severely wounded was like an old woman seeking death, utterly foolish. Spirit aperture third layer. Seeing Xuanhuan blasted away by Xiao Chen's punch, and sensing his cultivation aura, Xuanhuan froze in shock and bewilderment. He had known Xiao Chen's injuries were healed, but he had assumed his cultivation remained at the origin opening third layer. Now the boy's cultivation had skyrocketed by an entire major realm. An 18-year-old at the spirit aperture third layer. Even core disciples of the Tai sword sect couldn't achieve such a feat at that age. The Xiao family was about to produce a true dragon. I didn't expect such a turn of events in the Xiao family. It seems my arrival is indeed timely. As Xuanhuan marveled inwardly, a cold, aged voice rang out. Amid the ongoing battle below, a figure appeared above the Xiao estate, a massive cave heaven rising behind him. A pressure far more terrifying than Xuanhuan's cascaded down like an avalanche, causing Xuanhuan and his kin to pale in shock. A cave heaven realm powerhouse. Gazing at the gray-robed elder materializing above, Xuanhuan's expression turned exceedingly grave. He too was a cave heaven realm cultivator. He sensed an immense threat from the opponent, indicating that the latter's cultivation was superior, likely at the mid-stage of cave heaven realm or beyond. Who are you, sir? And what is your intent? As these thoughts settled, Xuanhuan raised his head and bellowed in a deep voice. Xiao Chen, observing the scene, lifted his head slightly, his expression unchanged. A mere cave heaven realm cultivator. If he seeks death, then let him stay here. This old man is named Lin Xuanhuan. The gray-robed elder sneered coldly, slowly announcing his identity. His demeanor exuded contempt for all beings, like a lofty sovereign who could annihilate the Xiao clan at any moment. Lin Xuanhuan. Upon hearing that name, Xuanhuan's pupils constricted sharply as if struck by a revelation, his voice trembling. You? Could you be the supreme elder of the Lin clan from Skirich City? After falling into conflict with the Lin clan of Skirich City, the Xiao clan had investigated their foes. They learned that the Lin clan possessed 3 supreme elders, each a formidable cave heaven realm cultivator. Lin Xuanhuan was one of them, with a cultivation at the 5th level of cave heaven realm, and he was also Lin Feng's great-grandfather. Indeed, it is this old man. Seeing the Xiao clan members startled, Lin Xuanhuan let out a sinister chuckle. This old man always acts with meticulous precision. Since your Xiao clan has offended my precious great-grandson, you should vanish from this world in an orderly fashion. I never thought my worthless son would merely order you to pay 1,000,000 spirit crystals in compensation. This is nothing short of nurturing a tiger to bring disaster. Utter folly. Speaking thus, Lin Xuanhuan couldn't help but admire his own prudence. Fortunately, he had personally left seclusion and sneaked to Flowing Cloud City. Otherwise, he would never have known that the Xiao clan had turned the tide. Clan leader Xuanhuan had unexpectedly broken through to Cave Heaven Realm, and the clan's strength surpassed intelligence reports. If the Xiao clan were allowed to relocate en masse and hide in some remote place to develop, perhaps in a century or so the Lin clan would face catastrophe. Unfortunately for them, the Lin clan had him, this cautious supreme elder. From this day forth, the Xiao clan would pose no threat. Elder Lin, strike quickly and annihilate the Xiao clan. Our 2 clans, upon learning that the Xiao clan had offended the Lin clan of Skirich City, came to avenge your esteemed grandson. But to our surprise, the Xiao clan's high-ranking members have all broken through. Just 2 days ago, their cultivation was on par with ours. Yet in merely 2 days, they all advanced together. There must be some trickery behind this. As Lin Xiangan's words faded, Wang Long and Lin Ming, who had been lying severely wounded on the ground, lifted their heads and roared hysterically. And that brat? He is the one who clashed with young Master Lin. But now his injuries have fully healed, and his cultivation has soared to the 3rd level of Spirit Aperture Realm. The Xiao clan must harbor some great secret. As their voices echoed through the Xiao clan, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Minjia's faces turned ashen. Lin Xiangan's gaze locked on Xiao Chen, his own face betraying disbelief. Before coming to the Xiao clan in Flowing Cloud City, he had fully understood the matter, knowing that Xiao Chen's Dantian had been crippled and he had been severely injured by his grandson. Yet within 2 days, the opponent had not only fully recovered, but also experienced a sudden surge in cultivation. Without a monumental stroke of fortune, how could such a heaven-defying transformation occur? This child must not be spared. As his eyes fell upon Xiao Chen, a terrifying, murderous intent gleamed in Lin Xiangan's gaze. With a burst of cultivation, he transformed into a blur, swooping down on Xiao Chen like a hawk. An 18-year-old Spirit Aperture Realm cultivator. If given more time to grow, he could easily break through to the Nirvana realm. If this child lives, the Lin clan is doomed. Old fiend, if you want to touch my son, you'll have to go through me first. Seeing Lin Xuanhuan charging at Xiao Chen, Xuanhuan roared, unleashing his cultivation as he shot forward to intercept. Scram! Lin Xuanhuan bellowed in response. Behind him, a cave heaven manifested, revealing a cyan-colored avian. A terrifying storm instantly swept across heaven and earth. Amidst the avian's cry, countless wind blades descended. In an instant, they rained down like a torrential storm, launching an indiscriminate attack on the Xiao clan below. Furious lion's rampant aura. Facing such a fearsome divine ability from Lin Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan unleashed his most powerful martial technique. A phantom of a furious lion wreathed in towering flames roared as it charged toward the cyan avian. Boom! In the next moment, as the divine abilities of the two cave heaven realm experts clashed, a deafening explosion echoed across half of Flowing Cloud City. City Lord Lu Tiannan, sensing the disturbance, immediately shot up from the City Lord's mansion. Numerous cultivators in Flowing Cloud City gazed in horror toward the Xiao clan, clearly startled by the commotion. Yet Lin Xuanhuan, being a seasoned cave heaven realm expert with cultivation a full 3 levels higher than Xuanhuan's, when he struck with full force, Xuanhuan's divine ability could barely hold for 3 breaths before being completely shattered by Lin Xiangan's cyan avian. The terrifying impact sent Xuanhuan coughing up blood, his figure uncontrollably flying backward. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xuanhuan shot toward Xiao Chen once more. Wind blades converged from all directions, sealing off Xiao Chen's escape routes in an instant. In the next moment, he would be utterly slain. The sight made the Xiao clan members' eyes burn with rage as they frantically rushed toward Xiao Chen. However, the one at the center remained utterly calm, gazing at Lin Xuanhuan with disdain. For in that instant, a terrifying aura erupted from the Xiao clan's inner courtyard, a murderous intent that could seemingly freeze the entire world. "Old man, are you courting death?" As these words echoed, it seemed an invisible hand seized Lin Xuanhuan in an instant, freezing him midair, halting him just 2 zhang away from Xiao Chen. And beside Xiao Chen, Kai Yan's bewitchingly beautiful figure materialized like a specter. Her jet black hair danced wildly in the wind, crimson flames swirling around her. Unlike before, her lower half, once a serpent's tail, had transformed into fair, shapely legs. Her delicate feet stood gracefully in the air, radiating a faint luminescence, enough to drive most women in the world to jealous frenzy and to captivate countless men with infatuation. The peerlessly elegant Medusa. This form was breathtakingly beautiful. A transcendent realm powerhouse. Unlike Xuanhuan and the other, shocked Lin Xuanhuan upon seeing Kai Yan showed no admiration in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with boundless terror. For with Kai Yan's appearance, the space around him seemed to solidify, rendering him utterly immobile. Such a horrifying phenomenon could only be achieved by cultivators above the transcendent realm who could harness the power of heaven and earth. To think this woman was so terrifyingly formidable. "Aunt Dai." Kai Yan paid no heed to Lin Xiangan's terror. As his soul felt on the verge of fleeing, she raised her right hand and clenched it in the void. A terrifying force of heaven and earth erupted, engulfing Lin Xuanhuan in crimson flames. Only an extremely harrowing scream lingered like a soul's wail from the abyss, echoing without end. Such a horrifying sight plunged the entire Xiao clan into utter silence. Dead. Dead. Witnessing Lin Xuanhuan, who had been so arrogant moments ago, now completely reduced to a pile of ashes. Whether it was Xiaozhan Xiaomingyi or Wang Long and Lin Ming, they were all collectively stunned in that instant. Their pupils trembled and shrank incessantly, as if beholding some great terror, their bodies even quivering slightly. Lin Xuanhuan, a being capable of annihilating them all, yet now he was slain like an ant. The spiritual impact this scene had on them was utterly staggering. As expected of the Medusa Queen, such terrifying power. Gazing at the Medusa Queen floating beside Xiao Chen, Xuanhuan couldn't help but murmur in awe. With such an existence accompanying Xiao Chen, he need not worry about the latter's safety. Yet Medusa's serpent tail had transformed into human legs. Had her cultivation broken through to the saint realm? Recalling ancient records concerning the snake-human tribe, Xiaozhan's body shuddered once more, his gaze flickering. Holy crap! Reduced to ashes in a finger snap, not even a strand of hair left. As the entire Xiao family fell into a deathly silence, Xiao Chen finally snapped back to reality. Seeing Lin Xuanhuan dead, without even a trace, he felt as if he had lost something, his face displaying an expression of profound grief. This was a cave heaven realm expert. In terms of value, this guy was equivalent to a 5th-tier demonic beast. Its corpse should be worth a considerable number of points. Now dying without even a shred left, it was practically a waste of his life's value. It was all because he had been dazzled by Kaiyan's legs earlier, momentarily distracted and unable to stop her. Such a colossal waste of resources. Young master, has something happened? Seeing Xiao Chen suddenly cry out in sorrow, Cyan, fearing something grave had occurred, quickly turned to ask. Nothing much, just that this fellow died too miserably, not even a single hair left behind. Hearing Cyan's question, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and replied. The dead should be respected. In the future, when killing, we should show them a bit of dignity, preferably leaving the corpse intact, so that I, your young master, can perform rites for them. O Nichuofo, immeasurable Tianzuan, ill remember that next time. With that, Xiao Chen put on an air of compassion, leaving even Cyan momentarily stunned. Young master intends to recycle their corpses, doesn't he? Recalling Xiao Chen's ability to recycle items, Cyan asked bluntly. Ahem, you straightforward woman. His little scheme exposed. Xiao Chen coughed twice to mask his embarrassment. Cyan had no idea what straightforward woman meant, assuming Xiao Chen was praising her intelligence. A faint smile tugged at the corner of her lips before she turned her gaze to the others. These ants, shall they all be left intact? As her indifferent words fell, Wang Long and Lin Ming's faces turned green, both collapsing to the ground in terror. Spare us, my lord. We are willing to submit to the Xiao family. Please spare our lives. Driven by the instinct to survive, Wang Long and the others begged frantically, all their earlier arrogance gone. The Xiao family members' gazes all fell upon Xiao Chen, none offering any suggestions. Clearly, they had left the power over life and death entirely to his discretion. Leave them intact. After all, life is hard enough. Dying with a bit of dignity is only fitting. Xiao Chen glanced at Wang Long and the others, his voice eerily indifferent, his face devoid of any sympathy. Had he not transmigrated today and stumbled upon the Medusa Queen, the entire Xiao family would likely have been reduced to rubble. These people deserve to die 1,000 deaths. No. The city lord's mansion forbids martial conflict within Luyan City. If you kill us, the city lord will surely punish you. After Xiao Chen's words, Wang Long and Lin Ming let out terrified screams, even invoking the city lord's mansion in a desperate bid to save their lives. They had never considered whether their own attempt to annihilate the Xiao family would incur the city lord's wrath. Amid their pleas, Cyan raised her hand slightly. A ball of crimson flame brimming with terrifying energy ignited in her palm. The next moment, Cyan crushed the flame, sending countless sparks flying out, which instantly transformed into serpents. With hissing roars, they lunged at the crowd. Stop! Martial conflict is forbidden in Luyan City. Are you trying to rebel? Just as the fiery serpents shot forth, a voice thundered like a clap of thunder. City Lord Lu Tiannan, burning with fury, descended upon the Xiao family's skies. City Lord, the Xiao family not only killed our elders, but now seeks to destroy us. Seeing Lu Tiannan arrive at the Xiao residence, Lin Ming and the others, like drowning men grasping at a lifeline, screamed hysterically at him. But before they could finish, the fiery serpents, like soul-reaping chains, pierced through the members of the Wang and Lin families in an instant. Their cries were cut short, their bodies stiffly collapsing to the ground. A group of Xiandan realm experts and numerous spiritual aperture cultivators all perished on the spot. Such a horrifying sight left Lu Tiannan utterly stunned. Someone dared to slaughter the upper echelons of the Wang and Lin families right before his eyes as city lord. Did they have no regard for his authority? Just as Lu Tiannan's fury surged, and he was about to demand an explanation from the Xiao family, a cold voice echoed through the air. A terrifying killing intent locked onto him, making every hair on his body stand on end. In that moment, Lu Tiannan froze in midair, feeling as if he had fallen into an abyss. Any rash move on his part would surely result in a corpse. He is the city lord of Luyan City, not an enemy of the Xiao family. Xiao Chen chuckled wryly at this, waving his hand. This woman's killing intent was truly immense. Lu Tiannan had likely sensed Cyan's aura and rushed over. Killing him would only invite unnecessary trouble. After all, Lu Tiannan was a city lord. His death would certainly alarm the imperial court. Now that Cyan was no longer in her serpent form, there was no need to stir up more conflict. Once Xiao Chen finished speaking, Cyan dispersed her aura. What a terrifying woman. She is definitely a cultivator above the Tongxian realm. Her mere aura rendered me immobile. Feeling the space around him return to normal, Lu Tiannan was drenched in cold sweat. He never imagined that as city lord of Luyan City, he would come so close to death. Who on earth was this woman, and why did she obey the Xiao family's commands? City Lord Lu, the Wang and Lin families took advantage of our weakness, attempting to destroy us together. Fortunately, our Xiao family had a benefactor's aid, allowing us to turn the tables and slay them. They got what they deserved. You have no objections, do you? As Lu Tiannan stood in shock and confusion, Xiao Chen looked up and spoke coldly. Cyan's gaze also locked onto him, making every hair on his body stand on end. None at all. The Wang and Lin families blatantly violated the city lord's mansion's decrees, trespassing into the Xiao family with hostile intent. Their destruction by the Xiao family is entirely their own fault. Feeling the crisis of life and death descend once more, Lu Tiannan replied without a second thought. Would he dare to object? If he uttered a single no, he would likely be lying dead in the next instant. Since the city lord is so understanding, our Xiao family would be remiss not to comply. Xiao Chen smiled, faintly a hint of coldness curling at the corner of his mouth as he turned his gaze to Xiao Mingyi and the others. Esteemed elders, since City Lord Lu agrees that the Wang and Lin families deserve death, I would trouble you to lead a team and completely eradicate them. Additionally, please take charge of confiscating their markets and assets. Should anyone dare to obstruct, I will have my senior sister intervene. Hiss. Upon hearing Xiao Chen utter these words with a stoic expression, Lu Tiannan couldn't help but sharply inhale a breath of cold air. His blood pressure surged violently in that moment, nearly driving him to hurl curses at Xiao Chen in fury. The implication of his previous words was that the invaders from the Wang and Lin families deserved their deaths, but he had never suggested that the Xiao family should annihilate both clans and plunder their assets and marketplaces. This brat from the Xiao family had seized the opportunity to overreach, showing utter disregard for him as the city lord. Yet despite his rage, even if Lu Tiannan had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare utter a single word of rebuttal to Xiao Chen. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi along with the others wore expressions brimming with exhilaration. In the past, the Xiao family had tread cautiously in Luyan City, but from now on they could finally hold their heads high. And all of this was thanks to Xiao Chen. Lord Lu, our Xiao family has suffered an unexpected misfortune today, leaving us in no mood to entertain you. I hope you won't take it to heart. As he observed Lu Tiannan's aggrieved and sullen countenance, Xiao Chen paused briefly before speaking with a faint smile. He showed no concern whatsoever about whether Lu Tiannan might lose his temper on the spot. Though the city lord's manner had previously aided the Xiao family, it had only been to counterbalance the Wang and Lin clans. Now, out of respect for that past favor, he had allowed Cayenne to refrain from taking action against him, which was already the utmost he could offer. As for keeping him around for idle chatter, there was simply no need for that. Hearing this, Lu Tiannan's expression turned extremely grim, and he realized that Xiao Chen was signaling his dismissal. Yet he dared not say another word, and could only depart from the Xiao family in stifled frustration. Barring any unforeseen events from this day forward, the Xiao family would dominate Luyan City. Unless the great Qian dynasty was willing to send someone to oversee the city lord's manor, but a small city in Huangzhou had no right to demand the imperial court's intervention. Thus, even the city lord's manor would have to act according to the Xiao family's whims. Xiao Mingyi and the others wasted no time in idle chatter. They immediately led the Xiao family's numerous elites, rushing without pause toward the two rival clans. A bloody storm was about to unfold within Luyan City, yet such occurrences were all too common in this world. This time it will be a bountiful harvest. After Lu Tiannan departed, Xiao Chen gazed at the corpses of Wang Long and the others lying on the ground, a look of excitement spreading across his face. The annihilation of the two major clans in Luyan City should yield a considerable amount of resources. Chainer, it's all thanks to you that the Xiao family managed to survive. Xiao Zhan, clutching his chest, approached, Xiao Chen, his voice filled with deep emotion and relief. Had it not been for Xiao Chen's extraordinary fortune and the recognition of a mysterious powerhouse, the Xiao family would have been reduced to ruins today. None of them would have been alive to stand here. But having slain the supreme elder of the Lin family from Tiandu City today, the Xiao family may still face further troubles. We must devise a plan before that. After a sigh of lament, Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow and spoke with a note of concern. When the Lin family of Tiandu City realizes that their supreme elder Lin Xuanhuan has vanished without a trace, and upon learning of the Xiao family's destruction of both the Wang and Lin clans, they will undoubtedly piece things together. Though the Xiao family, with the aid of the Medusa Queen, need not fear the Lin family of Tiandu City, behind the Lin family stands the Supreme Sword Sect. This is a top-tier sect within the Huangzhou region, a formidable force even across the great Qian dynasty, with a Tongxian realm powerhouse stationed within its ranks. Once the Xiao family becomes embroiled in conflict with the Supreme Sword Sect, the situation will only escalate, making the Xiao family's survival even more precarious. After all, due to her sensitive identity, the Medusa Queen cannot remain in the Xiao family indefinitely. Thus, they must conceive a foolproof strategy to ensure the Xiao family's safety. No need to worry. Moving forward, I will find ways to strengthen the Xiao family's foundation and completely conceal Cayenne's aura. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile. Though Cayenne had now transformed her legs into human form, making her outwardly indistinguishable from a human, a subtle difference in her aura remained due to her distinct bloodline. Some experts who had dealt with the snake race might detect these fine nuances. Thus, this remained a vulnerability in Cayenne's disguise. Clearly, Xiao Zhan had also considered this, which was why he appeared so worried now. Haha, since you're so confident now, your father can rest easy. At Xiao Chen's two statements, Xiao Zhan's entire body trembled, and he immediately burst into hearty laughter. With so many events unfolding abruptly today, he now harbored a blind faith in Xiao Chen. It seemed that as long as Xiao Chen was certain of something, nothing would go awry. Hearing this, Kaiyan's eyes also flickered with surprise, clearly curious about the method he would use to mask her unique snake race aura. By the way, did your senior sister suddenly manifest legs because she broke through to the saint realm? After a hearty laugh, Xiao Zhan seemed to recall something and quickly pulled Xiao Chen aside to whisper. But that seemed unlikely as there had been no commotion, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Senior sister merely consumed a special elixir to temporarily transform her body into human form. Her cultivation hasn't reached the saint realm. Xiao Chen replied with a helpless smile. If Kaiyan had truly broken through to the saint realm, the upheaval would have been felt for tens of thousands of miles around, and the Xiao family would not have remained so tranquil. True, the saint realm is not so easily attained. Xiao Zhan paused momentarily, then a peculiar glint flashed in his eyes as he pulled Xiao Chen aside to whisper a caution. You rascal, now that your senior sister has transformed into human form, she's a rare beauty in this world. If you're tempted, you'd better seize the opportunity. Kaiyan appeared to heed Xiao Chen's every word, and she had come to the Xiao family's aid twice today. Thus Xiao Zhan held a great fondness for her as well. If she could become his daughter-in-law, the Xiao family would firmly secure this powerful ally. After all, this was the Medusa Queen, one destined to achieve the saint realm. Should she truly become a member of the Xiao family in the future, the entire clan would bask in her glory. How could one not be tempted by such a Medusa Queen? Startled by Xiao Zhan's words, Xiao Chen turned his gaze toward Kaiyan. She too seemed to have overheard Xiao Zhan's remark, and her usually aloof face unexpectedly flushed red. But after exchanging a glance with Xiao Chen, she merely averted her eyes slightly before turning away as if nothing had happened, pretending she hadn't eavesdropped on their conversation. It seems your senior sister holds you in high regard, or she wouldn't protect you so fiercely. The Xiao family is not a stuffy clan, even if she hails from the snake race. As long as you like her, we have no objections. Seeing Xiao Chen exchange a glance with Xiao Zhan once again spoke with a fatherly tone of persuasion. This left Xiao Chen feeling rather awkward. Though he had already decided in his heart to win over Xiao, the Medusa Queen, having it pointed out so bluntly by Xiao Zhan still irked him slightly. After this minor interlude, with the help of the Xiao family members, Xiao Chen successfully disposed of the corpses of Xuanhuan and the others, even seizing a vast trove of resources. This pushed Xiao Chen's points total past the 70,000 mark. He even fished out several impressive Earth-grade items from Lin Xianggan's spatial ring, which could be used to bolster the Xiao family's foundation. This time I can finally try the synthesis function. Within the private chamber, gazing at the array of materials before him, Xiao Chen's face lit up with anticipation. Among the acquired materials, many were related to formations. For instance, a broken formation disk, a damaged formation diagram, and some foundational formation components. Several reached the Earth-grade tier, while there were over a dozen Mystic-grade materials, none of which Xiao Chen had exchanged for points. After all, he still had one free synthesis opportunity. If he could turn these materials into treasures, the foundation of the Xiao clan would surge exponentially. With that thought in mind, Xiao Chen didn't hesitate and immediately chose to merge the materials. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful material fusion, obtaining the Earth-grade top-tier formation Sun Luo Blood Prison Array. As the system's prompt faded, amidst a flash of brilliant light, all the materials vanished, leaving only a blood-red formation disk. Young master, you possess such an ability. Kaiyan, also in the chamber, was stunned by the sight. Though she had witnessed artifact refiners forging items and merging materials into treasures, she had never seen anyone fuse broken fragments with a mere wave of the hand like Xiao Chen did. This ability to turn decay into magic was beyond even a saint-grade artifact refiner. Yet young master Xiao had achieved it. Could it be? He was the reincarnation of a supreme emperor, synthesizing an Earth-grade top-tier formation disk. This synthesis function is truly outrageous. While Kaiyan was lost in shock and speculation, Xiao Chen looked at the blood-red formation disk, a hint of admiration crossing his face. A pristine Earth-grade top-tier formation disk was worth at least several 100,000 spirit crystals. With sufficient energy support, it could even annihilate a Nirvana realm expert. And such a priceless treasure was forged from mere scraps. If outsiders learned of this, it would surely invite endless covetousness. But Earth-grade alone isn't enough. Perhaps I can try upgrading it. As the idea took shape, Xiao Chen made a swift decision. Ding! Would the host like to spend 3,000 points to upgrade Sun Luo Blood Prison Array from Earth-grade top tier to Heaven-grade top tier? As if sensing Xiao Chen's intent, the system promptly inquired. 30,000 points for an upgrade. Hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Chen's eyes flickered. A pristine heaven-grade top-tier item would cost at least over 100,000 points to exchange from the system. But spending 30,000 points to upgrade and obtain a heaven-grade top-tier formation disc was an absolute steal for him. Upgrade. The next moment, without any hesitation, Xiao Chen chose to upgrade the formation disc. Ding! The system has deducted 300 points and is upgrading the host's formation disc. As the system's prompt faded, a dazzling white light burst forth, enveloping the Sun Luo blood prison array. Then, under the watchful eyes of Xiao Chen and Kai Yin, the Sun Luo blood prison array disc trembled violently. A terrifying aura of formation power erupted from the disc, sending a violent tremor through the entire Xiao clan. Kai Yan's hair stood on end as she stared in horror at the formation disc. She felt as if facing a great enemy. In the blink of an eye, the formation disc, which had been Earth-grade moments ago, had transformed into a rare Heaven-grade one, exuding a powerful sense of danger. A strong intuition gripped her. If this formation disc were fully activated, even at her peak strength, a single misstep could leave her severely wounded. Young Master was truly terrifying. Not only could he effortlessly heal others' injuries and cleanse their marrow to break through realms, but he could also turn waste into treasure. What was even more absurd, after synthesizing a treasure, he could upgrade it on the spot. What kind of being was Young Master to defy all reason so? Countless thoughts raced through her mind as Kai Yin fixed her gaze on Xiao Chen, her body trembling slightly. A mix of adoration and curiosity flickered in her eyes, and her breath grew hurried. Unbeknownst to her, in less than a day, as she delved deeper into Xiao Chen's essence, he drew her in like a magnetic force, step by step, pulling her into a spiral of fascination. With this formation disc protecting the Xiao clan, even without Kai Yan's aid, the clan can fend for itself. Gazing at the heaven-grade top-tier formation disc, which could at full power slay a heavenly being realm expert, Xiao Chen smiled with satisfaction. Even if Xuanhuan and others couldn't fully activate the disc for defensive purposes alone, unless a heavenly being intervened, even a transcendent realm expert would struggle to breach its defenses. With that settled, Xiao Chen put away the formation disc. He planned to entrust it to Xuanhuan when the time came to leave the clan. With the clan's foundation secured, it's time to address Kai Yan's vulnerabilities. Muttering to himself, Xiao Chen turned to Kai Yan. He found the Medusa Queen casually seated on the chamber's carpet, her cheeks resting on her hands as she stared at him in a daze. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her chest rising and falling rhythmically. Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned. What was going on? Kai Yan looked as if she wanted to devour him. Could it be? She was in heat. Miss Kai Yan, are you feeling unwell? After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chen asked with restrained curiosity. He recalled reading that the serpent race had a unique constitution. Upon reaching maturity, during certain periods, they would experience urges seeking yin-yang union. Thus, in the realm of the great Qin dynasty, tales of the serpent's inherent lust circulated, though legends painted the Medusa Queen as icy and aloof, never interacting with males. If she were normal, she might still feel such impulses. Given her current state, could it be a surge of primal desire? And if so, what would she do to him? No. Kai Yan's expression shifted, and she quickly turned away. Being caught staring at a man so openly, even as the Medusa Queen, left her flustered. Damn it. What had she been thinking? How could she have imagined wanting to meld Xiao Chen into her very being, to intertwine as one? In 300 years, this was the first time she had felt such a desire for the opposite sex. Could it be that beneath her frozen exterior, she had always yearned to be melted by a man? Good to hear. Seeing Kai Yan's awkwardness, Xiao Chen didn't press the matter and bluntly changed the subject. Since you're fine, why don't you take off your clothes first so I can? What a... Before Xiao Chen could finish, Kai Yan's face changed again as she looked up in disbelief. Xiao Chen was asking her to undress. In a private chamber alone, and she was to disrobe. What was he planning? Don't misunderstand. Seeing Kai Yan's sudden intense reaction, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and quickly explained. What I mean is, go behind the screen, take off the inner armor, and it'll help you upgrade it. That way it can conceal your aura. After much effort and explanation, Xiao Chen finally made Kai Yan understand. So that's it. Hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, Kai Yan's face flushed slightly, her expression turning somewhat awkward. She hadn't expected to misinterpret things again. Was her mind truly that lewd? Or was this serpentine nature long suppressed within her finally surfacing? Now that she had met young Master Xiao, was her primal instinct beginning to awaken? Lost in a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts, Kai Yan's heart was a tangled mess. She wished she could dig a hole on the spot and bury herself in it. Never did she imagine that she, the esteemed Medusa Queen, would experience such a day of shame and embarrassment. Are you alright? Sensing Kai Yan's disturbed aura and her face cycling through shyness, awkwardness, and annoyance, as if she were on the verge of losing control, Xiao Chen quickly asked. I'm fine. At Xiao Chen's second inquiry, Cayenne finally snapped out of her state of shame. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Cayenne said no more and rose to walk behind the screen in the room. Then, separated by that screen, she began to remove her inner armor. This feels quite thrilling. If I had X-ray vision, I could enjoy the view. Hearing the rustling sounds of undressing from behind the screen, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the carpet and couldn't help but remark, "Young master, do I only need to take off the inner armor?" Just as Xiao Chen's thoughts began to stir, Cayenne's voice came through tinged with embarrassment. "What do you mean?" Hearing Cayenne's words, Xiao Chen was stunned. Could it be that Cayenne intended to remove all her clothes for him to upgrade, even including her underwear? No, Cayenne's lower body had been a serpent's tail earlier, so she probably didn't wear any underwear. So, had she been completely bare beneath? "Young master, are you listening?" As Xiao Chen's heart grew more restless, Cayenne's voice came through again awkwardly. "Cough, no need, just the inner armor is enough." Hearing Cayenne's repeated question, Xiao Chen snapped back to reality and responded awkwardly. He was no depraved beast, it was better to focus on the task at hand. As for the secrets of Cayenne's body, he could explore them fully when the time was ripe. But if he rushed things now, it might backfire. After Xiao Chen finished speaking, a fiery red inner armor floated out from behind the screen, finally hovering before his eyes. A pleasant scent like that of an orchid emanated continuously from the armor, causing Xiao Chen's blood to nearly boil. As the armor fell into his hands, Xiao Chen could even feel a trace of residual warmth. All of this stimulated his nerves, making him once again prone to wild thoughts. Fortunately, Xiao Chen possessed extraordinary composure. Suppressing all distracting thoughts, he began to appraise the inner armor. The Medusa Queen's personal inner armor, forged from the snake scales shed by the Medusa Queen's tail, combined with heavenly silkworm golden silk and red gold jade, possesses defensive power comparable to a heaven-tier spiritual weapon. However, due to being scorched by a millennium of earth core fire, its current material has been damaged by 68%. Recycling it can exchange for 47800 points. Full repair requires 18600 points. Looking at the information floating before him, Xiao Chen's face revealed a trace of shock. Though he had sensed this inner armor was extraordinary, he hadn't expected it to be forged from Cayenne's own scales. Its quality had reached the high-grade heaven tier, and with a little more effort, it could have touched the saint tier. Yet now this armor was 68% damaged. It was hard to imagine what kind of impact Cayenne had endured earlier. Gazing at the armor partially scorched black, Xiao Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Young master, can this inner armor of mine still be repaired?" Separated by the screen, sensing Xiao Chen staring blankly at her armor, Cayenne asked again amidst her embarrassment. This was the first time her personal inner armor had been touched by the opposite sex. "Cough, absolutely no problem. Leave it to me." Hearing Cayenne's sudden voice, Xiao Chen couldn't help but shiver. He then realized that a heaven realm powerhouse like Cayenne could perceive his actions even without looking at him. Fortunately, he hadn't been seduced by the armor's fragrance and nearly committed an indecent act. Suppressing his distracting thoughts, Xiao Chen took out an item. Blood Jade Demon Scent Stone. This was a rather special Xian grade top quality, or that could conceal and confuse the bloodline aura of living beings. He hadn't expected to find such a good item among the spoils. However, this Blood Jade Demon Scent Stone was still a bit lacking in grade and needed an upgrade. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to mask Cayenne's unique serpent folk aura. With that thought, Xiao Chen issued a command. Ding! The system has deducted 100 points and is upgrading the Blood Jade Demon Scent Stone for the host. After expending 100 points, the quality of the Blood Jade Demon Scent Stone was elevated to low-grade heaven tier. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chen then issued a synthesis command to the system. Ding! The system has deducted 1800 points and is fusing the two materials for the host. As the system prompt sounded again, a dazzling white light once more illuminated the room. The Blood Jade Demon Scent Stone transformed into a liquid and directly merged into Cayenne's inner armor. With a resonant hum, Cayenne's inner armor erupted with an eerie red light, as if a fierce beast had awakened from slumber. A terrifying aura immediately filled the entire room, nearly blasting the screen away. Fortunately, Cayenne was quick to react and steadied the screen, preventing her figure from being exposed. As expected of the system, as long as the points are sufficient, failure is impossible. Looking at the inner armor now restored to a pristine state and elevated to top-grade heaven tier, Xiao Chen couldn't help but remark. No matter how powerful the artificer, there is always a risk of failure in forging. But with the system, as long as points were spent, success was guaranteed. This was the absurd advantage of cheating. "Young master, has the inner armor been repaired successfully?" As Xiao Chen marveled, Cayenne, hiding behind the screen, asked with some trepidation. Luck was on my side. It was a one-shot success. Not only did I repair the armor, but I also integrated a Blood Jade Demon Scent Stone enough to conceal your serpent folk aura. Unless you encounter a Saint Realm powerhouse, even a Heaven Realm expert won't be able to discern from your aura whether you are serpent folk or human. Hearing Kaiyan's words, Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile. Then as he took the armor in his hands, preparing to send it back, Xiao Chen seemed to think of something and paused before continuing. Oh, and since your lower body has just transformed into legs, you lack suitable clothing. I took the liberty of forging a few pieces for you just now. They aren't as high grade as this inner armor, but feel free to wear them if you don't mind. With that, Xiao Chen spent some points to exchange for several garments from the system store and sent them along with the inner armor back behind the screen. Among them were 3 red skirts, several pairs of sexy black stockings and lace underwear, plus 2 pairs of high heels and a few pairs of black safety shorts. Did you forge several garments for me, young master? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Kaiyan, standing behind the screen, pressed a hand to her chest, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face. She hadn't expected the young master to be so thoughtful, knowing she lacked clothes after her transformation and even forging multiple pieces for her. No, before her transformation, she had clearly possessed a red short skirt. How could she be without suitable attire? Could it be that what Xiao Chen forged for her were undergarments? As these thoughts surfaced, Kaiyan, slow to catch on, finally came to a realization. Just as she entertained the thought and deemed it impossible, the upgraded red inner armor along with several other garments landed behind the screen. Without a second thought, the moment she received the garments, Kaiyan donned the inner armor, alleviating some of her embarrassment. This quality, it's reached the pinnacle of the heaven grade. Sensing the transformation of the inner armor, Kaiyan's body trembled violently. A glimmer of emotion arose in her eyes. This inner armor had taken her decades to gather the right materials and forge. She had thought the inner armor would be ruined by the erosion of strange fire. Yet Xiao Chen had not only repaired it, but also upgraded its quality. Such selfless dedication, coupled with his previous assistance, was a debt of gratitude as vast as the heavens. Feeling the lingering warmth of Xiao Chen on the armor, even Kaiyan's normally cold and indifferent heart was touched. In this life, I must never betray the young master. After silently swearing an oath, Kaiyan began to examine the other garments. Her gaze swept over them. The most striking were the 2 pairs of high heels, exquisitely crafted like works of art, which instantly captured Kaiyan's affection. In her perception, the shoes fit her feet perfectly. It seemed that after her serpent tail transformed into legs, young Master Xiao had discreetly taken her measurements. At this thought, a faint smile curled at the corners of Kaiyan's lips. The legs she had formed were flawless, and she felt a sense of pride that they had captivated Xiao Chen. But the next moment, as she looked at the other items, the expression on Kaiyan's face froze instantly. The shyness that had just begun to fade surged back, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Is this a human's undergarment? Staring at the lace panties in her hand, the front coverage was smaller than her palm. What's more, the fabric was semi-transparent, embroidered with a serpent pattern, making Kaiyan's expression incredibly complex. Were all human undergarments this elaborate? Wearing something so sheer was practically like wearing nothing at all. Young Master, are you sure this is wearable? Holding the lace panties, Kaiyan's expression shifted before she finally couldn't help but ask. If she wore a skirt with this underneath, wouldn't a fierce battle cause an immediate wardrobe malfunction? Xiao Chen paused, then quickly came to his senses and explained. Ahem, the lace fabric is soft and gentle on the skin, perfect for women to wear underneath. Just add a pair of safety shorts over it. Wear it underneath and then safety shorts. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Kaiyan was taken aback again. Her gaze fell on the other square-cut shorts. Were these what Xiao Chen called safety shorts? They seemed unlikely to cause exposure and felt quite secure. But she had another question. Why wear the sheer ones inside at all? Wouldn't it be better to just wear the safety shorts directly? Wearing something inside that no one else could see felt like an unnecessary extra step. Could it be that young Master Xiao intended for her to wear them for him to see? At the possibility, Kaiyan's body jolted. An image of the shy Medusa Queen flashed in her mind. Miss Kaiyan, do they not fit? Xiao Chen had no idea what was running through Kaiyan's mind. Noticing the silence behind the screen, he cleared his throat and asked. But fit shouldn't be an issue. After using his appraisal function to gauge Kaiyan's measurements, he had exchanged the perfect items from the system shop, tailored for an ideal skin-hugging fit. Of that he was confident. Oh no. Lost in her thoughts, Kaiyan was startled by Xiao Chen's question and blurted out without thinking. Young Master, did you give me these because you want me to wear them for you? The words had barely left her mouth when she realized her mistake, nearly dying of embarrassment behind the screen. Damn it. What was wrong with her today? How could such shameless and unguarded words escape her lips? This was hardly the language befitting a queen of the serpent people. Would young Master Xiao mistake her for someone who, despite appearing aloof, secretly delighted in seducing men? Not only was Kaiyan mortified by her own foolishness, but Xiao Chen was also stunned. Had her affection for him grown so rapidly? Was Kaiyan really offering to wear lace panties for him? Was this something he was ready to behold at this stage? Damn, this happiness came too suddenly. Should he accept subtly or play hard to get? I'm not sure how to answer that. It's entirely up to you, Your Majesty. After a moment of silence, Xiao Chen coughed and replied honestly. This question, to say he didn't want to see it would be a lie. To say he desperately wanted to see it would be crass. So tossing the decision back to Kai Yin was the safest, most evasive answer. Young Master Il returned to restore my cultivation. Before Xiao Chen could finish, Kai Yin could no longer hold her composure. Clutching the garments, she rushed out of the room and back to her own quarters to steady her mind. The gust of wind she stirred nearly knocked Xiao Chen off his feet. Was that shyness? Stabilizing himself, Xiao Chen looked at the now disheveled room, a smirk curling at his lips. It was hard to imagine. The fearsome Medusa Queen could be as bashful as a young girl. Indeed, even the coldest and most indifferent woman has a side unknown to the world. This was a good sign. If their intimacy continued to grow, their bond would naturally deepen. Perhaps winning over this Medusa Queen wasn't such an impossible feat. What a pity I didn't get to see Kai Yin in black stockings. Guess I'll have to wait for another time to enjoy that view. Muttering with anticipation, Xiao Chen suppressed his restlessness and opened his status panel. Having resolved the issues of the Xiao family's foundation and Kai Yin, it was time to focus on improving his own cultivation. Host Xiao Chen. Physique, innate Tao body. Cultivation, spirit, aperture, third realm. Technique, creation, universe, art. Divine abilities, heaven, demon, shadowless step, coiling dragon fist, 8 wastelands, force, Vajra art. Points 16,132. Just over 16,000 points left. These points really don't last long. After glancing at the attribute panel, Xiao Chen couldn't help but sigh. Half a day earlier, having slain Lin Xuanhuan, a cave heaven realm powerhouse, and annihilated the Wang and Lin families along with some of the Xiao family's reserves, his points had surged past the 70,000 mark. Yet after a recent spree of actions, his points had dwindled to just over 16,000. It seemed accelerating the pace of resource collection was an urgent necessity. As this thought settled, Xiao Chen did not spend points to exchange treasures from the shop. Instead, he took out some pills. Spirit Essence pills. A common third-tier pill that could greatly accelerate the cultivation speed of Spirit Aperture Realm cultivators. Even a low-grade, third-tier Spirit Essence pill could save a Spirit Aperture cultivator a month of arduous training. As for a supreme-grade, third-tier Spirit Essence pill, a single one could equal half a year's bitter cultivation for a Spirit Aperture cultivator. However, refining these pills demanded extremely precise control of the flame. Even some powerful earth-tier alchemists rarely managed to produce supreme-grade Spirit Essence pills. And heaven-tier alchemists disdained to refine such pills, making supreme-grade ones exceedingly rare in the market. Each pill was hyped up to 5,000 spirit crystals, enough to purchase a profound-tier, middle-grade spirit weapon. What Xiao Chen now held in his hand were all common low-grade Spirit Essence pills, resources obtained after destroying the two families. There were 138 in total. The Xiao family kept 38 as cultivation resources for its members, leaving the remaining 100 for Xiao Chen to handle as he saw fit. Low-grade Spirit Essence pills can boost cultivation, but due to imperfect refining, they contain residual impurities. If taken long-term, breaking through in later stages will become much harder. Gazing at the pills before him, Xiao Chen chose not to consume them. After a moment's thought, he immediately inquired, "System, how many points does it cost to upgrade a Spirit Essence pill from low-grade to supreme-grade?" Ding. According to the system's assessment, upgrading one pill requires 200 points. As Xiao Chen's words faded, the system responded. 200 points per pill. Hearing the system's answer, a glint of light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. This cost was within his acceptable range. However, with his remaining points, he couldn't upgrade all the pills. System, help me upgrade 80 Spirit Essence pills. As the thought took hold, Xiao Chen immediately commanded. The resources he used for cultivation naturally had to be the best. As for the surplus Spirit Essence pills, they could be handed over to the Xiao family for sale. This would convert them into liquid capital, which could then be used to purchase other materials, thereby recycling them back into points. After all, items repaired or upgraded by the system could not be recycled into points by the system itself. This dashed Xiao Chen's hopes of exploiting a loophole, forcing him to abandon any unconventional shortcuts. Ding! The system has deducted 16,000 points and is now upgrading 80 Spirit Essence pills for the host. As the system's prompt echoed again, a brilliant light burst forth within the chamber. Among the 100 Spirit Essence pills laid before Xiao Chen, 80 underwent a transformation within the radiance. The surfaces of the pills, once marred by slight flaws, now became crystalline as jade, even revealing intricate pill patterns. This was the hallmark of supreme-grade pills, completely devoid of internal impurities. A rich fragrance of pills permeated the chamber, causing Xiao Chen's body to tremble involuntarily. Merely the scent emanating from these pills triggered a growth in his cultivation base. If he were to consume them, his cultivation would undoubtedly surge at an alarming rate. A single supreme-grade spirit essence pill can sell for 5,000 spirit crystals. 80 supreme-grade pills would be 400,000 spirit crystals. That's enough to buy most of the Xiao family. Gazing at the 80 supreme-grade spirit essence pills floating before him, each one shimmering like a brilliant star in the night sky, they were as different from the other 20 pills as clouds from mud. This moved Xiao Chen to exclaim. With 400,000 spirit crystals, the resources he could gather would likely exchange for 40 to 50,000 points. After deducting the points spent on upgrades, he might still net a profit of 20 to 30,000 points. By repeating this cycle, his points would snowball. This was the terrifying power of cheating. Better to focus on improving my cultivation first. Otherwise, if I flaunt too many supreme-grade resources without the corresponding strength, it would only spell my own doom. With this decision made, Xiao Chen hesitated no further. He immediately swallowed a supreme-grade spirit essence pill and began refining it, furiously boosting his cultivation. Meanwhile, in the heavenly capital city, the Lin family. Patriarch, terrible news. Half a day after the annihilation of the Wang and Lin families, a man rushed frantically into the inner courtyard, arriving directly at the study of Patriarch Lin Yao. We've received intelligence. The Xiao family of Flowing Cloud City, who had a conflict with young master Lin Feng, suddenly wiped out the other two major families of the city, and even the city lord's office dared not intervene. It seems that behind the Xiao family there is a mysterious expert lending aid. What a... Hearing the report, Lin Yao's brush trembled violently as he jerked his head up. Do we know the specifics? For some reason, as he asked this question, a sense of unease crept into his heart. 2 days earlier, his father Lin Xuanhuan had suddenly emerged from seclusion. After learning of the Xiao family's affairs, he had vanished without a trace, likely having secretly gone to Flowing Cloud City. And now, news of upheaval from Flowing Cloud City had arrived. Could it be related to his father Lin Xuanhuan? The intelligence passed on isn't very detailed. All we know is that a battle involving cultivators above the cave heaven realm took place within the Xiao family. In the end, the Xiao family seems to have slain a formidable enemy and also destroyed the other two families. Damn it, such a thing has happened. Hearing that the Xiao family had slain a formidable enemy, Lin Yao's pupils contracted sharply, his unease deepening. Could this so-called formidable enemy be his father? No, I must go see the other two supreme elders and have them investigate Flowing Cloud City. With this thought in mind, Lin Yao's face darkened as he strode out of the study and made his way deep into the Lin family ancestral hall. Time passed like a fleeting white colt, and 2.5 days slipped by in a flash. As Xiao Chen refined the 10th supreme-grade spirit essence pill, an immensely powerful aura erupted from his body. In just 2.5 days. Through this frenzied, pill-fueled cultivation, his cultivation base had broken through to the spirit aperture 7th realm, a full 4 minor realms higher than before. Though my cultivation has improved, I lack practical combat experience. I need to find an opportunity to temper myself through real battles to fully unleash this power. Feeling the surging cultivation within him, Xiao Chen murmured with a flickering gaze. If he pursued cultivation alone while neglecting combat techniques, even with formidable power, he would only be a hollow shell. By the way, Kai Yen is a transcendent human realm expert. If she could spar with me, my combat experience would skyrocket. As this thought turned in his mind, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Kai Yen was a top-tier expert among the 7 great dynasties of the Eastern Wastelands, having experienced countless battles in her life. If he could spar with such an expert, his progress would undoubtedly be the fastest. Moreover, sparring would inevitably involve physical contact, an excellent opportunity to deepen their bond. With this plan in mind, Xiao Chen immediately stepped out of the chamber. Young master, you finally emerged from seclusion. The moment Xiao Chen pushed open the door, he saw Yunxi standing gracefully outside, a look of surprise crossing his face. Have you been keeping vigil here all along? Hearing the delight in Yunxi's voice and noticing her weary appearance, Xiao Chen asked with a hint of astonishment. Could it be that something else had happened to the Xiao family in the past 2 days? The family head ordered us to keep a close watch over your safety, young master, in case any mishap occurred during your seclusion. That's why I stayed outside your door. Yunxi replied with a shy tone, her gaze filled with reverence and admiration for Xiao Chen. Thanks to the young master, the Xiao family had not only overcome every calamity, but had also risen to dominate the entire Luyan city. Even the city lord's mansion now had to tread carefully around the Xiao family. As Xiao Chen's personal maidservant, her status within the household had likewise ascended, filling Yunxi's heart with profound gratitude. Silly girl, what unexpected accidents could possibly occur while your young master is cultivating in his own clan? Xiao Chen let out a light chuckle and ruffled Yunxi's hair. Prepare some bathwater, then go back and rest. Feeling the gentleness of his touch, Yunxi beamed a sweet smile and immediately scurried off to carry out the task. Before long, Yunqi had prepared the bathwater, and Xiao Chen stepped into the chamber. All right, go back and get some rest now. Gazing at the bathwater adorned with flower petals, Xiao Chen nodded with satisfaction and signaled for Yunqi to take her leave. Young Master Yunqi wishes to stay and assist you with your bath. Hearing him dismiss her, as usual, Yunqi hesitated for a moment before summoning her courage to speak. What a... Xiao Chen stumbled at her words, nearly losing his balance. Your young master is accustomed to bathing alone. You should go back and rest. Turning around with a hint of embarrassment, Xiao Chen replied awkwardly. Although Yunqi had developed quite early, her figure already mature at 16. Her curvaceous form was second only to Kaian's. Yet she was still somewhat young. How could she possibly bathe him? Young master, I know you've always regarded me as a little sister, never asking me to do anything more than simple tasks. But I am after all your personal maidservant. Attending to your bath and changing your clothes is my duty. Please, young master, do not treat me as a sister. Rejected by Xiao Chen, Yunxi's eyes glistened with tears as she spoke with unusual seriousness. Ever since she was a child, Xiao Chen had always treated her like a younger sister, never once being domineering or improper because she was adopted. Yet she was still a maidservant, one who, due to her constitution, could not cultivate like ordinary people. Thus, Yunqi had always yearned to do something for Xiao Chen, whether it be washing his feet, warming his bed, or assisting with his bath and attire. Otherwise, as Xiao Chen's cultivation grew stronger and he began to venture beyond the Xiao family of Luyan City, she would not even have the right to remain by his side. Silly girl, you're unwilling to be treated as a sister, but instead insist on being a lowly maidservant. Xiao Chen could only give a wry smile and gently tousle her hair. Others aspired to escape servitude, yet this girl was doing the opposite. She wanted him to regard her as a mere maid. Could Yunqi have a masochistic inclination towards servitude? Because only as a maidservant can I truly serve you, young master. Washing your feet, drawing your bath, changing your clothes, and even warming your bed. Yunqi finally mustered her courage, her cheeks flushing crimson as she spoke, nearly leaving Xiao Chen speechless. You little rascal, what's gotten into you to suddenly dwell on such matters? Taking a deep breath to quell his surprise, Xiao Chen looked at the silly girl with a mix of exasperation and affection. Could it be that she was experiencing her first stirrings of love and had developed feelings for her young master? Young master, I am no longer a child. As if provoked by his words, Yunqi instinctively thrust out her proud chest. Though I may not yet compare to that elder sister Medusa, give me a little more time to develop and am confident I won't lose to her. Hearing such nonsensical remarks, Xiao Chen finally understood what was going on. It seemed that Kaian's appearance by his side had stirred a strong sense of crisis in this girl. She feared that he might cast her aside to win Kaian's favor. Thus she was eager to prove her worth, hoping to remain forever by his side. Such a childish mentality. All right, young master understands. You're afraid that as other exceptional women appear around me, they'll gradually have no need for you as my personal maidservant and will heartlessly drive you away. You're overthinking it. Saying this, Xiao Chen gently tapped her nose and continued in a warm tone. Rest assured, your young master is not a heartless man. As long as you wish to stay by my side, I will never drive you away. Having spent 2.5 years navigating the treacherous factory floor, he was no naive fool. Though he wouldn't stoop to chasing after every woman he saw, neither was he foolish enough to push away those close to him. Yunqi was his personal maidservant and a stunning beauty in the making. How could he ever let her go? Of course, he had no intention of letting a cool and aloof woman like Medusa slip away either. If forced to choose between the two, his decision would undoubtedly be to have both. After all, in his past life, he had been a lowly figure, merely envying others from the shadows. Now that he had transmigrated to a different world and awakened his golden finger, if he didn't live life to the fullest, he would truly be a fool. Young master. Having her thoughts laid bare, Yunxi's face flushed with embarrassment, and she nearly buried her head in her chest. Yunqi has no intention of vying for favor with Sister Medusa. I only wish to continue staying by your side, young master. She was merely a maidservant. Though she possessed some charm, she was well aware of her place. Whom Xiao Chen chose to love was his own affair. As long as he didn't drive her away, she wouldn't be foolish enough to compete for affection. Young master understands. I won't send you away, so you can rest easy now, can't you? Looking at her naive, youthful face, Xiao Chen ruffled her hair once more to comfort her. But young master, Yunqi still wishes to help you bathe and change to fulfill my duties as a maidservant. Please grant me this request. Feeling the warmth of his hand, Yunqi lifted her head, still stubborn. As a qualified personal maidservant, how could she allow the young master to bathe himself? It was undoubtedly her dereliction of duty. In the past, she had never found the courage to speak, but now she would speak up for herself. What a stubborn girl. Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly and finally abandoned the thought of dissuading her. Since you insist, so come on in. But don't run away scared later. With a teasing remark, he turned to undress for his bath. Yet as he turned, he cast a glance at Yunqi. Curious, he activated his appraisal ability to see why she couldn't cultivate. But that single glance left him stunned. His pupils contracted sharply, and an expression of disbelief spread across his face. The lost imperial daughter of the desolate Moon ancient clan, whose bloodline seal prevented her from normal cultivation before its release. Once the seal is lifted, she will be blessed by the moon goddess, awakening the desolate moon demon cloud rabbit bloodline, and her strength will surge forward. Even when facing a life-and-death crisis, the bloodline seal can unleash a devastating attack enough to obliterate a cultivator at the ninth heaven of the human realm. Hiss! Gazing at the information before him, Xiao Chen sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. Though he had no idea what the desolate Moon ancient clan was, the mere title of imperial daughter made Xiao Chen feel as if he might suffocate. What exactly is an imperial daughter? That was a title only granted to the offspring of an emperor-level powerhouse. Such individuals from birth, whether in talent or background, stood at the pinnacle of the Kanglan realm. With the support of their formidable background, even a modicum of effort could elevate them to heights that ordinary people could never reach in a lifetime. He had thought such prodigious beings would have no contact with him for now. Yet Xiao Chen had never imagined that this simple, naive maidservant before him was actually the imperial daughter of some ancient clan. Wasn't this a cruel joke played by the heavens? Young master, what's wrong? Seeing Xiao Chen's sudden expression of shock and disbelief, Yunqi nervously lifted her head, her voice timid as she asked. She feared she had somehow offended him. It's nothing. Looking at Yunqi's timid face, Xiao Chen snapped back to reality, his gaze flickering as he continued. Yunqi, your young master wants to ask you a question. If one day you discover that you not only can cultivate, but can effortlessly surpass all your peers, reaching cultivation heights even the family head cannot achieve, and you even possess the most supreme background in the world, capable of annihilating the 7 great dynasties of the Eastern Wastelands with a single thought, at that time, what would you want to do? As he finished, Xiao Chen's voice grew very low, even carrying a hint of gravity. Yunqi was now just a maidservant by his side, a far cry from her true identity. If one day her seal were broken and she learned she was a lofty imperial daughter, would the psychological contrast make her see her former identity as a disgrace, leading her to darken and erase this stain? If that were the case, the Xiao family would be in grave danger. Possess the most supreme background in the world, and reach a very high level of cultivation. Hearing Xiao Chen's strange question, Yunqi couldn't help but pause, tilting her head in deep thought before replying earnestly. Yunqi would still be the young master's maidservant. Whoever dares to oppose you, I will fight them. Xiao Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he continued with a hint of exasperation. But if you had an invincible background and were far stronger than your young master, why would you be content to remain a maidservant? Some people remember kindness when they are humble only because they have never reached the heights of others. They rely on others' favor to live better. But once their status, position, and strength far surpass those they once depended on, their mindset will change. They might even wish to trample underfoot those who once held power over them, forcing these people to show the same humble demeanor they once displayed. Having spent 2.5 years navigating the factory, Xiao Chen had witnessed many such incidents. No one willingly lives under another's shadow. This is the most fundamental truth of human nature. Why wouldn't I be willing to continue as a maidservant? After a moment of silence, Yunqi lifted her head and said seriously, ever since I can remember, I have had no family. I scavenged for food on the streets, often chased away and despised. That year it snowed heavily. If the young master hadn't given me a baked cake, Yunqi would likely have starved to death on the street. So Yunqi secretly vowed that from then on, as long as the young master doesn't despise me, I will serve you for a lifetime. As she spoke, recalling those sorrowful times, Yunqi's eyes glistened with tears. Her hands instinctively clutched the hem of Xiao Chen's robe, just as she had done years ago when he gave her that cake, and tried to leave. Her voice was not loud, but it struck Xiao Chen deeply, bringing back the scene from that year. Snow fell heavily. A little girl of 5 or 6 lay by the Xiao family's gate, dirty as a beggar nobody wanted. When he went out to play in the snow and saw her pitiful state, he ran back to fetch her a cake and asked Xuanhuan to keep Yunqi as a maidservant. From that day on, though Yunqi was 2 years younger than him, she always rushed to do his chores. Yet no one had expected that this seemingly miserable little girl harbored a mysterious origin. Young master, are you saying all this to drive me away? As Xiao Chen recalled the past, Yunqi looked up with a pitiful expression, tears already welling in her eyes. There is no such thing as a baseless if in this world, it usually foreshadows something. Though still young, she understood this logic. His words surely had a hidden meaning likely to coax her into leaving. Hey, don't cry. I never said I was driving you away. Don't overthink it. Seeing Yunqi on the verge of tears, Xiao Chen helplessly patted her head. It was hard to imagine that this maidservant who cried so easily possessed an identity that could crush anyone in the eastern wastelands. What I really want to tell you is, your inability to cultivate now is only because your physique hasn't awakened. Once it does, you will undergo a complete transformation. Then your fate will change accordingly. Perhaps clan members will come to take you away. But no matter what the future holds, remember not to regard your humble past as a disgrace because of your changed status. Thinking of possible future events, Xiao Chen could only offer this preemptive advice, hoping to prepare Yunxi mentally, so that if her identity ever changed, she wouldn't struggle to accept her past. Young master, what are you talking about? What do you mean by my physique hasn't awakened and clan members will come for me? You're scaring Yunxi. Listening to his bewildering words, Yunxi nervously grabbed him again, afraid that letting go would mean being cast out. Since childhood, I've wandered the streets. Only the young master has ever cared for me. So in my heart, the young master is my closest kin, and the Xiao family are my people. No matter what happens, Yunxi will never leave you. With that, her face showed a resolute expression, as if declaring her unwavering determination. I believe you. Seeing the silly girl's eyes full of him, Xiao Chen couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair. This girl seemed simple-minded and not likely to be an ingrate. Still, it was too early to dwell on such things. The future was uncertain. Moreover, he had a cheat system on his side. Even if Yunxi's bloodline awakened in the future, he would have the means to handle it all. With that thought, Xiao Chen stopped overthinking, turned around, and took off his clothes. Then, amid Yunxi's startled exclamation, he stepped into the bath to soak. With that thought, Xiao Chen stopped overthinking, turned around, and took off his clothes. Then, amid Yunxi's startled exclamation, he stepped into the bath to soak. Inside the chamber, a veil of mist hung in the air. Xiao Chen reclined with utter contentment in the bath, lazily savoring Yunxi's gentle scrubbing on his back. Amidst the hazy steam, her delicate face flushed crimson, as if on the verge of bleeding. Her eyes were tightly shut, a picture of shy embarrassment, as though a single inadvertent glance at Xiao Chen before her would send her blood rushing and cause her to faint on the spot. All right, if you keep scrubbing like that, I'll have no hair left. Feeling Yunxi's hands wander up to his head, Xiao Chen spoke with a helpless smile from within the bath. Oh, I'm sorry, young master. Am I too clumsy? Hearing his casual tease, Yunxi apologized, her face flustered. Yet as she opened her eyes and caught sight of Xiao Chen's bare upper body, her pretty face reddened all the way to her neck. This was her first time attending to his bath, and her heart pounded wildly, as if about to burst. I'm just teasing you. You've done wonderfully. Let's end the bath here. I need to get up and dress. Hearing the unease in Yunxi's voice, Xiao Chen sighed resignedly, then rose from the bath. The girl was perfect in every way except for her tendency towards self-deprecation. Had it not been for the results of the appraisal confirming her identity, Xiao Chen would never have believed she was a princess of the divine realm. Caught off guard by Xiao Chen's sudden rise, Yunxi let out a startled shriek. Like a steam kettle, heat burst from her in an instant, and 2 streams of blood unexpectedly spurted from her nose. Sigh, truly weak, yet stubborn. Sensing the commotion behind him, Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. Just a glimpse of his back had made her nose bleed. If he turned around, she would likely faint on the spot. With a resigned shake of his head, Xiao Chen kept his back to Yunxi, waved his hand to don his clothes, and only then turned around. It was then he noticed. Yunxi's face was so red it seemed ready to bleed, her gaze somewhat dazed, as if still lost in the scene before her. Are you all right? Seeing the blood dripping onto the floor, Xiao Chen asked with a hint of a smirk. Young master, I'm fine. Snapped back to reality by his question, she gasped and quickly wiped her nose, smearing blood all over her face in the process. Clean yourself up properly. Don't push yourself next time. Watching her flustered state, Xiao Chen ruffled her hair, then turned and strode out of the chamber. He hadn't forgotten his true purpose. It was time to hand the Xuanhuan blood prison array to Xuanhuan and collect the resources the Xiao family had gathered over the past 2 days. He could also mention Yunxi's secret. However, uncertain of when her seal would be lifted, there was no way to take countermeasures for now. Arriving at the meeting hall, Xiao Chen found Xuanhuan and Xiao Mingyi all present, their expressions grave, as if discussing something serious. Has something happened? Sensing the tense atmosphere, Xiao Chen took the initiative to ask upon entering the hall. Chainer, Xiao Chen, you've finally emerged from seclusion. Seeing him, the group's faces lit up with joy as they hurriedly rose to greet him. Xiao Mingyi then began to explain. The day after you entered seclusion, Queen Medusa also went into isolation, claiming she needed to recover her lost cultivation and asking not to be disturbed unless necessary. And in these 2 days, suspicious individuals have appeared around the Xiao residence, seemingly monitoring our movements. As he spoke, Xiao Mingyi's voice grew heavy. We suspect these are spies from the Lin family of Sky City, trying to gauge our strength before launching some action against us. So we old folks believe that the Lin family's experts are already on their way. They might descend upon Flowing Cloud City within the next 2 days. With Queen Medusa in seclusion, we must prepare countermeasures in advance. Xuanhuan and the others nodded gravely, but Xiao Chen merely let out a light laugh. The Mirlin family of Sky City. They're no threat. With that he produced the Sunluo Blood Prison Array Disc and continued nonchalantly. With this array disc, even if the Lin family calls upon experts from the Supreme Sword Sect, our Xiao family has the power to slay any invading foe. An array disc. At Xiao Chen's words, the group's eyes fixed on the disc. Could this be an Earth-grade array disc? An Earth-grade array disc, even the lowest quality, could unleash terrifying power enough to threaten Cave Heaven Realm experts. A high-grade or top-grade Earth disc, when fully activated, could even severely injure or kill Nirvana Realm experts. Given Xiao Chen's confidence, could this be a top-grade Earth disc? At that thought, Xuanhuan and Xiao Mingji's hearts trembled and joy spread across their faces. This isn't an Earth-grade disc, Xiao Chen said with a faint smile as Xuanhuan looked puzzled, then seemed to realize something. He nodded and continued, that's right, this is a heaven-grade disc, and a top-grade one at that. When fully unleashed, its power can severely injure or even kill a heavenly human realm expert. What? Hearing this, Xuanhuan and Xiao Mingyi gasped sharply, nearly collapsing to their knees before Xiao Chen. A top-grade heaven disc, capable of severely injuring or killing a heavenly human realm expert. These keywords echoed in their minds, their brains buzzing as if about to burst from the pressure. A heavenly human realm expert. This was a pinnacle powerhouse among the 7 great dynasties of the Eastern Wastelands, a terrifying existence capable of annihilating the Xiao family with a flick of a finger. Even a single stomp could shake the great Qian dynasty, making them seem nearly invincible in their eyes. And the disc in Xiao Chen's hand could slay such a being. To them, it was nothing short of a divine artifact. Though this disc can severely injure or kill a heavenly human realm expert, it ultimately depends on the user's cultivation level. If you can't unleash its full power, you'll still be at the mercy of such an enemy. Seeing Xuanhuan and the others trembling with awe, Xiao Chen feared they might grow overconfident. He quickly offered a warning. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. We understand that well enough, so don't worry about us old fools getting cocky. Xuanhuan waved his hand, speaking with a relieved smile. Though with your father and the elders' current cultivation, controlling this disc won't let us match a heavenly human realm expert. But dealing with Cave Heaven or Nirvana realm experts will be more than sufficient. Seeing them calm down, Xiao Chen added with a light smile. He then began explaining the usage of the Sunluo Blood Prison Array to Xuanhuan and Xiao Mingyi. When asked about its origin, he simply said it was a gift from his so-called master. By the way, these top-grade Spirit Yuan pills are what I refined during my seclusion. Exchange them for spirit crystals to acquire more resources. After finishing the array disc instructions, Xiao Chen produced the remaining pills. Top-grade Spirit Yuan pills. Xiao Chen, you can also refine pills. The group stared in astonishment at the pill bottles. With so many bottles, how many did you make? Top-grade Spirit Yuan pills were notoriously difficult to refine, requiring even Earth-grade alchemy masters a stroke of luck. And Xiao Chen had produced nearly 10 bottles. Had he successfully refined close to 10 pills? Not that many. Aside from what I used for cultivation these 2 days, there are 60 top-grade Spirit Yuan pills left. As several pairs of eyes locked onto him, Xiao Chen smiled faintly, brushing it off as nothing. Hiss. 60 supreme-grade Spirit Yuan pills. Upon hearing Xiao Chen casually state the number of pills, Xuanhuan, Xiao Mingyi, and the others gasped sharply, nearly collapsing to their knees once more before Xiao Chen. In the pill market of Lian City, it was rare to see even a single supreme-grade Spirit Yuan pill in years. Whenever one appeared, it would inevitably spark a frenzy. A single supreme-grade Spirit Yuan pill could not be purchased for less than 5,000 spirit crystals. Yet Xiao Chen had produced 60 supreme-grade Spirit Yuan pills in one go. Cultivation resources worth hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals, enough to shake every merchant guild in Luyan City. They're really all supreme-grade Spirit Yuan pills. In disbelief, Xuanhuan and Xiao Mingyi, trembling, took the pill bottles, opened the stoppers to take a sniff, then raised their heads to gaze at Xiao Chen with quivering eyes. Did you really refine all of these? It wasn't that Xuanhuan and the others doubted Xiao Chen, but the matter was simply too absurd. Refining pills was an extremely intricate process. To produce 60 supreme-grade Spirit Yuan pills in just 2 days was something even a heaven-grade alchemist could not achieve. Moreover, Xiao Chen's room contained no pill furnace nor the vast quantities of herbs required. How had he managed to refine so many supreme-grade Spirit Yuan pills? Could it be? As thoughts churned, the group seemed to realize something and exchanged glances. They then recalled that 2 days ago they had handed Xiao Chen 100 low-grade Spirit Yuan pills. Could these pills have been refined from those? Indeed, as you suspect, these were refined and purified from that batch of low-grade Spirit Yuan pills. Seeing their speculative expressions, Xiao Chen nodded calmly with a faint smile. His Xiao Chen possesses such skill, truly a blessing for our Xiao family. Xuanhuan and the others gasped sharply again, their faces brimming with ecstasy and excitement. Not only could Xiao Chen cleanse meridians and purify marrow, but now he could even re-refine and purify pills. Even a heaven-grade alchemist could not achieve such a monstrous feat. With Xiao Chen in the family, how could the Xiao clan ever lack supreme-grade pills? But don't get too excited just yet. This still consumes a vast amount of resources. Without other resources to support it, I cannot purify any pills. Seeing them lost in anticipation again, Xiao Chen had no choice but to pour cold water on their hopes. Ha ha ha, we understand. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xuanhuan and the others laughed heartily and handed him a spatial ring. These are resources we've gathered from various merchant guilds over the past 2 days, including broken weapons, demon cores, and discarded pills. They cost a total of 470,000 spirit crystals. They should be of use to you. 470,000 spirit crystals. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up at Xuanhuan's words. Without any pretense or hesitation, he took the spatial ring. 470,000 spirit crystals. This must have been a colossal sum gathered from the annihilation of the Wang and Lin families combined with the Xiao family's own liquid assets. He hadn't expected the Xiao family to invest it all in resources. This selfless gesture surprised him somewhat. As his spiritual sense probed the spatial ring, he saw mountains of various resources. Broken weapons, discarded pills, demon cores, residual herbs, and even the carcasses and horns of demon beasts. All were present within the spatial ring. If unloaded, they would surely form a mountain. This must be worth tens of thousands of points. After a rough estimation, Xiao Chen immediately issued a recall command. Ding! The system has recycled all resources totaling 73,534 points. 70,000 points. Hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. It seemed this batch contained quite a few valuable items. Otherwise, resources worth over 400,000 spirit crystals wouldn't have yielded such high points. With this influx of points, he could upgrade the pills again. With this thought in mind, Xiao Chen brought up the matter. What? You want to purify pills for us? Hearing Xiao Chen's offer, Xuanhuan and Xiao Mingyi were overjoyed. Try to acquire some pills for cultivation or breakthrough in cultivation realms. Low-grade pills will suffice. As long as I have enough resources, I can purify them into supreme-grade pills. Then with these pills, you can rapidly improve your cultivation or break through, ensuring the Xiao family's safety. Xiao Chen nodded and replied, Ha ha ha, truly a son of the Xiao family. Your character is beyond reproach. Seeing Xiao Chen's selflessness and tireless dedication to the family, Xiao Mingyi smiled with deep satisfaction. He even wished he could make Xuanhuan step down and let Xiao Chen become the family head immediately. Oh, I almost forgot something important. As Xiao Mingyi was reflecting, second elder, Xiao Qixiong suddenly slapped his thigh. Then sneaking over to Xiao Chen with an excited expression, he grabbed the young man's wrist. Xiao Chen, with your outstanding appearance and talent, any offspring you produce will surely be exceptional. As the saying goes, don't let good fortune flow to outsiders. Why not? Take your sister Linger as your wife. Uffed. Hearing Xiao Qixiong's words, Xiao Chen nearly spat out blood. What kind of twisted logic was this? Because he was too outstanding in appearance and talent, he should marry Xiao Linger. Xiao second, you shameless scoundrel. Pushing your own daughter away. Aren't you afraid, Xiao rebel? Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Delong exclaimed with wide eyes, clearly shocked by Xiao Qixiong's idea. She wouldn't dare. Xiao Chen is so outstanding and sensible. If she could warm his bed and bear his children, it would be the greatest honor of her life. Hearing their protests, Xiao Qixiong bristled with indignation. Besides, though we are all of the Xiao clan, my branch is several generations removed from Xiao Chen. By blood, we are already distant relatives. So it's better to cement the bond now, perhaps even improve the Xiao bloodline. The Xiao family had been founded centuries ago, and many descendants were now separated by over a dozen generations. Marriage within the clan could hardly be considered incest. Thus, rather than letting Xiao Chen marry several women from outside the clan, it was wiser to choose a few Xiao women from distant branches. This would avoid internal strife and better safeguard the family's interests. Hiss! I suddenly think this idea is feasible. After Xiao Qixiong's twisted reasoning, Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Delong's eyes lit up. Why hadn't they thought of that? Instead of benefiting outsiders, it was better to favor the family's own fine girls. Given Xiao Chen's displayed talent and aptitude, even if she became just a concubine by his side, she would gain unimaginable opportunities. By then, they too could have exceptional descendants. Even grandsons would be a source of pride. Ha ha, Xiao Chen, the second elder, makes a good point. What do you think of my daughter? She's even more charming than her mother, and her bloodline is 6 or 7 generations removed from yours. Your union would be perfect. With that thought, Xiao Mingyi, like a boastful peddler, eagerly approached Xiao Chen to pitch his daughter. Damn it, I have no daughters. I can't take advantage of this. Third Elder Xiao Delong, watching the scene, was deeply frustrated. He had only 3 useless sons, which had once been a source of relief. Having 3 sons in a row meant his branch was destined to thrive. But now he was utterly vexed. He couldn't even get a word in on such a golden opportunity. Should he reserve a spot first and go home to work on fathering a daughter? Watching Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong eagerly pitch their daughters to him from both sides, Xiao Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably, a helpless expression spreading across his face. The Grand Elder's daughter, named Xiao Meyer, was 2 years older than him. She had a mature, regal charm, but her temper was rather fiery. In terms of both figure and appearance, aside from exceptional beauties like Cyan, few could surpass her. The second Elder's daughter, named Xiao Linger, was also 2 years older than him. She had a soft, innocent look like a girl next door. Except for being slightly more petite, she matched Xiao Meyer in every other aspect, and even had a larger bust. Wherever she went in Luyun City, she would draw many gazes. Even the original Xiao Chen had often been captivated by her. If Xiao Meyer and Xiao Linger knew their fathers were peddling them off, they would probably be so embarrassed they'd want to disown them. Spare no one from the Xiao clan. Just as Xiao Chen was about to politely decline, an aged voice rang out coldly. Then a flash of light descended upon the Xiao residence. A thunderous roar shook the compound, and astonishing commotion erupted from the front courtyard. Who is it? How dare you attack our Xiao clan? Startled by the sudden upheaval, Xiao Zhan, Xiao Mingyi, and the others' expressions shifted as they roared and charged out of the meeting hall. Rage and murderous intent swept through like a storm. Xiao Chen's face turned icy cold as he silently walked out of the meeting hall. Daring to attack the Xiao clan at this moment, these people truly deserve to die. As they rushed out of the meeting hall, they leaped a few times to reach the front courtyard, only to see the recently repaired courtyard reduced to rubble once again in the assault. Many clan members lay injured on the ground, a sight that ignited fury in Xiao Zhan's eyes. Above the Xiao clan's main gate, 2 old men hovered in the air. Behind each of them materialized a cavern realm, their vast auras as imposing as mountains, exuding an unshakable presence. Below them, over a dozen cultivators at the whirling core stage emitted terrifying auras. They stared at the Xiao clan like jackals, their eyes gleaming with cruel, bloodthirsty light. These were the 2 supreme elders of the Lin clan from Tiandu City, along with over a dozen powerful whirling core elders. Apart from the clan leader Lin Yao, nearly all the Lin clan's high-ranking members had turned out in full force. Such a formidable force could easily sweep through the entire Luyun City. Are you from the Lin clan of Tiandu City? Seeing his severely wounded clansman, Xiao Zhan raised his head with icy fury, his voice dripping with murderous intent. A force capable of deploying such a powerful lineup and striking the Xiao clan without hesitation. Aside from the Lin clan of Tiandu City, they could think of no one else. Your Xiao clan dared to use despicable means, joining forces to kill our Lin clan's supreme elder. After Xiao Zhan's words fell, the leading old man ignored Xiao Zhan's question, but one of them countered in a chilling tone. The speaker was Lin Xiaoyan, a 6th-layer cavern realm cultivator and the strongest of the Lin clan in Tiandu City. The other was Lin Xiaofeng, also at the 5th-layer cavern realm, like the deceased Lin Xuanhuan. After rushing to Luyun City without pause, they didn't attack the Xiao clan first, but went straight to the city lord's mansion. There, through threats and coercion, they extracted information from Lu Tianan, learning that the cavern realm expert who had attacked the Xiao clan 2 days prior was indeed their Lin clan's supreme elder. Thus, they stormed the Xiao clan with murderous intent, attacking without any restraint. After all, according to Lu Tianan, that day the Xiao clan had allied with a cavern realm expert, going through great trouble to kill Lin Xuanhuan. That mysterious expert was also severely injured and had to hide in the Xiao residence to recover. So this was the perfect opportunity to annihilate the Xiao clan and avenge Lin Xuanhuan. Despicable means. Joined forces. Hearing the old man's words, Xiao Zhan, Xiao Mingyi, and the others exchanged puzzled glances. That day Lin Xuanhuan was clearly killed in a single strike by Medusa Queen. How had it become a joint kill in their ears? Had these people been deceived? It seems someone wants these fools dead, or wants them to die at the hands of the Xiao clan, dragging us into greater trouble. Thus they can use other forces to eradicate the Xiao clan from Luyun City. While Xiao Zhan and the others were bewildered, Xiao Chen's eyes flickered as he speculated inwardly. The one most likely to have fooled these fools was the city lord Lu Tianan. As this thought settled, Xiao Chen glanced toward the city lord's mansion, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Whatever the city lord's initial intentions, luring these people to the Xiao clan saved them some effort. With such a commotion, no one comes out, Lin Xiaofeng said coldly, scanning Xiao Zhan and the others, his voice dripping with murderous intent echoing through the Xiao residence. It seems that cavern realm expert behind you is indeed severely injured and in seclusion. Without that other expert's help, do you think a mere second-layer cavern realm like you and these decrepit weaklings can contend with our Lin clan? Boom. With those words, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng stopped testing, unleashing their full power. Their terrifying auras swept out like a storm. In the Xiao clan, leave no one alive. Men, women, old, young, even the dogs and livestock. As this kill order resounded through the Xiao residence, the dozen whirling core elders also released their power. Like bloodthirsty demons, they began charging toward the inner courtyard. As for the Xiao clan's high-ranking members, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng alone could crush and kill them. Meanwhile, these elders would massacre the entire Xiao clan. Fools being led around like dogs, and you think you can destroy our Xiao clan? How utterly laughable. Seeing Lin Xiaotian and the others making their move, Xiao Chen smirked, coldly lifting his head with an icy glare fixed on the group. A bone-chilling murderous aura emanated from Xiao Chen. Seventh layer spirit aperture realm. When Xiao Chen's killing intent surged. Sensing the subtle fluctuations of his cultivation, not only Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng were shocked. Even Xuanhuan and the others were stunned. 2 days ago, Xiao Chen was only at the 3rd layer spirit aperture realm. Now he had soared to the 7th layer. In just 2 days, he had broken through 4 minor realms. Even the most monstrous prodigy of the great Qian dynasty couldn't match such an insane cultivation speed. Xiao Chen, or the bearing of a sage. How can such a young brat reach the 7th layer spirit aperture realm? This kid must possess some fortuitous opportunity. Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng exchanged glances, reading shock and suspicion in each other's eyes. But in the next instant, their gazes turned savage like bloodthirsty demons from the abyss. If such a young spirit aperture expert were allowed to leave the Xiao clan alive today, the Lin clan of Tiandu City would cease to exist in the future. This boy must die. Understanding each other's intent, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng acted without hesitation, turning into blurs as they charged straight at Xiao Chen. Since you're so eager, let me show you this. Watching the 2 cavern realm experts closing in rapidly, Xiao Chen showed no panic, casually summoning the Xuanhuan blood prison array plate. Since you're so eager, let me show you this. Watching the 2 cavern realm experts closing in rapidly, Xiao Chen showed no panic, casually summoning the Xuanhuan blood prison array plate. The Xuanhuan blood prison array rise to annihilate the 8 wastelands. As Xiao Chen's hands formed seals, he pressed them onto the Xuanhuan blood prison array disc. An eerie crimson light burst forth instantly. Array patterns spread like spiderwebs, radiating across the entire Xiao family in a flash. Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng, who had been charging forward, suddenly halted mid-motion under this impact. Is this an Earth-grade array disc? Sensing the terrifying might of the array, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng exclaimed in astonishment, clearly not expecting the Xiao family to possess such a trump card. But what does an Earth-grade array disc matter? Before absolute power, it's nothing but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With a cold sneer, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng erupted with true essence, once more their caves manifesting beastly shadows of a tiger and a python. As the roars of the tiger and python echoed, 2 divine abilities descended with terrifying force, smashing down toward Xiao Chen and the others. Who said this was an Earth-grade array disc? Xiao Chen replied with a faint cold smile, his hands forming seals once again. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi, along with the others, acted in perfect unison. In an instant, they gathered around Xiao Chen like stars encircling the moon, forming seals, as their vast true essence furiously poured into the array disc. The array patterns that had permeated heaven and earth now erupted with even more terrifying might. Could this be a heaven-grade array disc? Everyone retreat from the array's coverage immediately. Feeling the sudden surge of power many times greater, Lin Xiaotian and the others' faces twisted in shock. Their cultivation exploded as they abruptly halted and turned to flee without hesitation. If it were an Earth-grade array disc, they could still resist together. But if it were a heaven-grade array disc, even if the opponent's cultivation was weaker, it could unleash a devastating attack. Too late. Watching Lin Xiaotian and the others retreat, Xiao Chen sneered and changed his seals again. Xuanhuan prison realm blood sea without bounds. As these words fell, the Xuanhuan blood prison array rumbled and endless blood light blazed across the Xiao family estate. Chains burning with blood-red flames shot toward Lin Xiaotian and his group like the tentacles of an abyssal demon. Quick mount of full defense. Seeing the Xuanhuan blood prison array unleash a terrifying assault, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng roared and unleashed divine abilities to strike at the endless chains. The Lin family's swirling Dan realm elders also erupted with their cultivation, unleashing a barrage of divine abilities with full force. Damn it, I told you to defend, and you're using attack techniques. Seeing over 90% of the Lin family's swirling Dan realm elders using offensive abilities to try and shatter the array. Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng were enraged to the point of breaking down. The array's assault was something even they as supreme elders couldn't guarantee to withstand. And these weak, swirling Dan realm fools dared to face it heating. Boom. As Lin Xiaotian roared, the chains collided with everyone's abilities, the thunderous roar echoing through Luyun City like a clap of thunder. The attacks of the dozen swirling Dan realm Lin family experts were mercilessly shattered by the chains. All of them were flung away like ragdolls by the shockwave. Each spat blood, clearly severely injured. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng, both cave realm experts, barely managed to hold their ground against the blood-red chains together. But under the array's assault, they were forced into a disadvantage. Go to hell. Watching the severely wounded, swirling Dan realm experts, Xiao Chen's face showed no pity. With another cold sneer, he changed his seals again. The chains burning with blood flames like sentient blood spears instantly pursued the dozen elders. Before Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng's eyes, they pierced through the chests of these 12 men. No, killing so many of our Lin family elders, your Xiao family will be annihilated. Seeing the dozen swirling Dan realm elders of their clan die so miserably under the array's attack, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng's eyes burned with rage. The divine ability clash that had been barely holding collapsed entirely. The two beastly shadows were ruthlessly obliterated by the blood chains, and both men spat blood under the impact. As their forms recoiled, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng dared not stay for a deathmatch, using the rebound force to flee into the distance. If they could return to the Lin family, they could leverage Lin Feng's connections to persuade the Tai Sword Sect's experts to intervene. Then, with the Tai Sword Sect's formidable foundation, even if the Xiao family had a Heaven-Grade Array disc, their fate would be annihilation. And this Heaven-Grade Array disc would become their spoils of war. But just as they shot forward, a red figure appeared like a specter, eerily manifesting before them. Before Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng could make out who it was, a terrifying cultivation aura erupted like a volcano. Without a word, Cayenne materialized in the void and raised a hand, pointing lightly at the two. Two sparks flew out, transforming into sword beams that pierced toward them. A Tongxian realm expert. Feeling the space around them freeze, as if solidified, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng screamed in terror. Only experts above the Tongxian realm could harness heaven and earth's power to freeze space. Even a Nirvana realm expert couldn't achieve this. Was this the mysterious expert backing the Xiao family? But hadn't the Luyun City Lord said this was a wounded cave realm expert? This is what they call a cave realm. As countless thoughts raced through their minds before they could beg for mercy, the two sword beams pierced through their chests, ending their sinful and aggrieved lives. In less than half an hour, all the Lin family experts from Tiandu City who had invaded the Xiao family lay as cold corpses. Gasp! They're all dead. Stunned by the sight, Xiao Zhan and the others were amazed. Truly, the Medusa Queen of the Snake People was terrifyingly formidable with a mere gesture. You came just in time. Looking at the figure floating above, Xiao Chen smiled. With such a powerful guardian by his side, common evil spirits were nothing to fear. I was right to have her wear this. Seeing Cayenne's fiery figure wrapped in a dress, her long, shapely legs clad in the stockings he had gifted, exuding a mature and seductive aura. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but sigh. The Medusa Queen's new look was lethally enchanting. Truly, the Medusa Queen could bewitch anyone in any attire. Young master, I left them intact this time. Noticing Xiao Chen staring at her from below, Cayenne flickered and appeared before him. Seeming to catch him admiring her legs, Cayenne spoke to divert his attention. Well done. Upon hearing Cayenne's words, Xiao Chen immediately withdrew his gaze, paused for a moment, then continued, this outfit of yours is truly captivating. It was precisely this attire that made the aloof Medusa Queen he. As his words fell, Cayenne, whose expression had been rather cold, actually blushed faintly on her delicate face. She lowered her head with a hint of embarrassment, yet a slight curve lifted the corners of her lips. This shy demeanor, like that of a young girl, left Xiao Zhan and the others utterly stunned. Who would have thought that the esteemed Medusa Queen of the Snakeman tribe would blush and feel shy just from a casual compliment by Xiao Chen? This scene completely shattered their understanding. After praising Cayenne, Xiao Chen approached the corpses of Lin Xiaotian and his men, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Oh, Amitabha, boundless heavens! Gazing at the bodies with unclosed eyes on the ground, Xiao Chen clasped his hands together, adopting a compassionate demeanor. Though you all deserve to die, it's not good to leave with eyes wide open. This young master shall now deliver you. With that, he issued a retrieval command to the system. 2 cave heaven realm experts and over a dozen mysterious pill realm experts. These corpses should be worth a considerable number of points. If they were all cremated, their value would be wasted. They must be recycled, every last one of them. Ding! The system has retrieved all corpses totaling 26,450 points. Worth over 20,000 points. These people died fittingly. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened slightly, a look of surprise crossing his face. A Cave Heaven Realm expert was roughly equivalent to an Earth-grade item, though not of high quality, so at most around 5,000 points. A Mysterious Pill Realm expert, if their cultivation reached the 9th layer of the Mysterious Pill stage and the corpse was well preserved, would at best be comparable to a top-tier Mysterious grade item. At most it would be worth 1,000 points. So 2 Cave Heaven Realm experts and over a dozen Mysterious Pill Realm experts totaling over 20,000 points was already decent. Oh, and these fellows' spatial rings. There might be plenty of resources inside. After disposing of the corpses, Xiao Chen collected their remaining rings, a look of anticipation on his face. The next moment, without any hesitation, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense delved into the rings to inventory the resources. As expected of the high-ranking members of the Lin family in Sky City, each one is dripping with wealth. Inside the spatial rings, there were not only Earth-grade techniques and divine abilities, but also all kinds of mystical weapons, heavenly treasures, and beast materials. Xiao Chen's face lit up with ecstasy. The combined wealth of these dozen or so individuals surpassed all the resources he had obtained in recent days. Some items can be kept for synthesis or upgrades. The rest will be exchanged for points. Inside the spatial rings, there were many pills suitable for Cave Heaven or Mysterious Pill Realm cultivation, as well as numerous Mysterious grade or Earth-grade weapons. Even some excellent techniques and divine abilities Xiao Chen decided not to exchange for points. With a bit of utilization, these could all become part of the Xiao family's foundation. Ding! The system has retrieved all designated items totaling 78,630 points. Hearing the system's notification, Xiao Chen looked invigorated. If he counted the points he had previously earned, his total was now nearly 200,000. These fellows were truly benefactors. Xiao Chen, how was the haul? Seeing him put away the rings with a spirited expression, Xuanhuan and the others approached to ask. Not bad. With this batch of resources as support, the Xiao family's strength will be able to rise several levels. Responding to their inquiry, Xiao Chen turned around and said with a faint smile, "It seems the Lin family of Sky City has inadvertently benefited our Xiao family." Xuanhuan said with a faint smile, but his brow still carried a hint of gravity as he paused and continued. However, this time, with so many high-ranking members of the Lin family dead, the feud between our two families is beyond reconciliation. Once they receive the news, they will surely retaliate fiercely. If they manage to enlist the help of the Supreme Sword Sect's experts, our Xiao family may face even greater trouble. Although the Xiao family had the formidable Medusa as a protector, no matter how many experts the Supreme Sword Sect dispatched, they had ample confidence to handle it. Yet as the strength of the experts grew, the world they touched would inevitably broaden, and the enemy might recognize the Medusa Queen. At that point, it would no longer be a personal vendetta, but would spiral into a racial conflict. No matter. Xiao Chen waved his hand and murmured with a cold gaze, "I will make sure they have no leisure to trouble the Xiao family." Hearing the profound implications in Xiao Chen's words, Xuanhuan and the others had their suspicions, and their pupils contracted sharply. "Xiao Chen, do you mean to attack the Lin family in Sky City?" In disbelief, Xuanhuan couldn't help but ask for confirmation. Their mindset was to lie low, adapt to changes, and first secure the Xiao family's defenses, dragging things out to develop slowly. Once the Xiao family grew strong, all troubles would crumble. After all, in just a few days, the Xiao family's strength had soared. Not only had their cultivation levels broken through, but they also had a heaven-grade formation disc for impenetrable defense and the Medusa Queen as their anchor. Coupled with the mysterious inheritance within Xiao Chen, if they could by some time to develop, the Xiao family's power would undergo a transformation. By then, even the Supreme Sword Sect would be helpless against them. But they never expected Xiao Chen's plan to be the complete opposite. He intended to go to Sky City and annihilate the Lin family. Exactly. Our Xiao family is not a pushover to be toyed with. The Lin family has tried to destroy us time and again. If we don't send them to hell, how can the Xiao family ever find peace? Xiao Chen's voice was icy, his murderous intent unconcealed. To resolve trouble, one must strike at the root. Constantly being on the defensive was no good. Since the Lin family was courting death, he would utterly obliterate them. Once every last member of the Lin family was dead, he refused to believe the Supreme Sword Sect would persist in a deadly feud with the Xiao family over them. Tomorrow I will set out with Cayenne for Sky City. Before that, I will upgrade some martial arts and pills for the Xiao family, and also cleanse the meridians of a few core members. Father and the elders focus on guarding the family. As Xiao Chen's chilling words echoed through the air, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop to freezing point. Since the Lin family of Sky City had stirred his killing intent, not only would no dog survive in their household, but even the eggs would be thoroughly scrambled. Hiss! Setting off tomorrow. Hearing Xiao Chen's decisive choice, Xuanhuan and the others drew in a sharp breath of cold air. Yet after a moment of silence, they offered no dissuasion. After all, with the Medusa Queen's strength, unless an expert of equal caliber intervened, no one should be able to threaten Xiao Chen. If the Lin family of Sky City could be wiped out, it would thoroughly eliminate the threat. Xiao Chen, though the risk is low on this journey, be cautious in all matters. Xuanhuan patted Xiao Chen's shoulder, solemnly feeling immense pride in having such a decisive and resolute son. "I will." Xiao Chen nodded, then, as if recalling something, spoke to Xuanhuan and the others. "You can hand over some of the Xiao family's inherited techniques to me. Before I leave, I plan to improve them all for you. You can even improve martial arts." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xuanhuan and the others could not help but draw in a sharp breath, staring at him in disbelief. Their attention had been focused on annihilating the Lin family, so they had not noticed Xiao Chen's earlier remark. Now that they heard him mention it again, a storm of shock surged within their hearts. To improve martial arts and cultivation techniques was no easy feat. It required profound accumulation in martial arts and a compatible affinity with the technique's attributes. Even these old fellows who had cultivated for decades could at most refine some yellow-grade martial arts. Yet the Xiao family's hereditary technique was of the high-grade Xian level. Even a Nirvana realm powerhouse with matching attributes might not be confident in improving it, yet Xiao Chen had the audacity to make such a claim. "It's not a big problem," Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, those 4 words signifying that everything was under control. "Haha, my son Xiao Chen has the bearing of an emperor. With Chainer in the Xiao family, how could we not rise?" Hearing Xiao Chen's confident reply, Xuanhuan burst into ecstatic laughter. After helping them cleanse their marrow and refine their cultivation pills, they now possessed both talent and resources, lacking only superior martial arts. Now that Xiao Chen could even improve their martial arts, the only shortcoming was filled. If the Xiao family could not rise now, they would truly be worthless. Xiao Mingyi, Xiao Delong, and the others trembled with excitement, casting envious glances at Xuanhuan. To father such a son was truly a remarkable achievement. Unlike them, whose offspring amounted to nothing, not a single one had made anything of themselves. If Xiao Chen became my son-in-law, my life would be forever illuminated. Gazing at Xiao Chen, Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong both harbored this thought. Their eyes flickered with resolve, as if they had made up their minds. Tonight, let Meyer linger, seduce him. As the thought took hold, Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong breathed heavily, their glances meeting briefly before darting away, leaving Xiao Delong utterly bewildered. The young master can even improve martial arts. Kai Yin, overhearing their conversation, felt her heart stir with unease. She had a strong intuition that given enough resources, Xiao Chen could even refine an emperor-grade martial art. This meant that as long as she stayed by his side and gathered sufficient resources, breaking through to the Saint Realm would be no difficult task. Even the more formidable Emperor Realm might not be beyond reach. With this thought, Kai Yan's breathing quickened, her eyes sparkling as she fixed her gaze on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen paid no heed to their peculiar stares. Taking the Xiao family's hereditary technique from Xuanhuan, he turned and strode back to his chamber. They were set to depart for Tiandu City tomorrow, so he had to hurry. Kai Yan, seeing him retreat to his room, silently followed. Apart from guarding him, she also wished to witness how he improved the techniques. Back in the chamber, Xiao Chen ignored Kai Yan and casually opened his attribute panel. Host Xiao Chen. Physique, innate Tao body. Cultivation, spirit, aperture, 7th realm. Technique, creation, universe, art. Divine skills, demon shadow step, coiling dragon fist, 8 desolate force, diamond art. Points 198632. Nearly 200,000 points, enough to splurge freely. Gazing at the points on the panel, Xiao Chen smiled with satisfaction. Without hesitation, he retrieved the techniques. This pile of technique scrolls included the hereditary art from Xuanhuan and those looted from Lin Xiaotian and his men. Among them were 2 fire tribute techniques at the earth grade lower level. There were also 6 Xian grade fire tribute techniques, all suitable as auxiliary materials for synthesis. System, synthesize all these techniques. Scanning the scrolls, Xiao Chen issued the command. Ding! The system has deducted 3500 points and is synthesizing all techniques for the host. As the system notification sounded, a dazzling white light blazed forth. Ancient runes like dancing sparks flew out from the scrolls. Under Xiao Chen's watchful gaze, they merged and converged. What a miraculous method! The young master can directly extract the martial essence from the techniques, say. Witnessing this, Kai Yan was astounded. She had assumed Xiao Chen would need to read each technique and integrate them through sheer comprehension. Yet with a mere wave of his hand, he extracted the essence of all martial arts. What kind of extraordinary power was this? In her centuries of life, she had never seen such an incredible feat. She was now absolutely certain that Xiao Chen was the reincarnation of a supreme emperor. Ding! All martial arts synthesized. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Earth-grade supreme technique, Heavenly Flame Heartburn Art. As the system notification ended, all the martial essences had fused. A more powerful fire tribute technique was imprinted on a scroll. Nearly 10 techniques, and with just a few points I synthesized a higher grade one. This system function is incredibly effective. Gazing at the fire tribute technique, Xiao Chen wore a satisfied expression. Low cost, high reward. That was the core of turning waste into treasure. But Earth Grade Supreme isn't enough, though I need to upgrade it further. With a flicker in his eyes, Xiao Chen ordered the upgrade. Though the Xiao family now had an Earth Grade Supreme technique for Xuanhuan and the others to cultivate up to the Nirvana realm, Xiao Chen's ambitions were far greater. He aimed to forge an invincible clan, and higher grade techniques were essential. Ding! The system has deducted 3500 points and is upgrading the Heavenly Flame Heartburn art for the host. A white light burst forth again, and fire tribute runes emerged. Then before Kai Yan's astonished eyes, phantom figures evolved amidst the runes, unleashing a more profound martial essence. Is the young master deducing martial arts? Seeing this unprecedented method of deduction, Kai Yan's mouth formed an O almost wide enough to hold a small egg. Xiao Chen's endless extraordinary methods shattered her centuries-old understanding. It was as if the heavens themselves had parted to reveal an unignorable truth. Ding! The Heavenly Flame Heartburn art has been upgraded to Heaven Grade Supreme. As the system notification sounded, the white light dissipated and the technique scroll fell into Xiao Chen's hands. Effortlessly, a Heaven Grade technique is born. This cheating feeling is truly satisfying. Xiao Chen smiled, pleased with the technique that would spark a frenzy among many factions. This Heaven Grade Supreme technique was enough to elevate the Xiao family. In the future, when he had enough points, he would upgrade it to the Saint Grade level. Next, I need to upgrade my divine skills and cultivation pills. With this resolve, Xiao Chen ignored Kai Yan, who stood aside, flushed with shock, breathing rapidly and weak at the knees. He pulled out a pile of pills and began the upgrade process in the same manner. As the sun set in the twilight, Xiao Chen was busy upgrading his cultivation and alchemy within his room, while Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong were not idle either. The two approached their daughters almost simultaneously and shared their plans with each other. What a! You want me to seduce our clan brother Xiao Chen? They were separated by several courtyards. Xiao Meyer and Xiao Linger looked at their father in shock, clearly unaware of whether this old man had taken the wrong medicine today. How could they be asked to seduce their own clan brother? What kind of eyes do you have? You must understand that Xiao Chen is the true dragon of the Xiao family, a prodigy destined to step into the sacred realm, and in the future countless stunning beauties will flock to him. You only have a slim chance while he has yet to soar into the skies. Furthermore, you are separated by several generations, which means there is no moral conflict. If you could unite with Xiao Chen, you would be able to soar and experience a broader world. Moreover, you must be aware of the recent conflicts within the Xiao family. If it weren't for Xiao Chen standing up to turn the tide, our Xiao family would have been trampled by our powerful enemies long ago. At that time, the men of the Xiao family would have perished, and you women and children might have suffered in human torment. So in a sense, Xiao Chen is your savior. As the ancient saying goes, a favor is heavier than the sky, one should repay it with their body. If I weren't such an old fool, I would have already rushed to offer myself to that lad Xiao Chen. Your mother has raised you so beautifully. I used to think it was just for show, but now I understand. This is to ensure you are somewhat worthy of that lad Xiao Chen. The similar words spoken in two different rooms left Xiao Meyer and Xiao Linger in a daze. Under this almost brainwashing rhetoric, a single thought surged in their minds. Could it be that Xiao Chen is the biological son of this old man? Tonight, I will create an opportunity for you. There will be a lonely man and woman together in a room. Whether you can seize this chance depends on your understanding of the situation. After imparting all this with a serious expression, Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong left their daughters' rooms. Finally settled. That night, Xiao Chen looked at the newly upgraded pills before him, unable to suppress a satisfied smile. These pills included the essential pills required for cultivating in both the rotating pill and cave heaven realms, not only for healing and cultivation, but also for breaking through realms and detoxifying. He had even combined a considerable number of mystic weapons and divine abilities. In total, he had spent 15,000 points. Of these resources, he intended to keep a portion for himself, while giving the rest to the Xiao family. After all, he needed resources for his own cultivation and could not contribute everything to the family. Host Xiao Chen. Physique innate Tao body. Cultivation level 7-fold spirit aperture. Technique creation of the universe formula. Divine abilities heavenly demon shadowless step, great desolation, true dragon, fist 5 elements, overturning seal, 9 revolutions golden body shield. Points 28,368. There are only a little over 20,000 points left. Looking at the changing attribute panel, Xiao Chen could not help but lament that he did not have enough points to spend. In just under one night, his 2,000 points had diminished by nearly 90. If these points were converted into resources, they could buy up most of Lian City. The path of cultivation indeed burned through money. However, under this consumption of points, his attributes had also changed significantly. Particularly in the section for divine abilities, many had undergone transformations. The Great Desolation True Dragon Fist was a peak heavenly grade divine ability he had upgraded by combining the Panlong Fist 8 Desolation Strength and fragments of other divine skills. The 5 Elements Overturning Seal was a peak heavenly grade divine ability formed by merging 5 different elemental divine abilities and then upgrading it. As for the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Shield, it was a peak heavenly grade divine ability Xiao Chen created by combining the Diamond Technique with some body refinement techniques, which cost him around 800 to 900 points. However, with the upgrading and transformation of his divine abilities, his strength surged accordingly. All this effort was worth it. It's time to go out and upgrade the talents of some core clan members. As the thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen stood up and walked out of his room only to find several people standing in the courtyard. These were Xiao Zhan, Xiao Mingyi, and other high-ranking members, but Xiao Dalong was holding a young man. The young man appeared to be in a state of unconsciousness. You? What is this? Upon seeing the unconscious young man in Xiao Dalong's hands, it seemed to be Xiao Ming, an average talent from the Xiao family. Xiao Chen immediately inquired in confusion, had this kid done something wrong? Haha, didn't you say you wanted to help some core clan members cleanse their marrow and open their veins? I simply knocked this little brat out and brought him over. This way we can prevent him from learning things he shouldn't know. After hearing Xiao Chen's question, Xiao Dalong laughed heartily. Xiao Ming was the one among his 3 sons with the least talent. If Xiao Chen could help him cleanse his marrow, it would change this kid's inferiority complex. Seeing Xiao Ming lying there like a dead pig, Xiao Chen felt somewhat speechless. This father was indeed fierce. He did not even fear turning his own son into a fool. Actually, there's no need for that. As long as they are core members of the Xiao family and have passed the moral assessment, you can just bring them directly. This method may actually raise their suspicions. If they investigate later, it might lead to more trouble. After shaking his head helplessly, Xiao Chen immediately offered his suggestion. Anyone who had been subjected to his system's abilities would in an invisible manner have their soul bound by a contract. This would prevent them from harboring thoughts detrimental to him, fundamentally eliminating the possibility of them causing him harm. Therefore, as long as they had been baptized by Xiao Chen, they would almost be his loyal followers, requiring no elaborate precautions. Haha, although this little brat's character isn't bad, it's always wise to be cautious. After hearing Xiao Chen's suggestion, Xiao Dalong chuckled awkwardly. Chainer, is everything progressing smoothly? Although Xiao Zhan was somewhat speechless, he did not say much at this time, instead turning to ask Xiao Chen. Pretty good. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen understood what Xiao Zhan was referring to and replied with a faint smile. This time I helped the family improve several core martial arts, and all their ranks have been elevated to heavenly grade enough for all of you to cultivate to the celestial realm. Hiss. Heavenly grade. Before Xiao Chen could finish his sentence, Xiao Zhan and the others gasped in astonishment, their faces showing disbelief. Haha, our Xiao family now has heavenly grade techniques. This upward momentum will be unstoppable. In their hearts filled with excitement and joy, Xiao Zhan and the others couldn't help but laugh heartily. In addition, I also refined some pills for you which should enable the 3 elders to break through to the cave heaven realm and help the family cultivate a dozen or so rotating pill realm powerhouses. I could even help Father elevate his cultivation by several small realms in a short time. As Xiao Chen saw the ecstatic expressions on Xiao Zhan and the others, he paused before adding. Saying this, Xiao Chen took out several scrolls of techniques and a dozen or so pill bottles, handing them all to Xiao Zhan. At that moment, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi, upon seeing these pills and techniques, trembled with excitement. Although Xiao Chen spoke nonchalantly, they understood the value of these items. Each one, if presented to the outside world, could cause a sensation. These were all precious treasures that even the Xiao family could not afford to buy. Yet now not only were they within reach, but there were more than just one. All of this was thanks to Xiao Chen. Chainer, everything you've done for the Xiao family will never be forgotten by its members. Feeling that words could not express this gratitude, Xiao Zhan even wanted to bow to Xiao Chen at that moment. Even Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qisheng were about to bend down and bow with him. This action immediately startled Xiao Chen, who hurriedly stopped their movements. Father elders, there is no need for such formality. This is merely my duty. Raising his hand to halt their actions, Xiao Chen waved dismissively with a faint smile. Though he had traversed into this world from the moment he arrived, the Xiao clan had become his root in this realm. Moreover, the strength of one man alone could never be true power. Only when those around him grew strong alongside him could he truly look down upon this world. Otherwise, should misfortune befall him in the future, he would have no one to rely on. That would be truly lamentable. There is no such thing as duty. After Xiao Chen's words fell, Xuanhuan suddenly shook his head, his voice tinged with emotion. Though you are a member of the Xiao clan, you possess an extraordinary fortune. You could have repaid the clan's nurturing grace with mere trifles, then soared to the heavens like a dragon, severing all karmic ties. Yet you did not do so. Instead, you selflessly devoted yourself to the Xiao clan. We old fellows have witnessed and remembered all of this. After a pause, Xuanhuan patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder, his voice resolute as he continued, we cannot promise you anything here, but the Xiao clan will never hold you back in the future. If you ever encounter trouble, the Xiao clan will burn to the last drop of blood for you. Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Delong, standing nearby, said nothing, but their eyes spoke volumes. Given Xiao Chen's immense kindness to them, even if they were asked to lay down their lives, they would harbor no resentment. Xiao Chen, listening in silence, felt a ripple stir within his heart. His initial intention had been merely to invest wisely in the Xiao clan, forging an invincible family to aid his future dominion over the world. Yet the more he interacted with Xuanhuan and the others, the more he felt a sense of belonging to this clan. The Xiao clan was indeed worthy of his nurturing. Enough of sentimental words. Whatever you need to do next, we will fully support you. Seeing Xiao Chen frozen in place, seemingly deeply moved, Xuanhuan smiled faintly and patted his shoulder. The resources I have left are enough to transform 3 or 4 people. The decision on the candidates is yours. Xiao Chen nodded in response, then shifted the topic. Ha, we old fellows have already decided. The 3 grand elders each get 1 spot, which is why I knocked this lad out and brought him here. As Xiao Chen's words fell, Xiao Delong burst into laughter. He then hauled the unconscious Xiao Ming over to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's gaze fell upon Xiao Ming, and he activated his appraisal ability to examine him. A martial talent of only yellow grade mid-tier. No wonder he felt inferior in the Xiao clan. After appraising Xiao Ming's talent, Xiao Chen wasted no time. He crouched down, pressed his hand against the latter's chest, and commanded the system. System, elevate his talent to earth grade high tier. Ding. The system has deducted 6,800 points, upgrading the talent of character Xiao Ming. As the system's chime faded, a dazzling white light blazed forth. In mere moments, Xiao Ming's martial talent soared from yellow grade mid-tier to earth grade high tier. It's done. I have performed a marrow cleansing and meridian purification for him. His talent should now be at the earth grade level. With proper guidance in the future, he will be able to cultivate to the nirvana realm. Gazing at the still unconscious Xiao Ming, Xiao Chen withdrew his right hand with a faint smile. Ha, I will be sure to discipline this boy well from now on. I will not let your efforts today go to waste. Xiao Delong laughed heartily and lifted Xiao Ming up again. However, when he noticed Xiao Ming showing signs of waking, he delivered a sharp chop to the latter's neck. The sight made the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth twitch involuntarily. Truly a father in every sense. When he knocks someone out, he does it for real. 2 more to go. As he spoke, Xiao Chen turned his gaze to Xiao Mingyi, and Xiao Qi, a hint of confusion flickering across his face. With each of the 3 grand elders having 1 spot, they should all be for their own children. The 3rd elder had already knocked his son out and brought him over. So why were the children of the other 2 elders nowhere to be seen? Our 2 spots are for our respective daughters. But considering it would be inappropriate to knock them out and carry them around, we knocked them out and left them in their chambers. We'll have to trouble you, Xiao Chen, to go to their rooms and perform the marrow cleansing for them. Seeing Xiao Chen's puzzled expression, Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qi snapped to attention. The former cleared his throat and spoke with some embarrassment. After speaking, his gaze darted away as if he had done something wrong. Xiao Chen fell silent once more. For some reason, a foreboding sense crept over him. It felt as though these 2 were scheming against him, yet not quite. After all, Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qi had been secretly bound by the system's contract and could never harbor any ill intentions toward him. Still, their peculiar behavior suggested something was amiss. Final go to Sister Xiao Meyer's place first. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen decided not to dwell on it and responded. With that, Xiao Chen turned to leave for Xiao Meyer's chamber. No, you should go to my daughter's place first. Just then, Xiao Qi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly blurted out, leaving Xiao Chen baffled once more. He turned back, looking at Xiao Qi with confusion, expecting an explanation. My daughter's chamber is closer, so it's better to perform the marrow cleansing for her first. Xiao II, you're full of it. Before Xiao Chen could respond, Xiao Mingyi lost his composure. Both chambers are symmetrically located 70 zhang from Xiao Chen's courtyard. Since when is your daughter's closer? Shameless Xiao II. Trying to get ahead. How could he allow that? Xiao Mingyi, this chance comes only once. I want back down. Undeterred by Xiao Mingyi's loud outburst, Xiao Qi rolled up his sleeves ready to fight. If Xiao Meyer mishandled things and soured Xiao Chen's mood, or if she was too aggressive and put him off, what would become of his daughter? Thus, whoever went first had the greater opportunity. This was a golden chance to turn Xiao Chen into a son-in-law. He couldn't let this old man have it so easily. Why are you two arguing? Seeing the unusual behavior of Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow, suspicion creeping onto his face. It was just a marrow cleansing. What difference did the order make? What was there to fight over? Enough, you two shameless old men. Let Xiao Chen decide which chamber to visit first. Arguing like this in front of the younger generation. What kind of example is that? Xiao Zhan, who saw through it all, but said nothing, scolded them in a somewhat exasperated tone. After his words, Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong, noticing Xiao Chen's growing suspicion, put on sheepish smiles and dared not argue further. How odd. Muttering to himself at their erratic behavior, Xiao Chen rubbed his nose and walked toward Xiao Maier's chamber, utterly bewildered. Old man, I hope your daughter doesn't mess this up. Watching Xiao Chen's retreating figure, Xiao Qixiong gritted his teeth and whispered to Xiao Mingyi. She want. Xiao Mingyi replied with a sly grin, a smug look on his face. I went to great lengths to convince her what to do. This is foolproof. Once Xiao Chen lifts the blanket and sees. Ahem. Realizing he had let something slip, Xiao Mingyi quickly coughed to cover it up. Anyway, children have their own fortunes. Whether this succeeds depends on their fate. Xiao Qixiong shot him a contemptuous look, astonished at how low this old man would stoop. He hadn't even thought of that. What a missed opportunity. Still, given his daughter's gentle nature and her fondness for Xiao Chen, she would likely take the initiative. Xiao Dalong, watching the two scheming furtively, clearly caught on. A pained expression crossed his face as he lamented not having a daughter of his own, unable to partake in such fortune. What use were these sons? Growing more frustrated, he slapped Xiao Ming on the head, feeling slightly better afterward. The night was as still as water. Xiao Chen soon reached Xiao Maier's courtyard and, arriving at her chamber, knocked several times upon the door. Yet after a long while there was still no response from within, causing his brow to furrow. Could she still be unconscious? Recalling Xiao Mingyi's earlier words, Xiao Chen could not help but frown. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to push the door open and enter. Though trespassing into a maiden's bedchamber late at night was an act of profound immorality and lacking in all decency, he had come for a legitimate purpose, and her father had given his consent. As long as he did nothing untoward, no mishap should arise. As the door swung open, a fragrant scent wafted forth to greet him. Within the room, various crystal ornaments shimmered with a hazy radiance, lending the space an enchanting, dreamlike beauty. Yet Xiao Chen was here on serious business and had no mind to admire these decorations. After parting a curtain of beads, he arrived before the large bed. Gazing at the thick bedsheet upon it, he could faintly discern the outline of a person hidden beneath, revealing only a human silhouette. It must be Xiao Maier, who had been knocked unconscious. Yet the sheet was drawn so tightly that not even a single strand of hair was visible. I still need to confirm. Muttering to himself, Xiao Chen lifted the sheet. He intended to verify that it was indeed Xiao Maier before proceeding to upgrade her martial talent. The next moment, as Xiao Chen pulled back the crimson sheet, a hazy white glow tinged with two patches of vivid red nearly blinded his eyes. Hiss! What in the hell is this? Staring at the sight before him, one that made his blood surge, Xiao Chen's mind buzzed with confusion. She was not wearing any clothes. As Xiao Chen stood dumbfounded, clutching the sheet, Xiao Maier suddenly opened her eyes at that very moment. Their eyes met, and the chamber fell into dead silence. The next instant, a piercing scream rang out as Xiao Maier snatched the sheet away, wrapping herself tightly within it. Well, I actually came to help you cleanse your marrow and meridians. I didn't expect this. You have to believe me. I meant no harm. Seeing Xiao Maier looking at him with shame and tension, Xiao Chen began to stammer out an explanation. Damn it, he had trusted the system's contract too much. He had assumed Xiao Mingyi and the others would not betray him and had not been on guard, only to be set up by that old fox. Even his own daughter was thrust into his face. Was this man even a real father? It's not your fault. I just have a habit of sleeping without clothes. Seeing Xiao Chen at a loss, Xiao Maier did not flare up in anger. Instead, she spoke with a voice full of shame. In truth, this awkward incident had been her father's idea. He said it would create a misunderstanding to bring them closer together. After such an intimate event, if she took the initiative later on, they might truly end up together. At first, Xiao Maier had resisted, but her father had persistently brainwashed her. Moreover, Xiao Chen had always been outstanding within the Xiao clan, and now he held the highest status among them. If she could have such a man as her partner, her future life would surely be promising. And so, almost against her better judgment, Xiao Maier agreed to go along with it. In a way, she felt she had debased herself, and thus had no face to blame Xiao Chen. That's quite a peculiar habit. Hearing Xiao Maier's words, Xiao Chen's mouth twitched. To be honest, during the summer he too had harbored this particular quirk. Xiao Chen, what do you intend to do next? Just as thoughts churned in Xiao Chen's mind, and he sensed something amiss, Xiao Maier spoke up at that moment. Her voice, with a mature, alluring tone, carried both nervousness and anticipation. Coupled with the setting and the suggestive nature of her words, it stirred the imagination. And what does Sister Meyer wish to do? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, slightly showing no sign of panic, and countered with a faint, knowing smile. Xiao Meyer had a rather fiery temper. Did she intend to beat him or gouge out his eyes? Though this is an accident, you have still seen my body. My demands are not high. In the future, if brother Xiao Chen wishes to settle down and start a family, simply taking me as your concubine will suffice. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame, Xiao Meyer uttered these words. It instantly made Xiao Chen's eyes widen in disbelief, and he even wondered if he had misheard. He never expected Xiao Meyer's request to become his concubine. How is this any different from throwing herself at him? Rest assured, though we address each other as siblings, our clan blood ties are distant, and it will have no effect on any children. As Xiao Chen stood stunned, Xiao Meyer added this remark, leaving his mind buzzing. They had already jumped to discussing children. Wasn't this moving too fast? Is it too abrupt? Seeing Xiao Chen completely frozen, Xiao Meyer asked awkwardly. This was the first time in her 21 years of life that she had been so bold with a man. What made it even more excessive was that he was 3 years her junior and also a member of her own clan. Had she not been thoroughly brainwashed today, she would never have dared to utter such words. If brother Xiao Chen cannot accept it for now, I have plenty of time to wait for you. After a pause, Xiao Meyer added, let us discuss such matters another day. Xiao Chen finally snapped back to reality, clearing his throat and waving his hand. I am here now to cleanse your marrow and meridians. The Grand Elder should have informed you. If there is nothing pressing, let us begin now. Suppressing the restless thoughts in his heart, Xiao Chen spoke in a low voice. I understand. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Meyer nodded, then lifted her head and said, then brother Xiao Chen, let us begin. With that, Xiao Meyer straightened her body and leaned towards Xiao Chen. This made him inhale sharply, immediately stepping back 2 paces, staring at her in utter bewilderment. Sister Meyer, what are you trying to do? Why was she suddenly charging at him so fiercely? Was she trying to knock him over? Is there something wrong with my cooperation? Seeing Xiao Chen's intense reaction, Xiao Meyer asked with a puzzled expression. She had already been so proactive, yet Xiao Chen still looked utterly distraught. Could it be she needed to be even more forward? Upon hearing Xiao Meyer's words, Xiao Chen's mouth twitched as he spoke with some helplessness. I didn't ask you to cooperate like this. Acting this way will only lead to trouble. After saying this, Xiao Chen had no choice but to avert his gaze, striving to calm his restless emotions. If Xiao Meyer continued to provoke him like this, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't cross the line. My father said that when you help someone cleanse their marrow and meridians, you must press on the chest. Though men and women should observe proper distance, you've already seen me unclothed, and I'm destined to be your concubine in the future. So letting you press again is no big deal. I'm already prepared now. Watching Xiao Chen's helpless expression, Xiao Meyer spoke considerately despite her own embarrassment. Since she had already thrown caution to the wind, being a bit more proactive wouldn't hurt. After all, her father was right. Xiao Chen was a prodigy destined to soar to the heavens. If she didn't seize this golden opportunity to get close to him while he was still young and inexperienced, she might not even earn a second glance from him in the future. Sister Meyer, since you're being so straightforward, I shall take the liberty. Hearing Xiao Meyer's absurd words, Xiao Chen could no longer hold back at that moment. A stunning beauty had taken the initiative to this extent. If he still didn't act, it would only make him seem hypocritical and incompetent. An hour later. Impulse is a demon, but inaction is incompetence. The ancients were not wrong. I wonder what Cayenne will think. Damn, eyeing the bowl while eating, I really am a scumbag. Shaking his head to suppress the distracting thoughts, Xiao Chen silently scorned himself. But he had never been a man of single-minded devotion. From the very first day of his transmigration, he had set a goal for himself. In this life, he would not only become the strongest in the Kanglan realm, but also not miss any woman who caught his eye. Rather than be a hypocritical gentleman who appeared devoted but harbored vile thoughts, it was better to follow his heart and be an unrestrained, carefree playboy. As for the beauty Cayenne, he would have to slowly work things out later. With his mind at ease, Xiao Chen turned his gaze to Xiao Meyer and activated his appraisal ability. Her cultivation is only at the 5th level of the Xuanhuan stage, and her talent is merely low-grade Xian rank. After checking Xiao Meyer's attributes, Xiao Chen immediately issued a command to the system. System upgrade Xiao Meyer's talent to top-grade Earth rank. Xiao Chen had initially wanted to elevate it to the Heaven rank. After all, she was the first woman he had possessed. However, considering he only had about 20,000 points left and still needed to upgrade Xiao Linger's martial talent, he had to wait for another opportunity. Ding! The system has deducted 8600 points and is upgrading the talent of character Xiao Meyer. As the system notification faded, a dazzling white light burst forth. In an instant, under the system's enhancement, Xiao Meyer's talent soared from low-grade Xian rank to top-grade Earth rank, and her cultivation effortlessly broke through to the 7th level of the Xuanhuan stage. Done. Next I need to head to Xiao Linger's room. Hopefully there won't be any more trouble. After glancing at Xiao Meier, Xiao Chen didn't wake her. Muttering to himself, he covered her with the blanket and rose to leave the room. He had been delayed for an hour. He wondered how Xiao Linger was doing. After waiting so long, she must have fallen asleep by now, right? Staying inside for an hour before coming out. Looks like things went well. As Xiao Chen walked out of Xiao Meier's courtyard, several figures emerged from a nearby bush outside the yard. Xiao Mingyi watched Xiao Chen's retreating figure, muttering with a hint of delight. Though he didn't know the specifics of what happened in the room, a man and a woman alone for an hour. If nothing happened, not even a dog would believe it. Look at you, old fool, so smug. From now on, when Xiao Chen sees you, he'll have to call you father-in-law. Xiao Qixiong said with a hint of envy. Now that Xiao Chen had just encountered the beauty Xiao Meier, he might be less interested in Xiao Linger. If Xiao Linger failed to seize the opportunity, it would be a great loss for his branch. Haha, your girl is no worse than mine. Besides, you just went to give her instructions. I'm sure they'll end up together too. Hearing Xiao Qixiong's sour remarks, Xiao Mingyi couldn't help but burst into laughter, his face crinkling like a blooming chrysanthemum. This infuriated Xiao Qixiong, who could only silently pray that his daughter would be more competitive. Damn, two old scoundrels, shamelessly pimping out their own daughters. Xiao Delong, who had followed along, saw Xiao Mingyi's smug face and Xiao Qixiong's anticipation. He was so jealous he could grind his molars to dust. Damn it! Among the 3 great elders of the Xiao clan, he was the only one without a daughter. He had never thought much of it before, but seeing Xiao Mingyi already established as Xiao Chen's father-in-law, he even wished he could turn his son into a daughter and send her to Xiao Chen just to hear a call of father-in-law. Truly, fate played cruel tricks, robbing him of a perfect son-in-law. As for Xiao Mingyi and the others lurking around, Xiao Chen took no notice at this moment. With his mind somewhat in a daze, he arrived outside Xiao Linger's room. Seeing the dim light within, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. With his mind somewhat in a daze, he arrived outside Xiao Linger's room. Seeing the dim light within, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Is that Xiao Chen? The door is unlocked, just come in. As Xiao Chen knocked on the door, a crisp voice came from within, causing him to pause in surprise. He hadn't expected Xiao Linger to be waiting in her room all this time. Him coming in. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chen pushed the door open and stepped inside. Inside the chamber, a faint, subtle fragrance assailed his senses, stirring a restless feeling in his blood. Under the dim light, Xiao Chen saw Xiao Linger sitting at the head of the bed, her expression bashful, like a bride awaiting her groom. Her exquisite beauty paired with this shy demeanor left him momentarily stunned. She was indeed another great beauty of the Xiao family. Her looks and figure were in no way inferior to Xiao Meier's. Did you know I was coming, Linger? Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and spoke. Yes, father told me this evening that you would come to cleanse my marrow and meridians, so I waited in the chamber. I just didn't expect it to be an hour. Xiao Linger nodded, a hint of reproach in her voice. The Xiao family had 2 great beauties. One was Xiao Meier and the other was her. She hadn't expected that before coming to her chamber, Xiao Chen had already visited Xiao Meier and stayed there for an hour. This made Xiao Linger, who always enjoyed comparing herself to Xiao Meier, feel as though she had been overshadowed. Ahem, something came up, I was delayed. Hearing her slightly reproachful words, Xiao Chen coughed twice and changed the subject. Since you know why I'm here, Linger, let's not waste any time and begin. Once he was done with Xiao Linger, he could go back to sleep. He hadn't forgotten that he needed to head to the heavenly capital city tomorrow to completely annihilate the Lin family. So soon, Xiao Linger was taken aback, then remembering her father Xiao Qixiong's instructions, her pretty face flushed crimson. To Xiao Chen's bewildered gaze, Xiao Linger suddenly shed her clothes. The sight made his pupils contract violently, a thunderous roar echoing in his mind. What the hell? What are you doing? As his mind churned into chaos, Xiao Chen clutched his head in dismay. An hour earlier, Xiao Meier had tried to get clothes, but at least she was wrapped in a sheet. But Xiao Linger was stripping bare from the start. How was he supposed to survive this? Aren't you going to cleanse my marrow and meridians? Seeing his distressed expression, Xiao Linger looked up with shame, a note of confusion in her voice. Yes, I am going to cleanse your marrow and meridians, but I never said you had to take off your clothes. Looking at her innocent face, the scene stirred a wild restlessness within him. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Xiao Chen replied with a hint of exasperation. How can you cleanse marrow and meridians without taking off your clothes? At his words, Xiao Linger pulled her clothes up to cover her chest, a mixture of shame and confusion in her retort. She remembered her father had instructed her several times. Xiao Chen's method of cleansing marrow and meridians was unique. It required engaging in intimate relations with him. He had also discussed with Xiao Zhan about betrothing her to Xiao Chen in the future. Though she wouldn't be his primary wife, it was enough to legitimize her. Xiao Qixiong had especially emphasized, that she shouldn't be too shy if she needed to be proactive when he arrived, since it was bound to happen eventually. If she let Xiao Meyer outshine her, it would be a complete failure. Brainwashed by these words and driven by her rivalry with Xiao Meyer, Xiao Linger had steeled herself. But now, Xiao Chen's reaction seemed off. Who said cleansing marrow and meridians requires that? That's pure harassment. Xiao Chen's mouth twitched. Xiao Linger had clearly been misled by Xiao Qixiong. These two elders of the Xiao family. Did they all enjoy setting up their daughters like this? Or had the system's contract made them so fanatically devoted to him? They were even eager for him to take their daughters as if it would bring glory to their household. But how can we engage in intimate relations without undressing? Hearing this, Xiao Linger was overwhelmed with shame, looking up with an innocent question. Intimate relations? At her naive inquiry, Xiao Chen felt his blood pressure spike. When had he ever needed intimate relations to cleanse marrow and meridians? What exactly had second elder Xiao Qixiong told her? Linger, your father tricked you. I only need to touch you to cleanse your marrow and meridians. Intimate relations aren't necessary. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Xiao Chen finally explained the truth. What? Xiao Linger was stunned at a complete loss. Then, you've seen my body, and now you tell me this. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked up at him, fragile and innocent. Her helpless expression combined with her exquisite beauty and disheveled state could stir pity in any man's heart. Hearing her words, Xiao Chen was momentarily speechless, but then he made a decision. Don't worry, Linger. I'm not heartless. If you're willing, I'll take responsibility. At his words, Xiao Linger's tears turned into a smile. For a moment, it was hard to tell who had come out ahead. An hour later. What kind of bad luck is this? Recalling the night's events, Xiao Ming shook his head helplessly. Though it had been forced upon him, these two women were now his to protect. He wouldn't abandon them after taking what he wanted. As this thought settled, a faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Chen's lips. Opening Yuan's 6th layer profound grade mid-tier aptitude, her cultivation is a bit stronger than Xiao Meyer's. Using his appraisal ability to check Xiao Linger's attributes, Xiao Chen immediately instructed the system to upgrade her talent. Ding! System has deducted 7800 points, upgrading the talent of character Xiao Linger. As the system's notification faded, a dazzling white light blazed forth. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Linger's talent rose from profound grade mid-tier to earth grade supreme-tier, and her cultivation broke through 2 minor realms to reach opening Yuan 8th layer. Done. Time to rest and set off at dawn tomorrow. Tucking Xiao Linger in, Xiao Chen left the chamber and headed toward his own courtyard. The absurd events of the day echoed in his mind, fueling a burning desire to grow stronger. In this world, the powerful could do as they pleased while the weak were destined to lose everything. If he couldn't become truly strong, all the beauty around him would be fleeting. Only by rapidly growing stronger could he protect it all. Ha ha ha, it's done. Another hour, and that lad Xiao Chen has truly outdone himself. Xiao Qixiong, who had been keeping watch outside the courtyard, could not help but burst into wild laughter as he watched Xiao Chen's departing figure. Truly, she was the fine daughter he had raised with his own hands, and tonight she had not disappointed this old father. I didn't expect you, old rascal, to get your way as well. But still, you're a step behind my daughter. From now on, Xiao Chen will have to call me his father-in-law first. You old rascal will have to take your place behind me. Seeing Xiao Qixiong's smug expression, Xiao Mingyi, standing nearby, interjected in a tone that sought to steal the spotlight. Nonsense. It's up to Xiao Chen himself whom he chooses to address first. It's not because your daughter got to him first that he has to call you old man first. Hearing Xiao Mingyi's words, Xiao Qixiong immediately retorted. Hey Xiao II, are your skin itching? Let me loosen it up for you. Seeing Xiao Qixiong's arrogant demeanor, Xiao Mingyi sneered, rubbed his fists, and then lunged at him with a strange cackle. A childish scuffle ensued between the two men. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Delong, standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch his face in exasperation. Those two damned old bastards. Just because their daughters had latched on to Xiao Chen, they were now strutting around arrogantly. Xiao Chen had no intention of paying much attention to these 3 undignified old men. However, upon returning to his own courtyard, Xiao Chen suddenly noticed a figure standing quietly in the center. It was none other than Cayenne. Miss Cayenne hasn't retired for the night. Approaching the Medusa Queen, who was gazing at the bright moon, Xiao Chen asked with some surprise. The moonlight is quite lovely tonight, so I couldn't help but take a few glances. But it seems things were a little unsettled in the Xiao residence just now. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Cayenne replied somewhat cryptically, her tone carrying a hint of jealousy. This made Xiao Chen's body stiffen slightly, and a look of guilt crept onto his face. Unsettled? Was she hinting that the commotion tonight was too loud? Good heavens! Could it be that this Medusa Queen had been spying on him with her spiritual sense all night? At the thought, Xiao Chen began to panic. He felt as if he had been caught in the act, but then he froze in realization. No, that wasn't right. There was no special relationship between him and Xian, so why was he acting so guilty? Wasn't that just pure foolishness? A man must remain composed and take the initiative. The world says the Medusa Queen is cold by nature, yet I never expected Miss Cayenne to be moved by the scene. With this thought in mind, Xiao Chen simply gave a faint smile, dispelling the awkwardness in the air. But beautiful as the moonlight, maybe don't let it delay your rest. Having said that, Xiao Chen did not linger and walked straight toward his chamber. Though he intended to win Cayenne over, there was no need to grovel excessively. Being too humble in explanations would only make him more passive. Let everything take its natural course. Young master, do you find me too cold? Seeing Xiao Chen retreat to his room, a shadow of dejection fell over Cayenne's eyes. As a snake woman, she was cold by nature. Yet Xiao Chen was the one person in all these years who could stir her heart, even sparking a desire to protect him for a lifetime. So upon sensing that Xiao Chen had been intimate with 2 other women, she felt a pang of bitterness. That was why she had stood in the courtyard gazing at the moon to calm her heart. But after some calm reflection, she realized she had no right to interfere with Xiao Chen. After all, he had not only saved her life, but also bestowed upon her a great favor by repairing and upgrading her inner armor. Whichever human woman he chose to love was his own freedom and pursuit. She could not like a queen meddle in any aspect of Xiao Chen's private life. Could it be that I need to be more proactive and gentle like those 2 for the young master to like me? As her thoughts grew chaotic, this notion surfaced in Cayenne's mind, causing a faint blush to creep across her delicate face. As the Medusa, queen of the snake people, taking the initiative with a man was a challenge no less daunting than breaking through to the saint realm. No, the young master is no ordinary man. If I never take the initiative, perhaps I will never carve a place for myself in his heart in this lifetime. I cannot let my cold pride cost me the young master, my true destined one. I must learn to be proactive and accommodating. In this self-inspired resolve, Cayenne suddenly lifted her head, a determined expression on her face. As the reincarnation of a supreme emperor, the young master had seen all kinds of women in his past life. He surely would not favor a jealous woman, and in the future many more exceptional women would accompany him. So to secure a place in Xiao Chen's heart, she could only strive to become more outstanding, share more of his burdens, and never be petty or jealous over trivial matters. Otherwise, she and Xiao Chen would drift further apart. Having reached this understanding, Cayenne felt a surge of clarity, and her gaze grew brighter. Though this decision was somewhat absurd, enough to make the elders of the snake people feel a deep sense of disgrace, she believed she would never regret it. Starting tomorrow, I will take the initiative. Suppressing the urge to go inside and seduce Xiao Chen, Cayenne restrained herself, and lost in thought returned to her own chamber. She needed to carefully consider how to approach him without being too abrupt, yet still draw closer to Xiao Chen. Truly a headache. Meanwhile, at the Lin residence in Tiandu City, though it was nearly midnight, Lin Yao's study was still brightly lit, and he was visibly restless and agitated. In the 2 days since Lin Xiaodian and Lin Xiaofeng led numerous elders to Luyun City to annihilate the Xiao family, an inexplicable unease had gnawed at his heart. It seemed that this expedition might face a setback. Until he learned the outcome, Lin Yao could not calm himself. Patriarch. News. News has come from Luyun City. Just as Lin Yao's anxiety was peaking, a man rushed in, frantically stumbling and falling flat on his face. The Supreme Elders. They're all dead. Boom. As those words fell, thunder seemed to crash in Lin Yao's mind, and his aura turned chaotic. What did you say? Lin Yao dashed to the man, hoisted him up by the collar, and his eyes instantly became bloodshot. Those were 2 Cave Heaven Realm experts and over a dozen Cyclone Core Realm experts, enough to sweep through all of Luyun City. How could they all be dead? By the end, Lin Yao was roaring, spittle spraying across the man's face. His loss of composure was not surprising, for those constituted over 90% of the Lin family's top experts. Their deaths would be a devastating blow to the family. Patriarch, this is absolutely true. Hoisted up by Lin Yao, the man's legs had gone weak and his voice trembled as he continued. It said that when the 2 supreme elders led the charge into the Xiao residence, a crimson light suddenly erupted into the sky. It seemed to be a terrifying heaven-grade killing formation, and after that the elders and the others never emerged. Heaven-grade formation. Hearing the man's report, Lin Yao felt as if all strength had drained from his body. His hands went limp, releasing the man, and he collapsed to the ground. The Lin family is finished. 3 Cave Heaven Realm Supreme Elders and over a dozen Cyclone Core Realm Elders, all dead within a few short days. With only himself, the Patriarch, and a group of incapable stewards left, how could he defend the Lin family's position in Tiandu City? No, the Lin family isn't finished yet. There's still Lin Feng. He might be able to save us. Remembering that his son Lin Feng was an inner disciple of the Supreme Sword Sect, Lin Yao scrambled to his feet, trembling, and immediately sent a telepathic message to Lin Feng. If he could persuade an elder of the Supreme Sword sect using the Xiao family's heaven-grade formation as bait, perhaps he could harness the sect's power to annihilate the Xiao family, and the Lin family might find a chance to survive in the cracks. Finally, I can rest. Returning to his chamber, Xiao Chen walked straight to the large bed, stretched his limbs, and lay down. But just at that moment, a startled cry came from within the bedding. This instantly froze Xiao Chen's expression. Someone's in the bed, eh? Sensing the anomaly beneath him, Xiao Chen suspected an assassin and reached down to grab. Damn, this felt strangely familiar. Could it be? With a surge of exasperation, he sprang up and threw back the covers. A young girl clad in thin sleepwear, her figure strikingly curvaceous, appeared before Xiao Chen, her expression tense and embarrassed. Yunqi, what are you doing hiding in my bed? Xiao Chen stared at the girl in utter disbelief, nearly clutching his head and shouting his family's motto. Was this romantic calamity never-ending? I wanted to warm the bed for you, young master. Seeing Xiao Chen's displeased look, Yunqi shrank back, fidgeting her fingers as she replied nervously. Hearing Yunxi's soft, timid answer, Xiao Chen was at a loss. It was only early autumn, the weather hadn't even turned cool. One couldn't freeze even if stark naked. Besides, he was at the 7th layer of the spirit aperture realm. Did he really need a maidservant to warm his bed? He'll give you one more chance to rephrase. What exactly were you doing in my room late at night? Gently tapping her head, Xiao Chen pretended to be angry as he questioned. Young master, please don't be angry. I actually wanted to serve you in bed. Yunqi let out a soft cry, covering her head, then lowered her face, blushing deeply. She had learned a bit about what happened tonight. The sounds she heard had made her cheeks flush, and she couldn't help but sympathize with Xiao Meyer and Xiao Linger. At the same time, she thought, this must be because Xiao Chen was young and full of fiery vigor, his pent-up anger needing an outlet, which led him to lash out at others. As his personal maidservant, she had failed to properly soothe him, instead causing others to suffer on her account. This was a dereliction of her duty. So torn and anxious, Yunqi mustered her courage and came to Xiao Chen's chamber, intending to quell his anger with her tender embrace. What nonsense are you filling your head with, girl? Before Yunqi could finish her words, Xiao Chen tapped her head again, annoyed. Go back to your room and sleep. As for serving me, we'll talk about it later. In this world, Yunqi was already considered a grown woman. But in Xiao Chen's eyes, she was still a bit young. Most importantly, the bloodline seal on Yunqi not only protected her, but also locked away her primal yin. If any man tried to do that to her, the seal would activate instantly. Its terrifying power could obliterate even a transcendent human realm expert. Even with the protection of his famed blade mark, he could only hold out for 3 seconds at most. So this girl needed to be kept safe for now. Once his strength grew, what was meant to be his would eventually be his. Young master, do you despise me? Rejected outright, Yunqi pouted, tears welling up in her eyes. Like an abandoned child, her expression was enough to break hearts. There you go, overthinking again. Seeing her like this, Xiao Chen rubbed his head in exasperation. This personality must stem from a lack of love in childhood, taking a single word as a sign of abandonment. All right, stop looking so heartbroken. He'll hold you while we sleep tonight. Looking at her delicate face, he couldn't bring himself to send her away, so he added with a hint of affection, but I'm tired tonight. He'll just hold you, so no wandering hands. Unable to truly touch Yunqi, Xiao Chen had to settle for this. But his luck with women was simply too strong. One stunning beauty after another threw themselves at him. Thank you, young master. Hearing his words, Yunqi planted a kiss on his cheek, then hugged him tightly. She greedily inhaled his scent, her heart pounding wildly. She was finally sleeping with him, something she had never dared to dream of. As long as she pleased him more, he would surely grow fonder of her. The next morning, Xiao Chen slowly awoke from his dreams, opening his eyes to find a small face pouting, leaning in to kiss him. You really are a clever little thing. Seeing Yunqi eyes tightly shut about to kiss him, Xiao Chen said with mild exasperation. Young master, you're awake. Startled by his voice, Yunxi's pretty face flushed instantly. She had tried to steal a kiss only to be caught red-handed. How utterly embarrassing. All right, get up and wash up. I have important matters today. Looking at the love-struck Yunqi, he said gently, then rose dressed and walked out of the chamber. After a brief rest, blood and storm awaited. He hadn't forgotten his mission to send the Lin family to their doom. So big. No wonder the young master said I was still small. And no wonder they screamed so miserably last night. Watching Xiao Chen leave, Yunqi muttered to herself in shame. Then she quickly got up to attend to her duties. As Xiao Chen stepped out, he saw several figures already standing in the courtyard. Ha ha, Xiao Chen, you look well rested. Seems you had a good night's sleep. Before he could see who they were, Xiao Mingyi appeared before him. You old rascal, why are you standing so far forward? You're blocking Xiao Chen's way. Seeing Xiao Mingyi crowd, and Xiao Qixiong refused to be outdone and immediately shoved him aside. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Delong watched, their mouths twitching. Grown men in their years still craving the spotlight. You two elders seem in high spirits. Seeing their familiar faces, Xiao Chen felt exasperated. They had even unhesitatingly offered their daughters to warm his bed. Their fervor for him was truly extreme. Haha, last night the sparrows chirped as if heralding good news. So today, why does it feel so cold? Xiao Mingyi started to laugh, about to say something, when a chill ran down his spine. Before he could finish, a sudden chill crept up his back. Their laughter died instantly as they turned to look at the center of the courtyard. A woman with a fiery, seductive figure and a face of haunting beauty was staring at them with a cold, penetrating gaze. A woman with a fiery, seductive figure and a face of haunting beauty was staring at them with a cold, penetrating gaze. Hiss! Medusa Queen. Upon seeing the icy gaze in Kai Yan's eyes, both men shuddered with a start, their expressions becoming somewhat restrained. Given their aptitude and experience, it was not difficult for them to discern that Kai Yan cared deeply for Xiao Chen, and she might even harbor thoughts of becoming his concubine. Yet their petty schemes from the previous night had resulted in Xiao Chen acquiring 2 women. Each had taken precedence over the Medusa Queen, a woman who likely wished to slay them on the spot. However, this chill was fleeting. The moment Kai Yan sensed Xiao Chen's gaze upon her, she reigned in her aura. Though displeased, she had no intention of making things difficult for them. A mere scare would suffice. Any unreasonable fuss might only earn Xiao Chen's disdain. Good morning, young master. After startling Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qisheng, Kai Yan offered Xiao Chen a faint smile. Her gentle and elegant demeanor left Xiao Mingyi and the others momentarily stunned. Indeed, women are fickle creatures, and the Medusa Queen was no exception. It was only in the presence of those she cherished that she revealed her tender and serene side. Morning. Sensing Kai Yan's transformation, Xiao Chen responded with a faint smile. Chainer, as you head to the celestial capital, you must proceed with utmost caution. Should you encounter any crisis, remember that preserving your life is paramount, and do not act on a momentary impulse. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Xuanhuan stepped forward and interjected. As he spoke, he reached out and patted the young man's shoulder, handing a scroll to Xiao Chen. This is a geographical map of the barren province. You will find it useful. I will be cautious. Xiao Chen accepted the scroll and nodded solemnly. He was no reckless fool. He would not be so foolish as to believe that with Kai Yan's protection, he could act with impunity throughout the barren province. Should they truly face a life-or-death crisis, he would undoubtedly have Kai Yan take him and flee first. After all, one only has a single life. A living is what truly matters. Miss Kai Yan, I entrust Chainer to your care during this journey. Xuanhuan nodded with relief, then turned his gaze to Kai Yan and spoke with utmost sincerity. Judging by the Medusa Queen's look, she might well become one of his future daughters-in-law. Thus Xuanhuan's eyes held a hint of encouragement and benevolence, which momentarily caught Kai Yan off guard. I will. As if sensing the implication in Xuanhuan's gaze, Kai Yan responded with a hint of restraint. Within this courtyard, she cared little for the other members of the Xiao family, but Xuanhuan was the young master's father. Even as the Medusa Queen, she could not afford to lack the proper respect. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiao Chen prepared to set out. However, upon examining the map, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a headache coming on. He currently could not fly and possessed no flying vehicle. Reaching the celestial capital would prove troublesome. If only I had a flying boat. As the thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen murmured to himself, what a pity. Even the most inferior flying boat required earth-grade materials to forge, and its cost far exceeded that of ordinary treasures. Even the Lin family of the celestial capital could not procure a single flying boat. In Flowing Cloud City, it would be an incomparable rarity. Young master, take my hand. I will carry you as we fly. Just as Xiao Chen was feeling disheartened, Kai Yan suddenly appeared beside him, her voice soft as she spoke. With that, she extended her left hand, leaving Xiao Chen momentarily stunned. Was she being this forward? I am indebted to your kindness, Miss Kai Yan. After a brief silence, Xiao Chen replied with a light smile, reaching out his hand in return. Her hand was cool and smooth to the touch, like holding a piece of fragrant soft jade. It stirred a peculiar feeling within Xiao Chen. The moment their hands clasped, Kai Yan's body trembled slightly, and her expression grew somewhat unnatural. Of course, it was not repulsion she felt, but rather a touch of nervous shyness. Though this was not her first intimate contact with Xiao Chen, that strange sensation still left her heart in disarray. Young master, if you do not mind, please call me Kai Yan from now on. Addressing me as Miss Kai Yan feels rather distant. After a moment of silence, Kai Yan spoke abruptly. This not only startled Xiao Chen, but also shocked Xuanhuan and the others. Who would have thought that this icy Medusa Queen would invite someone to call her by her true name? Was this some kind of hint? Hold tight. The next moment, before Xiao Chen could say a word, Kai Yan added a reminder and began to circulate her cultivation. A vast surge of true essence enveloped Xiao Chen, and the two of them shot into the sky in an instant. With her cultivation restored to the 3rd level of the mystic passage realm, she could carry him even without holding his hand. But after coming to terms with everything the previous night, Kai Yin mustered her courage and chose to hold Xiao Chen's hand, hoping to foster a closer bond between them. It seems the Xiao family will produce a hero of the common folk. This Medusa Queen's aura is too overwhelming. Aside from Xiao Chen and the patriarch, no one can stand against her. We must go and warn Meyer and Linger, tell them absolutely not to vie for her affections. Watching Xiao Chen and Kai Yin depart, Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong could not help but sigh. Recalling the Medusa Queen's piercing glare from earlier, both men could not suppress another shiver. Time passed like a fleeting white steed glimpsed through a crack. 2 days slipped by in an instant. The Lin family of the celestial capital was now in a state of panic, and Lin Yao had aged 10 years in those 2 days. Patriarch the young master has returned. He is currently in the assembly hall. Just as Lin Yao was pondering how to stabilize the Lin family's various enterprises as quickly as possible, a steward rushed excitedly into the study. And there is good news, the young master has brought his master back. What? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lin Yao abruptly stood up, a look of excitement spreading across his face. Lin Feng's master was an inner elder of the Supreme Sword Sect with a cultivation at the 7th level of the Nirvana realm. He was considered a formidable figure even across the entire Barren province. If this elder were to lend his aid to the Lin family, they might be able to annihilate the Xiao family of Flowing Cloud City. And even if he could not, his status within the Supreme Sword Sect could mobilize even stronger forces from the sect. At that point, even if the Xiao family possessed a Heavengrade formation as their last resort, it would be reduced to ashes before the might of the Supreme Sword Sect. Come, hurry and accompany me to welcome Fenger's master. With this thought in mind, Lin Yao strode briskly toward the assembly hall, nearly tripping and falling flat on his face. In the council hall, Lin Feng sat on a chair with a grim expression, his fists clenched tightly. He had never imagined that in just a few short days the Lin family would receive such devastating news. Not only his grandfather Lin Xuanhuan, but also 2 other supreme elders and over a dozen Xiandan realm elders had all perished within Luyan City. In almost a single night, the Lin family had become a shadow of its former self. The root cause of all this was him. If he hadn't deliberately crippled the young master of the Xiao family from Luyan City during the Tai Sword Sect's assessment some time ago, his grandfather wouldn't have sought to eliminate the threat for him, and the Lin family wouldn't have suffered such a devastating blow. He never imagined that the consequences of his impulsive actions would cost the Lin family such a heavy price. Fenger, you're finally back. Just as Lin Feng's expression twisted with rage, Lin Yao entered the council hall. Father. Seeing that Lin Yao had aged by over a decade in just a few days, Lin Feng's heart trembled violently. His hatred for the Xiao family surged to an extreme. This must be Fenger's master. Lin Yao had no mind to exchange pleasantries with Lin Feng. His gaze fell upon the blue-robed elder standing nearby, and without another word, he knelt down. Lin Yao, patriarch of the Lin family, humbly beseeches you, honored one, to seek justice for my clan. The Xiao family of Luyan City, relying on their possession of a priceless treasure, not only killed Lin Feng's grandfather without cause, but also slaughtered all the elders we sent to demand justice. As he spoke, Lin Yao raised his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He then removed a ring from his finger. The Xiao family is so brutal and inhumane that they deserve to be annihilated by righteous cultivators. Lin Yao is willing to offer 80% of the Lin family's foundation as a reward, begging you, honored one, to reclaim justice for my clan. With these words, Lin Yao bowed with his hands clasped, presenting the ring. Patriarch Lin, there's no need for this. Seeing the ring in Lin Yao's hand, the blue-robed elder's eyes flickered with interest. He then stood up, helped Lin Yao to his feet, and discreetly pocketed the ring. Lin Feng is my personal disciple. Now that the Lin family has encountered such a calamity, it would be impossible for me to turn a blind eye. Since the Xiao family of Luyan City is so ruthless and unjust, I will make a trip there and erase them from this world as a tribute to the spirits of the Lin family's elders. As he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted within the council hall. This moved Lin Yao so much that his body trembled, and a look of fierce satisfaction appeared on his face. With a powerhouse from the Tai Sword Sect taking action, the Xiao family's destruction was all but assured. Hell, wanting to wipe the Xiao family from the face of the earth, old man, your words are rather arrogant. At that very moment, a voice echoed with a cold laugh. As the chilling voice reverberated, 2 figures materialized eerily outside the hall. Who goes there? Hearing the sudden voice, Lin Yao and the others' expressions shifted drastically, their gazes turning toward the entrance. Standing silently in the inner courtyard of the Lin residence were a man and a woman. They were none other than Xiao Chen and Kai Yin. They had actually arrived at the celestial capital city half a day earlier, but to be cautious. They had spent some time gathering information about the Lin family. They learned that the Lin family had sealed their gates, suspended all their businesses, and recalled all their clan's experts. Furthermore, the Lin family's young master Lin Feng had traveled thousands of miles back from the Tai Sword sect. Xiao Chen speculated that the Lin family intended to use Lin Feng's connections to enlist a strong cultivator from the Tai Sword sect to turn the tide. After a moment's thought, he and Kai Yin barged into the Lin residence only to overhear the old man's grand proclamation. "It's you, Xiao Chen." Recognizing Xiao Chen and Kai Yin, Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply and his voice rang out in disbelief. This guy just a few days ago had his dantian crippled and was severely beaten by him. Now he appeared here completely unharmed. Coupled with the Xiao family's sudden possession of a heaven-grade formation, could it be that this bastard had obtained some heaven-defying opportunity, giving the Xiao family the means to counterattack the Lin family? "So it's you." The blue-robed elder also recognized Xiao Chen. During the Tai Sword sect's entrance assessment not long ago, it was he who presided over their duel. After Lin Feng severely wounded and crippled Xiao Chen, it was also he who withstood the pressure to protect Lin Feng, eventually taking him as a disciple. He never expected to run into this brat again while visiting the Lin family. "We meet again." Seeing the shock on their faces, Xiao Chen revealed a sinister smile. The grievances from a few days ago should be settled now. Boom. The moment these words fell, Kai Yin, who had been veiling her face with a light gauze, erupted with her cultivation base. An overwhelming pressure descended like a towering mountain, making Lin Feng and the others feel as if the sky itself was collapsing. Their faces turned deathly pale in an instant, and their pupils shrank to pinpricks. A Tongxian realm powerhouse. Feeling this irresistible, terrifying pressure, the blue-robed elder shrieked in a sharp voice. Even in the Tai Sword sect, there were no more than a handful of experts at this level. Each one could be considered the sect's cornerstone, and a powerhouse of this caliber could easily kill him. "Young master, should I leave them intact?" Kai Yin stared coldly at Lin Feng and the others, her voice icy as she inquired. The young master's enemies were her enemies, especially that young man who had dared to injure the young master and even cripple his dantian. The young master must have suffered greatly because of this. If possible, she would grind this bastard's bones to dust, or else it wouldn't befit the suffering the young master had endured. Leave the bodies intact." Xiao Chen nodded indifferently in response, his voice devoid of emotion. Today the Lin family must be utterly annihilated, not even sparing a single soul, and they would dig 3 feet deep to scatter even their ancestors' ashes. As Xiao Chen's words faded, Kai Yin raised her right hand. An eerie blood-red flame ignited in her palm. "Spare me, sir. I am an inner sect elder of the Tai Sword sect. I offended you in a moment of foolishness a few days ago. I am willing to apologize and offer compensation. I beg you to let me go." Seeing Kai Yin seal the space around them with a wave of her hand, a terrifying sense of mortal crisis exploded in his heart, and the blue-robed elder's face contorted in utter terror. As he spoke, he immediately handed over the spatial ring Lin Yao had given him, along with another ring on his right hand. These 2 spatial rings. One contains 80% of the Lin family's resources, and the other holds my entire life savings. I am willing to offer both rings to you, sir. I beg you, for the sake of the Tai Sword sect, to let me leave this place. If you have any commands in the future, I would be honored to serve you like a dog or a horse." As he spoke, the blue-robed elder bowed deeply to Xiao Chen, leaving Lin Yao and Lin Feng utterly dumbfounded. He had just accepted their tribute and vowed to completely eradicate the Xiao family. Now that the real target had appeared, this old man changed his tune faster than turning a page. Was he throwing away even his dignity just to save his own skin? "If I kill you, those resources will be mine anyway." Hearing the blue-robed elder's words, Xiao Chen sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. "But this young master can give you a chance. If you kill them and wipe out the entire Lin family, then I won't kill you." His cold voice carried a streak of cruelty echoing through the Lin residence and causing Lin Yao and the others' expressions to change drastically. His cold voice carried a streak of cruelty echoing through the Lin residence and causing Lin Yao and the others' expressions to change drastically. "Master, don't listen to him. He's definitely lying to you. Your Eminence, you cannot abandon our Lin clan. We have." As Xiao Chen's words fell, Lin Feng and Lin Yao, seized by terror, could not help but shriek. It was clear that Xiao Chen intended to set them against each other. Even if Li Hai truly killed them, his own end would be death regardless. This old man only wishes to survive. Do not blame me. Before Lin Feng and Lin Yao could finish their words, Li Hai suddenly raised his head, his expression twisting into a ferocious snarl. As his cold voice rang out, his cultivation erupted in a violent surge. The next moment, Li Hai moved like a phantom, his hands seizing both their throats. Under the incredulous gazes of Lin Yao and Lin Feng, Li Hai's true essence exploded, snapping their necks. Father and son Lin Yao and Lin Feng died, with eyes wide open in eternal grievance. "Sir, this old man has dealt with these 2 insolent wretches for you. Next, I shall annihilate the entire Lin clan, eradicating all future troubles for you." After killing Lin Yao and Lin Feng, Li Hai clasped his hands in a low voice, his demeanor now utterly servile. Having spoken before Xiao Chen could utter a word, Li Hai strode directly toward the hall. His entire body, tensed muscles coiled, nerves stretched to the breaking point. If he could put distance between himself and that woman, he might seize the chance to unleash an escape technique. Then even if she were a Tongxian realm expert, she would be unable to keep him trapped. How ruthless and decisive. You old dog are quite a character. As Li Hai's words faded and his form neared the hall's exit, Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh. That indifferent, icy tone froze Li Hai in his tracks. A premonition of doom surged within his heart. Kill him. Indeed, the moment Li Hai sensed the danger, Xiao Chen immediately commanded Kai Yan. Did you not say you would spare this old man? Hearing those 3 words from Xiao Chen, every hair on Li Hai's body stood on end, and he let out a hysterical roar. In that instant, his cultivation erupted, and his figure shot toward the heavens like a bolt of lightning. I only said I would not lay a hand on you. I never said she wouldn't. Xiao Chen sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. A man capable of such forbearance, cold-blooded and decisive. If allowed to escape alive, he would surely become a grave threat in the future. Originally, Xiao Chen had intended to use this wretch to bathe the Lin clan in blood, sparing Kai Yan from too much sin and gore. Then he would have Kai Yan slay him. But after witnessing the man's reaction, he dared not let him live another second. Moreover, this man was one of the chief culprits behind the crippling of his original body and the one who had severely wounded Xuanhuan with a single palm strike just days ago. If this man did not die, the pent-up resentment in his heart would never dissipate. Boom. Almost as Xiao Chen's words echoed, Kai Yan's cultivation also erupted to its peak. An eerie crimson radiance flooded the entire Lin clan, and the spiritual energy within a 10 li radius seethed violently. Serpents of flame shot up from the earth below, roaring as they lunged toward Li Hai. With this strike, Kai Yan unleashed nearly all her current power, leaving Li Hai no room to resist. No. If you kill this old man, the Supreme Sword Sect will. Seeing the flaming serpents bearing down on him, Li Hai let out a desperate roar, condensing a protective barrier with his cultivation. He tried to withstand the onslaught, but before his words could finish, the serpents of fire engulfed him. The thunderous roar shook nearly half of Tiandu City. The 1,000-acre estate of the Lin clan collapsed under the impact, instantly transformed into a sea of flames. Such a cataclysmic disturbance immediately drew the gazes of countless experts in Tiandu City, their eyes fixed in horror on the Lin manor. Young master, they are all dead. At the heart of this blazing inferno, Kai Yan waved her hand, revealing a charred corpse. Unmistakably, Li Hai slain in a single blow. Of course, not only Li Hai, but the entire Lin clan had been utterly annihilated under this divine technique. Yet their cultivations were too low. Under such an attack, they were reduced to ashes, leaving no intact remains. System, recycle this corpse. Gazing at the ruined Lin clan before him, Xiao Chen commanded the system in a tone as cold as ice. Toward his enemies, his heart could be as frigid as an abyss devoid of any mercy. After all, if the roots are not severed, the weeds will grow again with the spring breeze. He had no desire to leave any hidden dangers that might eventually doom him and his kin. Ding. Recycling complete. Congratulations, host, you have gained 6800 points. With a flash of light, Li Hai's corpse vanished, leaving behind only 2 spatial rings. Young master, the commotion here is too great. We must leave at once. The next moment, as Xiao Chen collected the 2 rings, Kai Yan's voice rang out with grave urgency. Before Xiao Chen could respond, Kai Yan seized his hand. Her cultivation erupted, and they transformed into a streak of light, vanishing swiftly into the sea of flames. Within barely half a day, the news that the Lin clan had been wiped out by a powerful expert shook all of Tiandu City. Yet the city lord's mansion merely ordered heightened vigilance, dispatching no one to investigate the perpetrator. After all, the Lin clan was merely a second-rate family in Tiandu City, unworthy of the city lord's grand efforts. Moreover, one who could annihilate the entire Lin clan in moments was undoubtedly a Tongxian realm expert. Such a powerhouse was nearly invincible within Tiandu City. As long as they did not massacre the populace, the city lord's mansion dared not pursue the matter. Such was the world where the strong reigned supreme. As expected of a supreme sword sect elder, his wealth truly flows like a river. Inside an inn in the southern part of Tiandu City, Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense into Li Hai's ring, beholding the mountains of resources within. He could not help but sigh in admiration. Setting aside various cultivation resources, there were hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals alone. The total value of his possessions likely reached 1,000,000 spirit crystals. Next, Xiao Chen used his appraisal ability to recycle all the items he had no use for, converting them into points. As for the pills he could use, he upgraded them to the highest grade with points. After a series of operations, his points, which had soared past the 100,000 mark, were once again nearly depleted. Yet through this process, He not only synthesized and upgraded a heaven-grade top-tier soft armor, but also concocted several earth-grade pills. For instance, the Xuanhuan Dan used to aid breakthroughs from the Dantian realm to the Nirvana realm, and the Panling Dan, which enhanced the cultivation of Nirvana realm experts. These were pills that would drive countless powerhouses to madness. Next, he'll use these resources to convert into more points. Gazing at the fewer than 1,000 points remaining, Xiao Chen sighed, rose to his feet, and addressed Kai Yin, who was in the same chamber. Come with me to the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild. The Purple Cloud Merchant Guild was the largest guild in Tiandu City, known in the entire Great Qian dynasty, with a headquarters guarded by a heavenly being realm expert. Though the branch in Tiandu City was only a division, it held unimaginable resources. As long as one had enough spirit crystals, cultivation resources below the Saint Realm were virtually available in abundance. What Xiao Chen sought to purchase this time was an extremely rare heaven-grade pill known as the Purple Rejuvenation Pill. This was an extremely precious heaven-tier pill capable of restoring the cultivation of a powerhouse that had been damaged and diminished. Of course, the Purple Spirit Restoration Pill was further divided into the 7th and 8th grades, each corresponding to a major cultivation realm. The higher the grade, the more potent the restorative effect. A top-grade 7th rank Purple Spirit Restoration Pill could allow a Tongxian realm expert to recover all lost cultivation. A top-grade 8th rank Purple Spirit Restoration Pill could enable a Tianren realm expert to restore all their diminished power. Within the system mall, although such pills were available, his insufficient cultivation level prevented him from unlocking the heaven-tier item section. Even if he had enough points, he couldn't exchange for them. Moreover, the price for exchanging corresponding items in the system mall was typically several times higher than the recycling price. To exchange for a top-grade 8th rank Purple Spirit Restoration Pill required hundreds of thousands of points. Thus, Xiao Chen had to settle for the next best option and find a pill by himself. As long as he could find a Purple Spirit Restoration Pill, even the lowest 7th rank inferior grade, it would be enough to restore Cayenne to her peak condition. After all, with the system's upgrade function and enough points, it could be elevated to the top grade. Then, after Xiao Chen finished speaking, Cayenne asked no further questions and followed him out the door. She was now utterly obedient to Xiao Chen. No matter what he intended to do, as long as it wasn't to annihilate the snake race, she would unconditionally follow. Half an hour later, Xiao Chen and Cayenne wandered through the streets and arrived at the entrance of the Ziyun Merchant Guild. Along the way, every alley in Tiandu City buzzed with discussions about the Lin family's annihilation, with many rumors attributing it to a demon. Various slanderous tales about the perpetrator stirred panic among the citizens. Even Cayenne, the usually composed Medusa, nearly struck down several storytellers. Those storytellers, seeking to attract attention, even claimed she was an ugly woman rejected in love by the young master of the Lin family and had annihilated them out of spite. Fortunately, Xiao Chen timely restrained Cayenne, saving the storyteller's life. Although these remarks were absurd, Xiao Chen didn't find them repulsive, or in fact, he felt a hint of delight. The more versions of these rumors, the better. They obscured the truth. When they reached the ears of the Tai Sword sect, they would surely buy some time. For them to immediately discern whether it was connected to the Xiao family of Luyun City, they would have to invest considerable effort in investigation before reaching a conclusion. As these thoughts turned in his mind, Xiao Chen and Cayenne had already arrived at the main hall of the Ziyun Merchant Guild, and without any preamble stated the purpose of their visit. You wish to purchase a heaven-tier pill. The Purple Spirit Restoration Pill. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's request, the attendant maiden was startled. A heaven-tier pill was an exceedingly rare treasure, each one priceless, often costing millions of spirit crystals. Even the Lord of Tiandu City might not be able to afford one. Most importantly, such items were virtually legendary in Tiandu City. Whenever they appeared, they were only auctioned off. There were almost no heaven-tier items sold individually. Was this fellow here to cause trouble? What? Is there a problem? Seeing the maiden's astonished reaction, Xiao Chen frowned with some helplessness. He suddenly had a foreboding feeling that he was about to be ridiculed. Haha, has this kid lost his mind wanting to buy a heaven-tier item? As everyone knows, once a heaven-tier treasure appears in Tiandu City, it is always sold through auction. Where is this bumpkin from coming to the main hall to buy a heaven-tier? Sure enough, as the thought crossed Xiao Chen's mind, several people around burst into laughter, with one young master particularly sneering. He jeered with exaggerated expressions, his gaze constantly roaming over Cayenne's figure as if trying to attract her attention. Although Cayenne's face was veiled from her figure and skin tone, it was easy to discern she was an exceptionally beautiful woman. As the third young master of the Wan family in Tiandu City, he had never seen any woman with a figure as exquisite as Cayenne's. The veiled Medusa Queen appeared strikingly beautiful. How dare you? Who gave you the audacity to mock the young master? Before the man could finish his words, Cayenne's gaze turned icy cold. With these words, a terrifying pressure swept outward, sending the purple-clad youth flying. Within a radius of 10 zhang, everyone except Xiao Chen was crushed to the ground under this oppressive force, looking up at Cayenne with horror. A Nirvana realm expert. Feeling this terrifying pressure, the purple-clad youth was so frightened, he wet himself. He had only sensed such pressure from his grandfather and the commander of Tiandu City. Had he never expected that this voluptuous woman possessed cultivation above the Nirvana realm? Why must it be this way? Looking at those crushed to the ground, Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. Could he not even buy something without being mocked? Did he have the aura of a protagonist? What's going on? Just as Xiao Chen was lost in thought, a figure rushed out from within the guild. In an instant he arrived in the hall. This was Xuanhuan, the executive elder of the Ziyun Merchant Guild's Tiandu City branch. With a formidable cultivation of the Nirvana 6th layer, he was considered a top expert in Tiandu City. Feeling the eruption of this aura, he thought a powerful enemy had attacked. Startled, he hastily withdrew from his battle dress and rushed over, his gaze immediately falling on Cayenne. Hiss! A Tidongxuan realm expert. Sensing the vast and profound aura emanating from Cayenne, which made his hair stand on end with a single glance, Xuanhuan couldn't help but cry out in shock. Even the Lord of Tiandu City and Nirvana 9th layer expert couldn't evoke such a life-or-death crisis in him. This was undoubtedly a Tongxian realm powerhouse. Hiss! She's a Tongxian realm expert. Hearing Xuanhuan's words, everyone lying on the ground gasped sharply. As for the purple-clad youth, his face turned pale, and he fainted on the spot, fearing that Cayenne might notice him and kill him with a single glance. I had no idea you were gracing us with your presence. Xuanhuan has failed to welcome you properly. Please calm your anger. With a tingling scalp, Xuanhuan clasped his hands towards Cayenne. Although he had the backing of the Ziyun Merchant Guild, when facing experts above the Tongxian realm, he dared not provoke them unless absolutely necessary. These people dared to mock the young master. Deal with them as you see fit. Hearing Xuanhuan's fearful words, Cayenne's expression remained unmoved, her gaze coldly sweeping over the purple-clad man and others. If not for her reluctance to cause more trouble for Xiao Chen, she would have raised her hand to annihilate these ants. Guards, expel these blind fools from the guild and blacklist them. Xuanhuan shuddered at her words and immediately ordered the men to throw them out. These reckless fools had nearly brought a great calamity upon him. Young master, is this punishment to your satisfaction? After handling the matter, Xuanhuan looked at Xiao Chen and asked ingratiatingly. For a Tongxian realm expert to call him young master, this youth must have an extraordinary background. He might be a scion of one of the top powers of the Dacian Empire. He had initially thought the red-clad woman was the most formidable figure present, but it turned out the black-clad youth was the true one. Let us speak elsewhere. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively, not bothering to pursue the trivial matter. It was merely a glib young master craving attention. There was no need to slay him over a single taunt. Thank you for your understanding, young master. Xuanhuan breathed a sigh of relief and promptly led the way, guiding the two to a VIP chamber. Along the way, amidst brief pleasantries, Xiao Chen revealed the purpose of his visit. Young Master Xiao wishes to purchase a purple spirit restoration pill. Upon hearing the target of Xiao Chen's quest, even Xuanhuan was taken aback. Truly worthy of a young master accompanied by a transcendent realm expert, his first request was for such a precious heaven-tier elixir. It seemed the force backing Xiao Chen must be immensely powerful. What? Is there a problem? Seeing even a formidable figure like Xuanhuan making a fuss over this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel exasperated. To be honest, young master, this elixir you seek is not available in our humble town. Even the headquarters of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce may not possess such a pill. Xuanhuan let out a helpless, bitter laugh. The purple spirit restoration pill was exceedingly rare and a heaven-tier elixir, because it could restore damaged and fallen cultivation, and its refinement was quite demanding. Wherever such a pill appeared, it was instantly snapped up. Given its unique nature, even the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce found it difficult to acquire. Powerful cultivators who obtained it would treasure it as a priceless asset, keeping it for emergencies. Unless one was ignorant of its value or utterly desperate, few would sell a purple spirit restoration pill. This had led to a situation where in all the years since the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce was established, the total number of purple spirit restoration pills auctioned off had not exceeded 10. Hearing Xuanhuan's reply, Xiao Chen was left speechless. It seemed he had overestimated the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce and underestimated the rarity of the purple spirit restoration pill. He hadn't expected such a pill to be so scarce within the Great Qian dynasty. Is there a recipe for the purple spirit restoration pill for sale? Frowning, Xiao Chen asked persistently. If he could obtain the recipe for the purple spirit restoration pill, as long as he gathered the corresponding spiritual herbs, he could synthesize it through the system's functions. However, a recipe was often far more precious than a finished pill. To obtain the recipe for the purple spirit restoration pill, he would likely have to pay an even greater price. Young Master Xiao flatters our Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Every heaven-tier recipe is a rare treasure. Perhaps the Alchemist Guild headquarters holds such collections, but for the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce to acquire one would be far more troublesome than obtaining a single purple spirit restoration pill. Xuanhuan shook his head with a wry smile again. Then, as Xiao Chen's expression darkened, Xuanhuan seemed to recall something. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh excitedly and said, "I recall. There is someone who should have this pill, and that person is right here in the celestial capital city." Hearing Xuanhuan's words, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately looked at him. Xuanhuan did not keep him in suspense and continued after a pause. "That person is Murong Fu, the city lord of celestial capital city. About 13 years ago, the old city lord Murong Bo suffered a severe injury, causing his cultivation to fall from the transcendent second realm to the cave heaven first realm. To restore Murong Bo's cultivation, Murong Fu spent his entire fortune to purchase a purple spirit restoration pill. But alas, before reaching the city lord's mansion, Murong Bo was ambushed and assassinated. Though he barely survived, his meridians and dantian were crippled, rendering the purple spirit restoration pill useless." After recounting the origin of the pill, Xuanhuan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Back in the day when Murong Bo was still a transcendent realm expert, the city lord's mansion's prestige was at its zenith. Even major powers like the Supreme Sword Sect dared not lightly provoke celestial capital city. They had even sought to form an alliance with him against other factions. However, unwilling to embroil himself in power struggles, Murong Bo politely declined the Supreme Sword Sect's invitation. Not long after, while venturing into the great wilderness mountain range, he suffered a devastating blow. He barely made it back to the city lord's mansion only to be ambushed again. The once renowned city lord of celestial capital city, who commanded respect across thousands of miles, was now reduced to a cripple in a wheelchair. Hiss! This is a stroke of luck. After hearing Xuanhuan's tale, Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed with delight, and a look of ecstasy spread across his face. Though the story was tragic, it presented a golden opportunity for him to profit. A stroke of luck. Xuanhuan looked at Xiao Chen in bewilderment, wondering what the latter was so gleeful about. Could it be that Xiao Chen held a grudge against the city lord's mansion of celestial capital city? Ahem, is that purple spirit restoration pill still in his possession? Noticing Xuanhuan's odd gaze, Xiao Chen coughed dryly and changed the subject. "It is. Still there," Xuanhuan replied with a frown, seeing no reason to conceal the truth. He continued in a low voice. "However, 13 years have passed, and the purple spirit restoration pill in Murong Fu's possession was only of the 7th grade mid-tier quality. No matter how carefully it was sealed over the years, its medicinal potency would have diminished. Its efficacy is now at best comparable to a 7th grade low-tier purple spirit restoration pill, if not inferior." "No matter." Xiao Chen waved his hand, dismissively unconcerned. In fact, the lower the grade of the pill, and the greater the loss of potency, the higher his chances of acquiring it. "Haha, since you are determined to obtain the purple spirit restoration pill, young master, you might as well inquire at the city lord's mansion," Xuanhuan said, seeing Xiao Chen's nonchalance. He offered a few friendly reminders. "But even with diminished potency, the city lord's mansion will not part with it easily. As far as I know," Xuanhuan continued, "the city lord's mansion has announced that anyone who can cure the old city lord or resolve his daughter's congenital ailment will not only receive 1 million spirit crystals as a reward, but also be allowed to choose 5 high-tier treasures from the city lord's treasury." Speaking of this, Xuanhuan's face showed a hint of sympathy for Murong Fu. Not only had his father been crippled, weakening the city lord's mansion's standing, but his beloved wife had also passed away early. Even his only daughter had become an outcast due to some hidden ailment. Truly, misfortune always finds the wretched. "Thank you for the information, Elder Xuanhuan," Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, then retrieved a pile of items from his system space. "Though you have no stock of the purple spirit restoration pill, I still wish to conduct a transaction with your Chamber of Commerce. Here are several different elixirs. Take a look and see what they are worth." With that, Xiao Chen gestured for the other to open the pill bottles and inspect the quality of the elixirs within. "Haha, since you are so inclined, I shall take a look." Xuanhuan did not decline. He picked up a pill bottle, poured out a single pill, and wrapped it in true essence within his hand, beginning a meticulous examination. There are pill patterns. The moment he laid eyes on the pill, Xuanhuan's pupils contracted sharply. Truly a young master accompanied by a transcendent realm expert. He was even willing to sell top-grade elixirs. Without daring to be careless, Xuanhuan scrutinized it carefully. "Hiss! This is a top-grade mysterious nirvana pill." Upon identifying the elixir, Xuanhuan sharply inhaled a breath of cold air and looked up at Xiao Chen in utter astonishment. "Young Master Xiao, are you certain you wish to sell this elixir?" He knew that the mysterious nirvana pill could increase the success rate for a cave heaven realm expert breaking through to the nirvana realm. A low-grade mysterious nirvana pill increased the success rate by 10%. a mid-grade one by 20%, a high-grade one by 40%, and a top-grade one by an astonishing 70%. As long as the user's foundation was not exceptionally poor, consuming a top-grade mysterious nirvana pill would almost guarantee a breakthrough to the nirvana realm. Thus, a single top-grade mysterious nirvana pill could, in the hands of most major powers, produce a nirvana realm expert. Xuanhuan couldn't fathom why Xiao Chen would part with such a treasure instead of keeping it for his own use. Was he so wealthy that he had resources to squander? Or was he supremely confident in his own innate talent? It's nothing so rare. Elder Yun need not be so astonished. Watching Xuanhuan's face full of shock, Xiao Chen took a light sip of tea, his tone indifferent as he spoke. Such things, while hard to come by for ordinary people, they were within easy reach for him. Not something rare. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xuanhuan nearly choked. He almost felt like standing up and giving Xiao Chen a couple of good smacks, asking him if he didn't understand what a supreme-grade pill meant. It was the perfect fusion of medicinal power, leaving the pill free of any impurities and without any side effects after consumption. Only then could it be called a supreme-grade pill. Even the most accomplished alchemy masters could not guarantee that every batch they refined would yield a supreme-grade pill. Thus, the higher the tier of the pill, the rarer it was to find one of supreme quality. That was the preciousness of supreme-grade pills. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the urge to retort, Xuanhuan sealed the supreme-grade Xuanhuan pill back and picked up another pill bottle. Another supreme-grade pill. Seeing the cyan pill floating in his hand, covered with layers of pill patterns, Xuanhuan's pupils dilated once more. And this is a supreme-grade paneling pill. Trembling as he uttered these words, Xuanhuan's breathing grew rapid, and a green light practically gleamed in his pupils. If not for his fear of the Tongxian realm expert sitting beside him and his uncertainty about the strength behind Xiao Chen, Xuanhuan would have swallowed the pill right then and there. A supreme-grade paneling pill could elevate a nirvana realm cultivator by 1 or 2 minor realms. He had been stuck at the 6th level of nirvana for years due to his own talent limitations. If he could take this supreme-grade paneling pill, he would definitely break through to the 7th level of nirvana or even charge toward the 8th. Thus, this supreme-grade paneling pill held a fatal allure for him. Ahem, Elder Xuanhuan, please wipe the drool from the corner of your mouth. It looks like it's about to drip onto the pill. Seeing Xuanhuan staring at the pill in his hand with burning intensity, Xiao Chen finally couldn't bear it anymore and cleared his throat to offer a reminder. This pill hadn't been sold yet. If drool got on it, it would be quite off-putting for anyone who knew. Ahem, this old man has lost his composure. Xuanhuan flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this and immediately restrained himself. Yet his gaze remained locked on the supreme-grade paneling pill, like an old woman staring at her beloved. It made Xiao Chen's scalp tingle. This guy, could he have some kind of fetish? Elder Xuanhuan, there are other pills here. Please appraise them more quickly. Feeling exasperated, Xiao Chen could only remind him again. Looking at a pill with such obsessive devotion, this Elder Xuanhuan must have been starved for affection lately. All right. Urged by Xiao Chen, Xuanhuan felt a bit awkward, but had nothing to say in reply. His overreaction was indeed undignified. Then, under the watchful eyes of Xiao Chen and Kai Yan, Xuanhuan, like an old man who had never seen the world, let out a pig-like squeal with every pill he appraised. Sigh, this is a supreme-grade Lingyuan pill. A supreme-grade pill that can directly enhance the cultivation of Lingxiao realm experts. Holy shit, this is a supreme-grade Peiyuan pill, a supreme-grade pill that can directly boost the cultivation of Xiandan realm experts. Damn, this is a supreme-grade Tianling pill, a supreme-grade pill that allows Xiandan realm experts to break through to the Dongtian realm. Holy mother, this is a supreme-grade Shuepa pill. A supreme-grade pill that can restore depleted blood and qi and heal meridian injuries for Nirvana realm experts. After appraising all the pill bottles, Xuanhuan's body trembled uncontrollably, as if he were about to have a seizure. Though he had seen these pills before, most were of low or middle grade with the occasional high grade. But a collection where every single one was supreme grade. This was his first time seeing such a thing. Young Master Xiao, this old man dares to ask one more time. Do you intend to sell all these pills? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Xuanhuan asked with a trembling voice. This was undoubtedly the highest quality transaction he had ever conducted in all his years of pill trading. Yes, this is just a portion. Xiao Chen nodded, then tossed out another pile of pill bottles, continuing in a nonchalant tone. I was worried you'd find it troublesome to appraise, so I only put one of each earlier. These are the same pills, though some types have more and some less, but all are of supreme quality. You can take inventory. With that, Xiao Chen helped himself to some tea, while Kai Yan sat silently, idly fiddling with her nails. Oh, supreme-grade pills. Seeing this pile of pill bottles, a thunderous roar seemed to echo in Xuanhuan's mind, and his pupils contracted to their limits. He had thought the earlier pills were Xiao Chen's entire stock, yet here he was with even more. 5 supreme grade Xian Nye pills, 3 supreme grade Panling pills, 8 supreme grade Peiyuan pills, 6 supreme grade Tianling pills, 10 supreme grade Lingyuan pills, 3 supreme grade Shuepa pills. Sigh. So many supreme grade pills. This old man can't breathe. Thump. After tallying all the pills, Xuanhuan's face flushed crimson and his body shook uncontrollably. As if in ecstasy, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, his legs kicking wildly. This startled Xiao Chen. Old man, what the hell are you doing? Are you trying to extort me or pull a scam? Seeing Xuanhuan's reaction, Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on. Could it be that the ultimate moves of certain old ladies and men from his past life had somehow transcended into this fantasy world? Quick, give me a suck. I can't breathe. Xuanhuan clutched his chest, his face shifting from flushed to a purplish hue. He gasped for air, calling out toward the door of the room. This left Xiao Chen and Kai Yan utterly bewildered, unsure what he wanted to suck on. Before they could remain puzzled for long, a delicate-looking maid at the doorway, upon hearing Xuanhuan's call, immediately blushed and rushed in. Then, under the shocked gazes of Xiao Chen and Kai Yan, she tugged at the front of her robe and pulled Xuanhuan's head close as if trying to smother him. Holy shit! Was this the legendary chest? No mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Who would have thought that old Xuanhuan would dare to do something so indecent right in front of them? This damned old man, how dare he act lecherously before this king? Kai Yan, who had been silent and bored, finally snapped upon seeing this, a cold gleam flashing in her eyes as her aura turned sharp. The aloof Medusa Queen was utterly badass. However, after hearing Xiao Chen clear his throat, Kai Yan held back her anger and turned away with a cold snort. This damned old man was going to corrupt the young master. If Xiao Chen suddenly had a seizure and collapsed like that, would she have to run over and let him suck on her too? At the thought, Kai Yan's gaze inadvertently drifted toward Xiao Chen and found him looking back at her. His eyes briefly swept over her proud figure, causing her pretty face to flush bright red. Young master, what are you looking at? Kai Yan tried to adopt her queenly tone and assertively say, Eyes, do you want to keep them? But the words caught in her throat, unable to intimidate Xiao Chen. In the end, she could only let out an embarrassed, coquettish complaint. Ahem, nothing. Caught sneaking a peek at Kai Yan, Xiao Chen awkwardly turned his head away, shifting his focus to the fallen Xuanhuan. You old man. Have you sucked enough yet? Do you think we don't exist? With a slurp, hearing Xiao Chen's impatient mutter, and sensing Kai Yan's murderous gaze, Xuanhuan took a deep breath before reluctantly lifting his head. Forgive me for making a spectacle of myself. Seeing their odd expressions, Xuanhuan dismissed the maidservants with a wave. He then coughed dryly, his face flushed with awkwardness. This old man is advanced in years and suffers from a minor ailment. When my emotions run too high, the blood and chi surge straight to my crown. If I don't inhale a few breaths of a maiden's aura in time, I might well succumb to chi deviation. Hearing this explanation, Xiao Chen and Kai Yan were stunned. Could such a bizarre affliction exist? Had this old codger cultivated some sinister art of stealing yin to nourish yang? Please don't misunderstand. This is a sequelae from forcibly breaking through to the nirvana realm with an incomplete pure yang art. Noticing their suspicious gazes, Xuanhuan offered a reluctant clarification. He then dropped the subject and with a grave expression asked Xiao Chen, Young Master Xiao, though these pills are of supreme quality, they are merely profound and earth-grade. Their sale price won't be exorbitant. If you are in urgent need of spirit crystals, this old man can purchase all these supreme-grade pills from you for 3,600,000 spirit crystals. But if you are not pressed for time, I suggest auctioning them instead. Our chamber will take only a 20% service fee, leaving you with 80% of the proceeds. What is your decision, young master? For an ordinary person, Xuanhuan would have opted to buy outright without offering an auction. However, Xiao Chen struck him as enigmatic, inspiring a desire to cultivate goodwill. After some deliberation, he chose to yield profits. Auction. Xiao Chen's face showed a flicker of surprise. Is your chamber planning to hold an auction soon? It was common knowledge that a chamber's purchase price was the baseline. If auctioned, the value of these pills could multiply several times. Thus, the prospect of an auction tempted Xiao Chen immediately. Haha, young master has arrived at a fortunate time. Kindu City is scheduled to host a grand auction in 3 days. Preparations are nearly complete. We only need to announce it to the surrounding powers. Xuanhuan laughed, a hint of pride on his face. This auction was his application to the chamber's headquarters, and he had secured many rare items. He had hoped to make a fine showing, and now Xiao Chen's arrival was a bonus. If these pills could be added to the auction, the event would be even more sensational. 3 days. Xiao Chen frowned briefly, then made a decision. All right, let's go with the auction. He had only killed Li Hai that day. The Supreme Sword sect likely wouldn't uncover the truth so quickly, so the Xiao clan faced no immediate threat. During these few days, he could try to deal with Morong Fu and obtain the revival purple pill. Young master is indeed wise. Xuanhuan beamed, then collected all the pills. This old man will keep these pills temporarily. I'll have someone arrange guest rooms. You two can stay at the chamber for these days. Accommodation can wait. The transaction isn't over yet. As Xuanhuan prepared to arrange lodging and add the pills to the auction list, Xiao Chen raised a hand to stop him. Does the young master have more treasures? Xuanhuan turned back in surprise. So many supreme-grade pills, and still more to offer. This young master was incredibly wealthy. No, this time I'm not selling, but buying a batch of goods from you. Seeing Xuanhuan's astonishment, Xiao Chen shook his head with a smile and continued bluntly, your chamber has operated in Tiandu City for years. You must have many hard-to-sell waste materials. Things like broken weapons, discarded pills, rotten herbs, and corpse materials. Items of some value, but few buyers. I want them all no matter how much you have. This was his true purpose for coming to the Purple Cloud Chamber. As the largest chamber in the Great Qian dynasty, it had the best means of gathering goods. Such a vast chamber would inevitably have a massive inventory, including all kinds of materials. Many items, due to quality issues, gathered dust in warehouses. If he became a distinguished guest of the Purple Cloud Chamber and purchased these waste materials at low prices, he could convert them into countless points. Thus, he had offered so many supreme-grade pills to elevate his status, making it easier to acquire the chamber's supplies at minimal cost. Young master wants the waste materials in our chamber's inventory. Xuanhuan was dumbfounded. He had no idea what Xiao Chen was up to. Selling top-grade pills only to buy junk. Was this the eccentric taste of a scion from a powerful clan? Don't misunderstand. I have a use for these things. Seeing Xuanhuan's dubious look, Xiao Chen improvised an excuse. Actually, my master keeps a peculiar devouring beast. It needs to consume vast amounts of materials daily to accelerate its bloodline growth, so I was sent to purchase waste. After saying this, Xiao Chen couldn't help glancing at Kai Yan. The woman's heaven-swallowing python bloodline, once fully awakened, could also devour anything to grow. His words seemed to allude to her. Would she notice? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he found Kai Yan staring back with a peculiar look. Her gaze seemed to say, are you implying you want to keep me as a pet? Ahem. Avoiding her strange stare, Xiao Chen coughed and looked away. Xuanhuan, after hearing this, drew a sharp breath. A beast that could grow by devouring all things was unheard of in his experience. Could it be a sacred beast cub? With this wild guess, Xuanhuan felt even more awed by Xiao Chen. To keep such an unprecedented beast and produce so many supreme-grade pills. The master behind Xiao Chen must be at least a heavenly being realm expert, perhaps even a saint realm old monster. Since young master Xiao has such needs, this old man will do his utmost. Resolving to ingratiate himself, Xuanhuan cupped his hand solemnly. Please wait here a moment, young master. This old man will compile all the unsold materials from our chamber over the years for you. Without waiting for Xiao Chen's reply, Xuanhuan bustled off. Half an hour later, Xiao Chen walked out of the Ziyun Merchant Guild, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After much effort, all the discarded materials from the Ziyun Merchant Guild's Tiandu City branch had now been reclaimed and converted into points, which had just surpassed the 300,000 mark. After all, these were the accumulated waste materials of the Ziyun Merchant Guild's Tiandu City branch over centuries, worth 3 million spirit crystals. Fortunately, Xuanhuan did not immediately demand payment in spirit crystals, planning only to deduct the corresponding fee after the pill auction. This allowed him to obtain the resources now, with 38,000 spirit crystals still in hand. Young master, shall we head to the city lord's mansion next? Kai Yan glanced at the azure sky now nearing dusk and suddenly asked. Yes, since we know City Lord Morong possesses the revitalizing purple elixir, we must secure it. Hearing Kai Yan's low inquiry, Xiao Chen nodded in response. With these 300,000 points, he could solve most of his problems and obtain the pill from Morong Fu. He might even seize the opportunity to subdue the Tiandu City Lord's mansion, turning this force into a blade in his hand. Thus, with the backing of the Tiandu City Lord's mansion and Kai Yan restored to her peak, there would be no need to fear retaliation from the Tai Sword sect. Young master, you are so kind to me. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Kai Yan's body trembled involuntarily as she lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. He had tirelessly traveled to Tiandu City to help her recover to her peak state. Yet she, as the Medusa Queen of the Serpent Folk, had a rather poor reputation in the human dynasties. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen did not mind at all. Not only had he saved her life, but he also went to such lengths to assist her. Such labor, expense, and sacrifice were beyond what ordinary people could manage, yet Xiao Chen willingly gave it all for her. Could it be that the young master also harbors feelings for her? At this thought, Kai Yan's gaze trembled. Amidst her shock, a wave of gratitude and unprecedented sweetness surged within her. Though the young master was a bit flirtatious, his kindness toward her was genuine. She would never let him down in this life. What's wrong with this woman? Hearing Kai Yan's sudden remark, Xiao Chen turned around in bewilderment, only to see a spring-like ripple in her eyes. The part of her face not covered by the red veil faintly revealed an alluring blush. This made Xiao Chen's heart skip a beat. Damn, this was exactly the same look Xiao Meyer and the others gave him when they wanted to tame him. Could this Medusa Queen be in heat and unable to resist the urge to tame him? But the problem was, his cultivation was still too low and he hadn't even developed the primordial kidney body yet. What if he couldn't handle the Medusa Queen? Wouldn't his male dignity be shattered? After all, female creatures in heat were far more ferocious in battle. If he mishandled it, he might end up with his little brother crushed. To protect his little brother, he decided to admire the Medusa Queen's snake-like waist and beautiful legs. Ahem, why are you staring at me like that? Feeling a lack of confidence, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and asked. Nothing. Hearing Xiao Chen's blunt question, even Kai Yin, who considered herself composed, nearly lost her cool. Why wouldn't the young master be honest with her? Was he waiting for her to make the first move? But she couldn't bring herself to speak yet. Was this going to drive her mad? Young master, leave the matter of the revitalizing purple elixir to me. You return to the guild and rest. They'll find you after I retrieve it. In her frustration, Kai Yin turned her head slightly, her voice carrying a hint of melancholy, and her aura turned dangerous. The young master still wouldn't take the initiative, and her mood soured. Since she couldn't vent her anger on the young master, she would take it out on the city lord's mansion. What are you planning? Sensing Kai Yan's ominous aura, even a murderous intent in her eyes, Xiao Chen was startled and asked in confusion. Could it be? You want to rob the city lord's mansion? Isn't that what the young master intends? Kai Yan turned her head in surprise, her voice equally puzzled. After inquiring about the revitalizing purple elixir's whereabouts and learning they wouldn't easily hand it over, the simplest and most brutal method was undoubtedly outright robbery. Why sneak in at night? After all, they had absolute martial superiority. Even if she wasn't at her peak, Morong Fu and his men were no match for her. Hiss, rob the city lord's mansion? Xiao Chen gasped, sharply rubbing his temples as he looked at Kai Yan. Morong Fu and I have no grievances. There's no need to resort to outright robbery for a single pill. We must use love to move them, understand? No wonder the Medusa Queen of the Serpent Folk was so quick to resort to robbery. It was little wonder human powerhouses feared her. Kai Yan understands. After being scolded by Xiao Chen, she lowered her head in grievance, her mood worsening. It seemed she still didn't fully understand the young master. Half a day ago, he had been so decisive and ruthless in wiping out the Lin family. Now, with martial superiority, he wanted to use love to move his enemies. Truly, men were fickle creatures, their hearts inscrutable. Let's go, don't just stand there. Seeing Kai Yan lost in thought, Xiao Chen had no desire to waste time. Without a second thought, he took Kai Yan's hand and led her toward the central square. The sun was about to set. If they didn't hurry, they might be turned away. Boom. Kai Yan was completely oblivious to Xiao Chen's words. Because when Xiao Chen took her hand, it felt as if an explosion rang in her mind, as if he had pulled her very soul out. She just stared blankly at Xiao Chen, her body moving like a puppet as he led her forward. The young master had taken her hand on his own initiative. The last time she carried him through the air, she had to ask first before he took her hand. But this time, without warning, he had reached out and taken her hand. Though it was the same gesture, the meaning was different. Kai Yan's heart raced, and beneath her veil, her alluring red lips curled into a mesmerizing smile. The frustration and unhappiness from moments ago vanished in an instant. Sometimes, women were so easily satisfied. A small gesture could touch their hearts. At the city center square, this was one of the more bustling areas of Tiandu City. Not only were there various shops selling goods, but also numerous food stalls offering delicacies made from beast meat. At the center of the square stood a martial arena where warriors could engage in sparring matches. In front of the arena area, there was a 3-hang-tall proclamation steely upon which were posted various announcements from the city lord's mansion. Among them was one notice. It stated that City Lord Morong Fu was offering a heavy reward for aid, promising it to anyone who could cure Morong Bo or the city lord's daughter Morong Qingxua. The notice promised a reward of 1 million spirit crystals and 5 high-grade items. In the early years, many had taken down this notice, but all had failed in the end. Now no one dared to touch that notice anymore. Found it, this is the one. After bringing Kai Yan to the central square, Xiao Chen's gaze locked onto the tall stone stele. After a brief search, he tore down the notice. Hiss, who is that brat? Does he really think he has what it takes to cure old city Lord Morong or that young lady? Impossible. Even the Pill King Gu Qinghe couldn't solve the condition of old city Lord Morong and the young lady. How could a mere fledgling possibly solve it? This kid is heading for disaster. Taking down that notice without the corresponding skill is nothing short of mocking the city lord's mansion. In the past, many fraudsters greedy for the reward had their limbs broken by city Lord Morong and were thrown into the dungeon. Seeing Xiao Chen's action, several warriors passing by halted in their tracks, staring at Xiao Chen in astonishment. They could not help but whisper among themselves, their gazes filled with both mockery and pity. "How should I address you, sir?" Amidst the murmuring crowd, a guard watching over the proclamation stele approached Xiao Chen with a stern expression. They were the city guards of Tiandu, usually tasked with watching over the proclamations to prevent vandalism. Of course, when a capable individual took down a notice, it was also their duty to escort the person to the city lord's mansion. "My surname is Xiao." Seeing that the two city guards did not immediately berate him, Xiao Chen felt a favorable impression. He cupped his hands and announced his surname. "Young Master Xiao, do you understand the meaning of this notice? The reward on it is indeed tempting, but if you lack true skill, you might bring trouble upon yourself." One of the guards nodded and warned in a low voice. "It's fine, just take us to the city lord's mansion." Xiao Chen waved his hand, replying with utter nonchalance. "Very well then, please follow us, both of you." Seeing Xiao Chen's confident demeanor and Cayenne's extraordinary bearing, the two guards spoke in low tones before leading Xiao Chen and Cayenne away from the square. Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion of Tiandu City. City Lord, disaster. The young lady has hanged herself again. Morong Fu, who was sitting in his study, rushed out of the room upon hearing the panicked shout. He sent the guard who had come to report flying several zhang away with a single sweep of his hand. Qingxue, in the blink of an eye, Morong Fu dashed into Murong Qingxu's boudoir and rushed frantically to her bedside. Two maids were kneeling by the side, trembling uncontrollably. However, Morong Fu's attention was not on the maids, but on the figure lying on the bed. It was a woman whose face was indiscernible. No, this woman had a human form, but she looked more like an uncivilized ape. For this person, not only did she have a crimson mark on her face, but all the exposed skin on her body was covered in strange, eerie red hairs. She looked less like a human and more like a monkey. This was Murong Qingxue, Murong Fu's biological daughter, who suffered from a congenital hidden ailment due to being born prematurely. Before the age of 10, Murong Qingxue was no different from ordinary people and was even a delicately featured little girl. But after turning 10, red spots suddenly appeared on Murong Qingxue's face, and the fine hairs on her body began to thicken and grow, eventually turning into a strange crimson color. Thus, she became the ape-like creature she was now regarded by many as an element freak. Over the years, Murong Fu had traveled far and wide, visiting countless experts and sages, but none could cure Murong Qingxue. Because of her inhuman appearance, Murong Qingxue had confined herself to her room for years. She not only wept endlessly, but had also attempted suicide multiple times. However, due to the close watch kept by the servants and the peculiar nature of her own constitution, she never succeeded in her attempts. Her breathing is a bit erratic, but fortunately her life is not in danger. After a brief check on Murong Qingxu's condition, Murong Fu's anxious heart finally settled. What happened? Weren't you two supposed to watch over the young lady? How did she get the chance to hang herself again? Murong Fu released Murong Qingxu's wrist and turned around with a grim expression. The chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from him caused the temperature in the room to plummet to freezing point. Xuanhuan was negligent for a moment. Please forgive us, City Lord. Hearing Murong Fu's interrogation, the two maids kept their heads bowed low, trembling even more violently. Don't blame them. I made an excuse to send them away. It's useless to vent your anger on them. Just as Murong Fu was about to speak, Murong Qingxue woke up slowly, her voice ethereal as it rang out. It was hard to imagine that such a melodious voice like the sound of a clear spring could come from a girl covered in red hair. Qingxue, hearing her voice, the grimness on Murong Fu's face vanished as he quickly turned to look at her. Has something upset you? Tell Father. Father will fix it for you. Father, let me leave this world in peace. Before Murong Fu could finish, Murong Qingxue interrupted him. Living. In the eyes of others, I am merely an anomaly. I only burden you with more chains and subject myself to endless controversy and torment. Father, I am so tired of living. Though suicide is a sign of cowardice and escape, I truly cannot go on like this any longer. Qingxue, Mrs. Mother. If there is a next life, Qingxue will be your daughter again and will dutifully repay your kindness. But now, please forgive Qingxue's willfulness, Father. Please let me leave this world. Her ethereal, pleasant voice spoke words of utter despair echoing through the room. Murong Fu's body trembled violently. An indescribable agonizing pain seized him, making it hard to breathe. Even Qing'er and Hong'er, who had been kneeling and trembling, upon hearing Murong Qingxu's words, forgot their fear of punishment. Tears streamed uncontrollably from their eyes. As Murong Qingxu's maids, they knew all too well that living was truly more painful for her than dying. They had sensed something when she made excuses to send them away today. Yet they chose to leave anyway in order to grant her wish. Perhaps for Murong Qingxue, death was the only true release. Swear, give Father 3 more days. Father has found a great master who can surely cure your hidden ailment. Father promises you will get better. So, can you wait a little longer for Father? Looking into Murong Kingsu's pleading eyes, Murong Fu held back his tears, his own voice filled with supplication. He knew all too well of her suffering. He knew that living was a torment for her. But Murong Qingxue was his own daughter, the only fruit of his love with his wife. He could not bear to watch her die by her own hand and leave this world. Father, this is the 21st time you've deceived me with this same excuse. Upon hearing Murong Fu's words, Murong Qingxue gently turned her head aside, tears streaming down her fur. In the past, I willingly fell for it each time, not out of gullibility, but because my heart ached to part with you. But this time, Qingxue truly does not wish to be deceived by father again. With that, Murong Qingxue closed her eyes in anguish, as if an abyss had swallowed the very heavens and earth. These past years, Murong Fu had soothed her many times with similar assurances, and each time he truly did seek out various extraordinary masters on her behalf. Yet every treatment ended in failure, and she, each time, endured the shattering psychological descent from fervent hope to utter despair. Even worse, she bore the stunned, alienating gazes of others, as though she were a monstrous aberration. Such agony, no one but herself could ever comprehend it. She truly never wished to endure it again. Qingxue, this time your father truly speaks no falsehood. I have indeed found a peerless master. He will heal you. Could you just hold on for 3 more days? Seeing Murong Qingxue's soul utterly extinguished, Murong Fu spoke hoarsely, his heart tearing with every word. If after 3 days he fails to cure you, I shall grant your wish to leave. Those final words, Murong Fu summoned every ounce of strength merely to utter such simple, ordinary syllables. At that moment, he felt his very soul ripped apart, cruelly shredded into fragments. The greatest sorrow in this world is surely that of a white-haired parent burying their black-haired child, watching helplessly as they slip away. To anyone who still possesses warmth of kinship, such pain is no different from being flayed alive. Thank you, Father. Hearing those words, Murong Qingxue slowly opened her eyes, gazing deeply, longingly, at Murong Fu before closing them once more, as if seeking to etch his visage into eternity. Rest well now while I go fetch that master. After speaking these words to Murong Qingxue, Murong Fu tenderly pulled the quilt up to her chin, then stepped heavily out of the chamber. 3 days. That was all the time he had left to spend with his daughter. What unspeakable cruelty for a father. After shutting the door behind Murong Qingxue, Murong Fu leaned against it, his vision dissolving into absolute darkness. Cough, cough, cough. Is Xiao Shui unharmed? At that very instant, a voice ancient and frail drifted over, and an elderly man, silver-haired and bent with age, was wheeled forward upon a chair. His face was carved with deep canyon-like wrinkles. A scent of decay clung to him, as though he stood already at death's threshold. This man was Murong Fu's father, Murong Bo, former lord of Tiandu City. Father. At the sight of Murong Bo, Murong Fu instantly straightened his posture, swiftly masking his despair. Shui'er is unharmed, merely overcome by a passing bout of despair. After my counsel, she has retired to rest within her chamber. After a brief hesitation, Murong Fu chose silence over truth, concealing what had just transpired. That is well. Murong Bo nodded, his gaze tender as it lingered upon the chamber door, then lifted his voice, rasping, "Prepare my funeral rites. I doubt I shall last another 3 days." Boom. At Murong Bo's words, Murong Fu's body jolted violently, his mind erupting with thunderous reverberations. Though he had long braced himself inwardly, hearing it spoken aloud still struck like a physical blow. 2 calamities, within a single day? Even Murong Fu, a 9th-stage Nirvana realm expert, reeled, as if the heavens themselves spun wildly around him. 2 closest bloodkin, both fated to depart this world within these few days. What crushing devastation this was for him. Truly, when the roof leaks, rain pours all night, misfortune seeks only those already broken. What grave sins had Murong Fu committed in his past life that heaven should mete out such merciless cruelty upon him in this one? Your son understands. With a pained closure of his eyes, Murong Fu finally uttered those words. Grief's deepest form lies not in tears but in the death of the heart itself. Perhaps no phrase captures Murong Fu's state more precisely than this. Lord, someone has answered the proclamation posted at Central Square, and now awaits outside the Lord's mansion. Just as Murong Fu staggered, teetering on the verge of collapse, a soldier rushed forward to report. What a... Though the exclamation was not loud, it struck Murong Fu's ears like temple bells at dawn, jolting his head upright with sudden electric force. Who is it? Is it a Grand Master of Medicine from the great Qian Imperial Dynasty, or perhaps a pill-refining patriarch of the same realm? Hope flickered in his eyes as his voice grew urgent. Even as he spoke, he lunged forward, gripping the soldier's shoulders with both hands. At that moment, he resembled a desperate soul plummeting into an endless abyss, clutching in his final breath the one slender thread of salvation. The intensity of his trembling, frantic grip startled the soldier. No, neither. Feeling those ironclad fingers threatening to crush his bones, the soldier stammered in fear. A strikingly handsome young man clad in black, and a red-robed woman veiled in crimson silk. They claim absolute certainty in curing the former lord, and asked us to escort them here. Absolute certainty. Hearing those words, Murong Fu's fleeting hope instantly curdled into glacial severity. Others before had boasted such certainty, only to reveal themselves as charlatans and quacks later stripped of cultivation and cast into the dungeon. Now a youth and a woman dared make such audacious claims. Another pair of arrogant youths blind to heaven's height and earth's depth cough. From behind, Murong Bo waved dismissively, weariness dulling his tone. Send them away. This old man has no will left to endure further turmoil. In his half-dead state, he would scarcely survive these 3 days. Even a celestial rank master of medicine could barely ease his condition, let alone forcibly extend his life. Only a legendary saint-rank medical sovereign might restore his vitality. Yet saint-rank masters were phantoms, seen only in myth, never in flesh. These 2 youths clearly could not be such beings. Father, might we receive them just once? After a pause, Murong Fu's expression settled into quiet resolve. Turning, he made his request in a low, steady voice. Though hope seemed extinguished, he would test fate once more. Perhaps a miracle yet remained. The deepest despair lies not in the absence of hope, but in the surrender of hope itself. For when expectation dies, the world dims into absolute night. So it was with his daughter and with his father. As both a father and a son, he simply could not yield. Since your heart refuses to let go, then this old frame shall indulge you. Once more, meeting Murong Fu's imploring gaze, and perhaps recalling Murong Qingxue within the chamber, Murong Bo relented. Thank you, father. Murong Fu bowed deeply, then turned to face the soldier. His voice low and commanding, first escort them to the grand hall. The former lord and I shall join them shortly. Sirs, our city lord requests your presence. Outside the city lord's residence. After reporting inside, the soldier returned at once and bowed respectfully to Xiao Chen and Kai Yin, though his gaze held a complex mixture of doubt and unease. Such a perfectly matched pair, like celestial boy and girl incarnate. Though their motives for stepping into this perilous affair remained unclear, it seemed highly unlikely they would ever walk out of the city lord's residence alive. If even elder alchemist Gu Qinghe had failed, how could a pair of youths possibly succeed? With a silent inward sigh, the soldier refrained from further comment and merely gestured politely for Xiao Chen and Kai Yin to enter. Xiao Chen and Kai Yin offered no reply, merely nodded and strode directly into the residence. Moments later, under the escort of palace guards, they sat in the grand council hall sipping tea while awaiting the city lord. Fortunately, the wait was brief. Murong Fu wheeled Murong Bo into the hall, and at that instant several pairs of eyes met with quiet intensity. Truly astonishingly young. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's refined youthful face still faintly touched by innocence, Murong Fu and Murong Bo felt their hearts sink halfway into icy despair. A sliver of hope had lingered, but the sight of him instantly dissolved every trace of expectation. So young, how could he possibly possess peerless medical mastery? Even if he had begun cultivating from within the womb, his attainments would still fall grievously short. When hope faded entirely, father and son instinctively turned their gazes toward Kai Yin standing behind them. And the moment their eyes met hers, cold, detached, utterly unfathomable. Both men recoiled involuntarily, their pupils contracting violently. That gaze, so frigid, so indifferent, belonged unmistakably to a sovereign cultivator. In that instant, both shared the same chilling realization: only a master above the Tongxian realm could evoke such overwhelming life and death pressure. What unsettled Murong Bo even more was the eerie familiarity of those glacial eyes. He felt certain he had seen them before. Yet the memory eluded him, buried deep in some distant hazy past. Master, shall we hear you claimed full confidence in curing my father after removing the proclamation. Might I ask, was that assertion perhaps exaggerated? Having sensed Kai Yan's transcendent cultivation, Murong Fu dared not presume any authority. He bowed deeply to both Xiao Chen and Kai Yin as he wheeled Murong Bo forward. Without pleasantries, Murong Fu cut straight to the matter, prompting Xiao Chen to raise an eyebrow in mild surprise before replying with a serene smile. Your father's condition may confound others entirely, but for me it is but a trifling matter. So long as your terms are sufficient, I shall restore him completely, no matter how grievous his injuries. His words, spoken with effortless certainty, resonated through the hall like a solemn vow. Murong Fu and Murong Bo stood stunned. Could any wound truly be healed? Was this youth merely arrogant beyond reason, or a master of genuine, unparalleled art? Are you absolutely certain? Murong Fu nearly retorted. You speak nonsense. but recalling Kai Yan's terrifying presence beside him. He instead drew a slow, steadying breath and confirmed voice trembling slightly. This time, however, Xiao Chen offered no reply, only lifted his teacup, sipped calmly, and wore an expression that said plainly, believe it, or don't. Cough, cough, cough. What then do you require in return? Seated in his wheelchair, Murong Bo, struck by Xiao Chen's unruffled composure, finally broke his silence. Should this youth truly possess such mastery, he would hardly deign to descend upon the city lord's residence merely for the paltry reward posted on the proclamation. Thus his true motive must lie elsewhere. The proclamation's reward, plus your resurrection violet pill. Xiao Chen lifted his gaze and replied coolly. What a... To Murong Fu and Murong Bo those words struck like thunder erupting from clear sky. The resurrection violet pill. 13 years ago, the city lord's residence had nearly bankrupted itself to acquire this legendary, exorbitantly priced elixir. And the proclamation's reward represented all the accumulated wealth the city lord's residence had painstakingly amassed over recent years. Little did they expect Xiao Chen's demand to amount to nothing less than total financial annihilation. Worse still, if the resurrection violet pill were surrendered, even if Murong Bo's injuries fully healed, he would still need to rebuild his cultivation from scratch. At his advanced age, restoring his peak strength would be little more than a waking dream. If there are no objections, I may begin healing Elder Murong immediately. Payment can follow afterward. Observing the pair's shock, Xiao Chen chose not to press too hard. Not yet. His statement served only as psychological priming, a subtle nudge for Murong Bo, a sobering prelude for Murong Fu. Once Murong Bo's wounds were mended under the influence of the system's binding covenant, the elder's affinity toward Xiao Chen would soar to extraordinary heights. Only then, when trust and gratitude ran deepest, would requesting the resurrection violet pill prove far simpler than demanding it afterward. And what if we renege upon our word once the healing is done? Murong Fu's eyes flickered shrewdly as he asked, voice low and guarded. Xiao Chen's eagerness puzzled him. I trust Elder Murong is no fool. Should he prove otherwise, the city lord's residence will drown in bloodshed. Xiao Chen merely smiled faintly. Beside him, Kai Yan understood instantly. Her murderous intent erupted like a sudden storm, turning Murong Fu and Murong Bo deathly pale. Their instincts had been correct. This crimson-robed woman truly possessed the power to end them both. Yet the lethal aura vanished as swiftly as it appeared, leaving no trace for others to sense. Still, Murong Fu and Murong Bo stood drenched in cold sweat. Cough, cough, cough. Please withdraw, master. After a heavy silence, Murong Bo began weakly, only to be cut off by Murong Fu. Very well, your terms stand. Should you truly heal my father, your reward shall be precisely as stated, the proclamation's stipulated reward, plus the resurrection violet pill. Though this agreement would inflict severe loss upon the city lord's residence and hinder Murong Bo's swift return to peak strength, full recovery meant he could resume cultivation anew. Foolish. It is not worth sacrificing me, an old man's brittle bones. Hearing Murong Fu's immediate consent, Murong Bo grew agitated. Without the resurrection violet pill, even full physical recovery would leave him but a frail, powerless elder. Deprived of his former cultivation, he would offer no benefit to the city lord's residence. Far wiser to preserve these resources to strengthen the domain, or heal Murong Qingsno instead. Excellent. You will one day look back upon this decision with profound gratitude. Xiao Chen ignored Murong Bo entirely and praised Murong Fu without hesitation. The old man still clung to confusion, for now, but once restored his perspective would shift naturally. Then let us proceed without delay. Xiao Chen wasted no time. He rose immediately, preparing to mend Murong Bo's injuries. Yet just as he raised his hand, a voice rang out from beyond the hall's threshold, causing Xiao Chen's brow to furrow sharply. Your nephew Nalan Shiji comes uninvited, and I beg Uncle Murong and Grandfather Murong's pardon. As these words resounded, a blue-robed youth accompanied by an elderly man strode into the hall, as if entering an unguarded domain, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Of course, what Xiao Chen sensed was more of displeasure. He was just about to attend to serious matters when these two characters barged in, and the city lord's guards hadn't even stopped them. It was truly a dampener. Yet with outsiders appearing, he had to pause and see what was happening. As this thought settled, Xiao Chen, who had risen, sat back down, then picked up his teacup and continued sipping tea. Nalan Shiji. Murong Fu, gazing at the youth before him, revealed a hint of confusion. The name seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Then, as if recalling something, he broke into a surprised smile. So it's nephew Nalan. I never imagined you'd grown so much. It's been 10 years since we last met. After a moment's reflection, Murong Fu remembered. This man was none other than the son of his close friend Nalan Xiong, Nalan Shiji, also the betrothed of Murong Qingxue. However, he had only visited the Murong household a decade ago to finalize the engagement with Murong Qingxue. Soon after, he was found to possess a heaven-grade mid-rank martial talent and was taken as a disciple by the sect leader of the Tai Sword sect. He had spent these years within the sect, and even Murong Fu had not seen him since. Unexpectedly, after 10 years, the young man had come to the Murong residence without a word. Could there be something urgent? As thoughts turned over in his mind, Murong Fu seemed to think of something, and the smile gradually faded from his face. Your nephew has spent these years in seclusion at the Tai Sword sect, and only recently, after breaking through to the spiritual aperture realm, have I found time to descend the mountain for a visit. Upon hearing Murong Fu's words, Nalan Shiji spoke in a detached tone, a hint of arrogance surfacing on his face. To break through to the first level of the spiritual aperture realm at 18 across the entire younger generation of the Great Qin dynasty. Aside from the monstrous prodigies of the top powers who could rival him, the young sect leader. Hiss. Breaking through to the spiritual aperture realm. Murong Fu and Murong Bo were both stunned, shock evident on their faces. Even Murong Bo, with his heaven-grade low-rank talent, had only broken through to the spiritual aperture realm after the age of 19. Unexpectedly, Nalan Shiji had stepped into this realm at 18. If he cultivated diligently, he could surely break through to the mysterious profundity realm and perhaps even touch upon the heavenly man realm. The Nalan family had indeed produced a monstrous prodigy. Uncle Murong, may I ask where Murong Qingxue, my betrothed, is now? Just as Murong Fu and Murong Bo were stunned, Nalan Shiji swept his gaze across the hall. His eyes finally landed on Kai in a flash of astonishment, and then suspicion crossing his face. Could it be that this is Qingxue? According to the intelligence he had gathered, Murong Qingxue was afflicted with a blight, her face covered in red spots and her body in red fur. How could there be a woman in the Murong residence with such a fiery figure, veiled, yet exuding extraordinary grace? Could it be that her affliction had been cured? This is a distinguished guest of the city lord's manor. Seeing Nalan Shiji's gaze fixed on Kai Yin, Murong Fu replied in a low tone. But before he could finish, Kai Yin looked up coldly. If you look at this king with such lecherous eyes again, I won't hesitate to gouge them out. Her icy voice echoed through the hall, causing Nalan Shiji's mind to buzz, and he nearly collapsed on the spot. Daring to interrupt the young master's business and look at her with such a gaze. This human ant was truly courting death. Hiss. A mysterious profundity realm expert. The gray-robed elder standing beside Nalan Shiji, sensing the aura emanating from Kai Yin, trembled in fear. He could only stare at her with dread, on high alert. Though he was the second elder of the Tai Sword sect, his cultivation was only at the 8th level of the Nirvana realm, far inferior to a mysterious profundity realm expert. Ahem. Seeing Kai Yan's sudden outburst, Xiao Chen couldn't help but clear his throat. Though still unclear about the full story. From the conversation and the matter of Murong Qingxue, he could roughly guess the gist. Wasn't this the classic plot of breaking off an engagement? He hadn't expected to encounter such cliché drama during his visit to the Murong residence. Still, witnessing a classic scene from a third-person perspective had its own charm. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's cough, Kai Yin withdrew her icy killing intent. She merely cast a cold glance at the two men before returning to idly playing with her mesmerizing fingers. Since City Lord Murong has an old acquaintance, let's put our matters on hold for now. After you've sorted things out, we can resume our discussion. As the hall fell into a dead silence, Xiao Chen took a sip of tea, raised his head, and spoke calmly. With that, he ignored Nalan Shiji entirely and continued savoring his tea. Witnessing this, Nalan Shiji's once handsome face turned exceedingly grim. Who was this fellow? Not only did his demeanor surpass that of the young sect leader of the Tai Sword sect, but he also had such a beautiful companion and a mysterious profundity realm expert at that. In comparison, his entourage of a single old man seemed far too inferior. He had come to break off the engagement, yet before he could even assert his presence, he was overshadowed by a peer. What a disgrace. Nephew Nalan Qingxue is unwell and resting in her chamber. Why don't you wait in the rear hall? Once I've finished with these matters, we can share a drink and catch up. Hearing Xiao Chen's request to let him handle things first, Murong Fu turned to Nalan Shiji and spoke in a low tone. There's no need. Before Murong Fu could finish, Nalan Shiji cut him off with a cold snort. In truth, I am not here to reminisce today, but to break off the engagement. Boom. Upon hearing Nalan Shiji's words, even though Murong Fu had suspected as much, his mind still felt as if a thunderclap had exploded. Is this your decision? Or your father's? Nalan Xiong's. Before outsiders being told by a junior that he wished to break off the engagement, Murong Fu's face darkened as he suppressed his rage and asked. He and Nalan Xiong were close friends. Though they had grown somewhat distant over the years, he still cherished their bond. After all, back then, in the 3rd year after Murong Boss' accident, the city lord's manor faced instability. It was Nalan Xiong who suggested that Murong Qingxue and Nalan Shiji be betrothed to publicly declare the alliance of their two families and stabilize the Murong family's position. If over the years the Nalan family wished to renege due to Murong Qings's misfortune, it should have been Nalan Xiong, who came privately to dissolve the engagement. Not for a junior to bring sect elders to break it off, and to do so bluntly and disrespectfully in front of outsiders. This was an insult to the Murong family. This is my own decision. Nalan Shiji disdained to distort the truth and admitted it bluntly. This marriage was arranged by you two elders when we were still young. Over the years I've paid it little mind, but now rumors are rife that Murong Qingxue is afflicted, having become neither human nor ghost. As the young sect leader of the Tai Sword sect, how could I marry a monster covered in red fur? Silenced. Nalan Shiji's merciless words struck Murong Fu's heart like a sharp blade. The latter couldn't help but roar in fury. Murong Bo, seated in his wheelchair, turned pale with anger, coughing incessantly from a surge of distress. Even at this moment, as Murong Fu's furious voice echoed, a sound came from a corner outside the hall, as if someone had fallen to the ground. Even at this moment, as Murong Fu's furious voice echoed, a sound came from a corner outside the hall, as if someone had fallen to the ground. Young miss. As Xiao Chen and the others turned their gaze, Hong'er and Qing'er stared at Murong Qingxue, who had fallen to the ground, and both let out a panicked cry at that moment. After Murong Fu departed, Murong Qingxue had declared her intention to stroll through the inner courtyard to clear her mind. But who would have guessed? Upon hearing the servants report that a young man and woman had torn down the aid notice in the central square, claiming they could surely cure old Master Murong, a flicker of curiosity stirred within her, so Murong Qingxue quietly slipped to the outside of the main hall, intending to catch a glimpse of this young couple. Little did she expect to witness Nalan Shiji arriving to break off the engagement. Hearing his words, which felt like daggers piercing her heart, and his merciless mockery of her as a red-haired freak, Murong Qingxue felt her heart wrench as if twisted by knives, and in a daze of anguish, she collapsed to the ground. Qingxue, Xiaoxue. Murong Fu and Murong Bo saw Murong Qingxue outside the main hall, and their expressions shifted dramatically in that instant, even revealing a trace of panic. Because of her grotesque, inhuman appearance, Murong Qingxue had attempted to end her own life multiple times over the past few years. Now encountering Nalan Shiji's arrival to annul the marriage, his words trampling so ruthlessly upon the Murong family's dignity. And all of this was because of her. Overwhelmed by self-blame and guilt, how could Murong Qingxue still harbor any will to live? So this is the young lady of the Murong family. Xiao Chen lifted his head to gaze at the figure swathed entirely in a black cloak, revealing only a face covered in red fur. She resembled a feminine version of the Monkey King, yet her face was also marred by eerie red patches. A flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes. Without a second thought, he activated his appraisal ability. A pitiful woman afflicted with a physical anomaly due to premature birth. Because of a mutation in her supreme Yin profound physique, the primal Yin energy within her body, after absorbing the essence of the lunar moon, condensed into baleful Yin aura. This caused excessive hair growth that underwent mutation, now possessing a resilience comparable to some profound grade spiritual weapons. With each shedding and transformation, the Yin energy within her gradually spirals out of control. Should she undergo 9 such transformations, the Yin energy will invade her sea of consciousness and soul, causing her to degenerate into a mindless Yin fiend demon. However, if the congenital deficiencies of her physique can be repaired, the supreme Yin profound physique will evolve into a saint-grade constitution, granting a certain probability of cultivating to the peak of the Saint King realm. As piece after piece of information materialized before his eyes, Xiao Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. He had never imagined that this young lady, deemed a freak by ordinary people, had become this way due to a congenital physical deficiency, causing her primal Yin energy to spiral out of control. And her physique, if it had been fully developed, it would actually be of the saint grade. For context, even a powerhouse like the Medusa Queen only possessed a talent of the highest heavenly grade. A saint grade physique. In the 7 great dynasties of the Eastern Wasteland, it was practically a legendary constitution. Who would have thought Murong Qingxue possessed such a physique? Young master, this person's body seems to contain a formidable energy. As Xiao Chen stood there stunned, Kai Yin beside him also sensed something speaking to him in a grave tone. Although she couldn't discern that Murong Qingxue's saint physique was underdeveloped, causing her primal Yin energy to run wild and deform her appearance. As a transcendent human realm expert, she could still perceive the other's extraordinary nature. She, within the 7 great dynasties of the Eastern Wasteland, can only be called a prodigy. Hearing Kai Yan's words, Xiao Chen turned his head slightly, speaking with a hint of profound implication. This left Kai Yan somewhat perplexed. She couldn't tell if Xiao Chen meant that Murong Qingxue's appearance was monstrous, or that some aspect of her was truly astonishing and otherworldly. She is Murong Qingxue. As the two exchanged words, Nalan Shiji also caught sight of Murong Qingxue, his face involuntarily contorting with shock. Cloaked in black, covered in red fur from head to toe, her face dotted with patches. This creature was his fiancée. Ha, I thought the rumors were exaggerated, but I never imagined my so-called fiancé truly looks neither human nor ghost. After a jolt of shock, a wave of intense disgust surged within him. Nalan Shiji suddenly burst into wild laughter at that moment, his gaze turning venomous as he stared at Murong Fu and Murong Qingxue. Before coming to the Murong residence, I wondered more than once if the world was spreading rumors to slander the Murong family. But I never expected it to be true. Murong Qingxue, it truly looks like a vengeful spirit. Silence. Hearing Nalan Shiji describe his own daughter in such terms, Murong Fu once again erupted in fury, the aura of his cultivation at the 9th level of Nirvana realm bursting forth. His figure blurred as he appeared before Nalan Shiji, in an instant delivering a resounding slap aimed at the young man's face. If Murong Qingxue were to attempt suicide again today because of Nalan Shiji's actions, then Nalan Shiji would have to pay the price. But in that very instant, the gray-robed elder standing beside Nalan Shiji snorted coldly, releasing his own cultivation aura as he stepped forward and hurled a punch at Murong Fu. Attempting to slap the young master of the Supreme Sword Sect right in front of him, an elder of the sect, was an outright disregard for his presence. Bang! The next moment, as fist and palm collided, a sonic boom erupted within the hall. A fierce gale like a storm swept outward, causing the entire hall to tremble. Fortunately, neither of them had unleashed their full strength. Otherwise, the clash between two Nirvana realm powerhouses would have been enough to collapse the entire council hall instantly. City Lord Murong Shiji is the young master of the Supreme Sword Sect. Are you trying to provoke a conflict with our sect? After blocking the slap for Nalan Shiji, the gray-robed elder fixed a cold gaze on Murong Fu. Although his cultivation was a minor realm lower than Murong Fu's, his momentum at this moment was in no way inferior, even giving the impression of overwhelming his opponent. After all, even if the Murong family controlled the entire heavenly capital city, they were still insignificant in the eyes of the Supreme Sword Sect, because any one of the Supreme Sword Sect's supreme elders could effortlessly annihilate the Murong family. If the Murong family did not wish to be wiped out, they would not dare to oppose the Supreme Sword Sect. Upon hearing these words, Murong Fu was so enraged that his entire body trembled uncontrollably, flames of fury seemingly blazing in his eyes. Yet a shred of remaining reason prevented him from losing control on the spot. The Supreme Sword Sect was indeed a force the Murong family could not afford to provoke. Once a full-blown conflict erupted, the Murong family's fate would be dire. Get out! After suppressing his inner rage with immense effort, Murong Fu took a deep breath and roared with a chilling voice. You dare to try and slap me? As Murong Fu uttered that word, Nalan Shiji, who had been startled, finally snapped back to his senses. Remembering that the slap from Murong Fu had come less than 10 centimeters from his face, Nalan Shiji was now thoroughly enraged. Was there anything wrong with what I said? Murong Qingxue has a face full of red patches and is covered in red fur. What right does she have to be worthy of me? Burning with fury, Nalan Shiji stared straight at Murong Fu, his words mercilessly cutting. I am the young master of the Supreme Sword Sect, a hero destined to lead the sect in the future. How could I marry a monster because of some arranged engagement? Today I tell you here and now, this engagement is annulled by the Nalan family. To seek a marriage alliance with our Nalan family, your Murong family, is unworthy, and she, Murong Qingxue, is even more unworthy. Boom. Hearing Nalan Shiji's words, Murong Fu's mind seemed to explode with thunder, his face turning a livid purple from rage. Murong Bo, meanwhile, was so enraged that his face turned deathly pale. Seated in his wheelchair, he coughed incessantly, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Even Murong Qingxue, lying on the ground, had a glimmer of despair fading from her eyes. She had completely lost all attachment to the world, wishing she could leave it at that very moment. At that same instant, just as Murong Fu was about to erupt and strike again, Xiao Chen's voice suddenly rang out cold and clear. I had no intention of meddling in your private affairs, but your words are truly beyond my acceptance. As Murong Fu and the others turned to look, Xiao Chen first took a sip of tea, his tone laced with sarcasm. If you claim that the current status of the Murong family is unworthy of you, the young master, that might hold some truth. But if you say that this Miss Murong is unworthy of you, I would have to disagree. With that, Xiao Chen set down his teacup and continued in a mocking tone. Because in my eyes, the one who is unworthy should be you. These words fell, and the hall fell into dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at Xiao Chen. Even Murong Qingxue looked up, evidently shocked by his statement. One was a dashing young man with extraordinary talent, the young master of the Tai Sword Sect. The other, though the daughter of the city lord, appeared neither human nor ghost. Any discerning person could see at a glance who was unworthy of whom between Nalan Shiji and Murong Qingxue. Yet Xiao Chen claimed that Nalan Shiji was unworthy of Murong Qingxue. This was clearly a blatant lie. Ha, you dare say this young master is unworthy of this woman? Hearing Xiao Chen's absurd remark, Nalan Shiji was momentarily stunned, then laughed in fury. Anyone with eyes can see the truth, yet you twist black and white. Could it be that you're naturally drawn to such freaks? Hearing Nalan Shiji's biting words, Murong Fu's fists clenched once more, barely restraining himself from lunging at him. Yet curious as to why Xiao Chen would say such things, he took a deep breath and held back. After all, Xiao Chen had claimed to have full confidence in curing Murong Bo. Could it be that he had already discerned something about Murong Qingxue's condition? You need not know my preferences, you only need to know that I am stating a fact. Hearing Nalan Shiji's retort, Xiao Chen remained unperturbed, replying with a calm smile. Let me put it this way. A precious jade buried in dust, though most of the world cannot see its luster, it remains an unattainable treasure. While gold-plated filth, no matter how dazzling its exterior, is still a repulsive waste. Xiao Chen did not speak bluntly, only using a metaphor. But anyone present, unless foolish, could tell who was the jade in the dust, and who was the stinking filth. You dare insult this young master? Nalan Shiji's face turned livid with rage. He stepped forward to slap some sense into Xiao Chen, but halted as he noticed Kai Yin staring at him. His momentum waning, he snorted coldly. This young master has already broken through to the first level of the spirit aperture realm at merely 18, making me the foremost genius of the great Qian dynasty. What right do you have to mock me? With that, Nalan Shiji unleashed his cultivation aura, his entire presence blazing as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen. Though he dared not strike Xiao Chen directly due to Kai Yin, he could not afford to lose in presence. With such proud achievements, he believed he could shatter the opponent's Dao heart. So reaching the first level of the spirit aperture realm at 18 makes you the pride of the great Qian dynasty. Then, having reached the 7th level before even turning 18, can I claim to dominate the eastern wastelands? Seeing Nalan Shiji like a frenzied mutt eager to flaunt his strength, Xiao Chen rose with a cold smile, his own cultivation aura exploding forth. The formidable presence of the 7th level of the spirit aperture realm instantly shattered Nalan Shiji's momentum, causing his pupils to contract violently and leaving everyone in the hall stunned. Impossible. How could anyone under 18 reach the 7th level of the spirit aperture realm? This is absolutely impossible. Sensing Xiao Chen's overwhelming aura, Nalan Shiji cried out in disbelief. He possessed a heaven-grade mid-tier martial talent, the most exceptional prodigy in Huangzhou. How could anyone be more monstrous than him? A frog at the bottom of a well knows nothing of the vast heavens. So do not deny others' existence with your limited understanding. Seeing Nalan Shiji's deflated expression, Xiao Chen disdainfully withdrew his aura. In your eyes, Miss Murong is a freak, neither human nor ghost, but how could you know that beneath this seemingly hideous exterior lies a face of breathtaking beauty? And even setting aside her true appearance, her martial talent alone would leave you in the dust. Boom. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Murong Fu and Murong Bo felt as if thunder had exploded in their minds. Their eyes fixed on Xiao Chen in disbelief, as if realizing something, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Young Master Xiao, could it be? You have discerned my daughter's affliction. As the trembling question was uttered, Murong Qingxue, standing outside the hall, rose and looked at Xiao Chen with equally trembling eyes. For so many years the world had seen her as a freak, a monster, neither human nor ghost, and she herself had believed it. Yet today, when she was struck by the humiliation of a broken engagement and on the verge of despair, a stranger stood up and declared her a precious jade buried in dust. That beneath this ugly exterior lay a face of peerless beauty, and that even her ailing body possessed talent beyond the ordinary. Indeed, Xiao Chen nodded, speaking calmly. Miss Murong's condition stems from a congenital deficiency, combined with an overpowering constitution that causes her innate yin qi to spiral out of control, resulting in her current state. If I am not mistaken, Miss Murong has undergone 8 cycles of shedding and often loses control during the full moon. Moreover, she frequently experiences sharp pains in her dantian, each bout excruciating. These words left Nalan Shiji and the gray-robed elder utterly bewildered, but Murong Fu and Murong Bo trembled even more violently. Even Murong Qingxue herself was stunned. He had gotten everything right. The hair on her body did indeed shed and regrow, and it had happened 8 times. Even the Pill King Gu Qinghe had failed to see this. Yet Xiao Chen, merely by glancing at her from within the hall, had accurately described all her symptoms. Could this young Master Xiao be a disciple of some medical sage? Since young Master Xiao has discerned my daughter's condition, might you have a method to cure her? Trembling with inner turmoil, Murong Fu stepped forward and asked in a quavering voice. As I said before, for ordinary people, Miss Murong's condition might seem impossible to treat, but to me it's a trivial matter. However, it depends on whether the Morong family can accept the conditions I propose. Xiao Chen said with a faint carefree smile. Before he could finish his sentence, Morong Fu's pupils contracted sharply, and with a thud he knelt directly on the ground. Before he could finish his sentence, Morong Fu's pupils contracted sharply, and with a thud he knelt directly on the ground. If young Master Xiao can cure my daughter, Morong Fu shall devote his life to following you and offer all the treasures of the Morong clan. This vow, I swear by my Tao heart to the heavens. If I, Morong Fu, break this promise, may I be consumed by inner demons and die a miserable death. As these words fell, a thunderous crack echoed through the air, as if heaven and earth themselves bore witness. Nalan Shiji and the gray-robed elder stared in shock at Morong Fu. They had never imagined he would go so far as to offer the clan's heritage and pledge his life in servitude for Morong Qingxue. It seemed almost unbelievable. After all, human nature was inherently selfish. Even bloodkin would not sacrifice so selflessly in this cruel world. As the city lord of Tiandu City, Morong Fu had reached the 9th level of the Nirvana realm, a figure of some renown in the Huangzhou region. To grovel so humbly for a child, even offering everything, was sheer folly. He might as well find another woman to bear a new heir rather than lose all and become a servant. Father. Morong Qingxue watched her kneeling father, tears flooding her eyes as Nalan Shiji and the gray-robed elder looked on in bewilderment. She knew Morong Fu loved her deeply, but she never expected him to abandon everything for her sake. Was this the bond of true kin? Ahem. Young Master Xiao. Might this old man transfer the chance you granted me to Xiao Shui? As Morong Qingxu's heart stirred, the paralyzed Morong Bo confined to a wheelchair coughed and pleaded. With the Morong clan's current resources, securing 2 interventions from Xiao Chen was impossible. Even Morong Fu's vow of servitude held little weight. After all, Xiao Chen was already followed by a Tongxian realm expert. Morong Fu's Nirvana 9th layer cultivation was negligible to him. Thus, if only one chance remained, he would yield it to his granddaughter Morong Qingxue. The young were the family's future. These words stunned Nalan Shiji and the gray-robed elder once more. Could anyone truly forsake hope and offer it to another? Had the old man lost his wits? Hearing Morong Bo's words, Morong Qingxu's tears burst forth like a breached dam, and she sobbed uncontrollably. She had always sought death, yet these 2 kin were willing to sacrifice everything for her. In comparison, she seemed so immature and unworthy of their devotion. Rise. Xiao Chen spoke calmly to Morong Fu as Morong Qingxue wallowed in guilt. Considering the sincerity of the Morong clan, I shall grant a buy one, get one free deal. 2 treatments for the price of 1. Given the situation, securing the Morong clan's loyalty was assured. Treating Morong Qingxue as well was only fitting. Thank you, young Master Xiao. Hearing Xiao Chen's intent to heal them, both Morong Fu and Morong Bo wept with gratitude, nearly prostrating themselves in thanks. Hey, even King Alchemist Gu Qinghe couldn't cure their ailments. What makes you a mere brat think you can? Nalan Shiji sneered as Morong Fu and the others brimmed with gratitude. Seeing Xiao Chen, who was his age, surpass him in cultivation and now steal the spotlight in the Morong clan, Nalan Shiji's heart burned with fierce envy. If Xiao Chen truly had the skill to heal them, his mastery of medicine would surpass even the king alchemists. The thought made Nalan Shiji's skin crawl as if covered in ants. He had to voice his doubt to soothe his jealousy. Nalan Shiji, get out of the Morong residence at once. Young Master Xiao is not for you to question. Before Xiao Chen could respond, Morong Fu rose and fixed a cold glare on Nalan Shiji, rebuking him without mercy. Had it not been for the gray-robed elder and Tai sword sect's backing, he would have crippled Nalan Shiji. No matter, he's just a clown. No need for such anger. As Morong Fu moved to expel Nalan Shiji, Xiao Chen raised a hand to stop him, a mocking gaze fixed on his rival. Don't you think Miss Morong is unworthy of you? Allow me to show you the true nature of the woman you sought to divorce. With a cold laugh, Xiao Chen approached Morong Qingxue. Miss Morong, I will mend your innate deficiencies, but you may feel some pain as your constitution transforms. What a... Morong Fu and Nalan Shiji gasped and shocked their eyes wide with disbelief at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's words suggested he would heal Morong Qingxue before their very eyes, and the process would not take long. Morong Qingxue gazed blankly at Xiao Chen, her eyes trembling with emotion. In his gaze, she found no disgust, only appreciation and encouragement. That look made her feel acknowledged by an outsider, and her cold heart quivered involuntarily. I can endure it. After a surge of strange emotion, she lowered her head humbly and replied with firm resolve. She felt shy. Yet she was an outcast, hideous and monstrous, lacking even the courage to meet Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen, oblivious to her thoughts, nodded upon hearing her answer and unleashed his cultivation, surrounding himself with swirling runes. He pointed at Morong Qingxue with an air of transcendent mastery. This was a performance to impress, feigning the role of a medical expert with convincing flair. If he built this reputation, perhaps high-level powerhouses injured and desperate would kneel and beg for his aid. After all, a medical master capable of healing the mighty was a walking talisman of life, which explained the exalted status of such practitioners. All tricks and pretense. I refuse to believe that a few taps from this brat can cure what King Alchemist Gu Qing'e couldn't. Nalan Shiji sneered in self-consolation as Xiao Chen's runes flickered. If Xiao Chen failed, he would face not only the Murong clan's wrath, but also Nalan's mockery and attacks. System repair Murong Qingsu's constitution. As his finger touched her heart, Xiao Chen issued the command. Ding. System deducted 112000 points. Beginning constitution restoration for character Murong Qingxue. Xiao Chen's eyes widened in shock. A saint-grade constitution, merely compensating for its deficiencies, cost over 1100 points. This showed just how extraordinary Murong Qingxu's talent would be once restored. A saint-grade constitution, merely compensating for its deficiencies, cost over 1100 points. This showed just how extraordinary Murong Qingxu's talent would be once restored. Buzz. At the moment when Xiao Chen felt astonished within his heart, a dazzling white light suddenly erupted. A series of runes along with the brilliant white light surged into Murong Qingxu's body, causing her to involuntarily cry out in pain. Immediately after, under the illumination of this white light, the physical defects within Murong Qingxue were rapidly being repaired at that moment. The ugly red spots on her face vanished at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the hair that covered her entire body quickly softened and fell off after the negative energy flowed back into her dantian. Then it fell onto the ground beneath Murong Qingxue as it slipped from her loose black robe. In a brief moment, as Xiao Chen retracted his hand, Murong Qingxue stopped trembling. A face as exquisite as a painting resembling a fairy descended from the heavens presented itself before everyone. The image of Murong Qingxue with a hint of purple in the background would be revealed again later. As for Murong Qingxu's cultivation with the nourishment of this negative energy, it soared at an astonishing speed. In less than a few breaths, she directly crossed over the boundary of the opening realm and stabilized at the second layer of the spirit aperture realm. Such an astonishing transformation immediately caused everyone in the hall to feel as if their minds were echoing with a thunderous roar. Each one of them had pupils that seemed ready to burst, staring at Murong Qingxue in disbelief. Looking at this stunningly beautiful face, Nalan Shiji felt as if his head were about to explode. His mouth even opened wide enough to swallow 3 eggs. When Xiao Chen previously claimed that Murong Qingxue was stunningly beautiful, he had scorned her internally more than once for being a fool. Yet now, seeing the red spots on her face disappear and the hair all over her body shed, revealing her true appearance, he finally realized he was the real fool. Such an unparalleled beauty. Aside from the little junior sister whom he yearned for, Murong Qingxue was another woman who made him drool. And most importantly, she had activated her innate potential, allowing her cultivation to soar to the second layer of the spirit aperture realm, even surpassing him by a small realm. With such talent, if she were to grow in the future, she would undoubtedly become a powerhouse of the celestial realm. Possessing a flawless, peerless beauty along with such extraordinary talent, Murong Qingxue was simply a perfect match for him. Feeling utterly shocked inside, Nalan Shiji's breathing grew increasingly rapid, and his gaze on Murong Qingxue became more fervent. Qingxue, is this really Qingxue? Seeing Murong Qingxue, who had completed her transformation, Murong Fu was also stunned, unable to believe his own eyes. He walked up to Murong Qingxue while murmuring in disbelief. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch her beautiful face, yet feared it was merely a figment of his imagination. After a moment of daze, he suddenly withdrew his right hand and slapped himself hard. Ha 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 ha, that hurts. This is real. Qingxue has finally returned to normal. Feeling the pain on his face, Murong Fu suddenly laughed madly towards the sky, then knelt before Xiao Chen. Murong Fu thanks young Master Xiao for this great favor, not only restoring Murong Qingxu's original appearance with a wave of his hand, but also causing her cultivation to surge to the spirit aperture realm. For Murong Qingxue, this was akin to being reborn. I have recovered. Seeing the shocked and fervent expression on Nalan Shiji's face, and Murong Bo sitting in a wheelchair with tears streaming down his face, even her father Murong Fu was laughing madly towards the sky. Murong Qingxue felt a slight coolness on her face and could not help but reach out to touch her face and neck. In the past, she would feel a cluster of hair, but now it felt like smooth, soft satin, as if she were caressing a piece of ice silk. This made her body tremble suddenly, her pupils contracting sharply before she could not help but rapidly expand again. It made her realize an unbelievable fact. That is, she had no hair left on her body. In that moment, an unprecedented pang of sadness surged into her heart, causing her to burst into tears. Unexpectedly, after being treated as a monster for so many years, she could finally have a day of normalcy. And all of this was thanks to the young man before her. I Mu Rong Qingxue. Thank young Master Xiao for his great kindness and virtue. Amidst a surge of mixed emotions, Mu Rong Qingxue knelt down directly. Once her world was shrouded in darkness, but now someone had illuminated her world. And this person, regardless of his status or wealth, whether he was good or evil, from now on he would be everything to Mu Rong Qingxue, the person she could never betray in this life. Everyone get up. No need to kneel so easily. Seeing Mu Rongfu and Mu Rong Qingxue like this, Xiao Chen spoke with a faint smile. However, when he looked at Mu Rong Qingxue, he could not help but show a hint of amazement. Such a stunning face. Perhaps only the veiled Kai Yin behind him could rival Mu Rong Qingxue at this moment. So how is it? Have you recognized the truth now? After Mu Rongfu and Mu Rong Qingxue stood up, Xiao Chen looked at Nalan Shiji with a teasing gaze. Hearing Xiao Chen's question, Nalan Shiji's face turned beet red at that moment. He wanted to refute Xiao Chen, but found no excuses. He never expected that Xiao Chen's methods could be so miraculous, solving a complicated problem that even the Pill King Gu Qinghe could not resolve. Yet such a proud person as he would not allow himself to be overwhelmed so easily. As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced at Mu Rong Qingxue and Mu Rongfu, revealing a sincere smile. Mu Rong uncle, earlier Nalan Shiji was blind to the gem before him, and he clashed with you in public. I hope that Mu Rong uncle can overlook this and not hold it against a younger generation like me. After saying some flattering words to Mu Rongfu, Nalan Shiji also revealed his intentions at that moment. Since Sister Qingxue has now received assistance from a noble person and is able to shed her illness and restore her appearance, I, Nalan Shiji, am not one to abandon my commitments. When I return to the Tai Sword sect tomorrow, I will have my master announce to the various forces of the Daiqian Empire that in 7 days we shall welcome Sister Qingxue into the sect. This way I would not be betraying the marriage contract set by my father and Mu Rong uncle back then. Upon hearing Nalan Shiji's words, both Mu Rongfu and Mu Rong Qingxue widened their eyes in disbelief, and even Xiao Chen looked over with a face of astonishment. First he forcefully annulled the marriage, and now witnessing Mu Rong Qingxue's true form as well as her truly monstrous talent. In just a few sentences, he brushed aside previous matters and directly invoked the name of the Tai Sword sect's master. He intended to pressure the Mu Rong family, forcing them to honor the marriage contract and attempt to marry Mu Rong Qingxue. How shameless. He had never seen such shamelessness. Get lost. Hearing Nalan Shiji's words, Mu Rongfu immediately shouted angrily. You just insulted my daughter so harshly, and now you want to shamelessly force her into marriage. Even if my daughter were to live her life as a widow, she would have no relation to a scoundrel like you. While Mu Rong Qingxue did not say anything, her expression was one of indifference. Had Nalan Shiji come to visit her today, she might have felt a bit of inferiority and joy, and would have somewhat acknowledged this fiancé. But today's events made her see through Nalan Shiji's true face, which disgusted her to the point of wanting to vomit. Nalan Gongzi, since you said those words to my father earlier, I, Mu Rong Qingxue, have nothing to do with you for the rest of my life. From now on, Qingxue intends to follow young Master Xiao as a servant, so please do not speak words that may cause misunderstandings. As she felt disgusted inside, Mu Rong Qingxue said coldly, You despised me when I was ugly, and now that I am beautiful you are unworthy. I, Mu Rong Qingxue. Even if I am to be a female servant by young Master Zhao's side, serving him tea, warming his bed, I will never have any relation with scum like you. After being ruthlessly rejected by Mu Rongfu and Mu Rong Qingxue, Nalan Shiji's expression instantly darkened to an extreme. How dare you refuse this young master? Taking a deep breath to suppress his inner fury, Nalan Shiji glared coldly at Mu Rongfu and Mu Rong Qingxue. You must understand that this young master is not only the young patriarch of the Nalan family, but also the young master of the Tai Sword sect, representing two major forces behind me. You Mu Rong family are so unyielding. Do you wish to offend these two major forces? After speaking, a sickly possessiveness appeared on Nalan Shiji's face as he gazed intensely at Mu Rong Qingxue. His voice coldly continued. Continue to honor the marriage contract and let Qingxue marry this young master, and these major forces can coexist peacefully. Otherwise, once my master and grandfather become truly enraged, the situation for the Mu Rong family will not be good. His chilling words left no room for doubt about the threat. Stimulated by the public humiliation and his possessiveness, Nalan Shiji was now utterly shameless. With only one thought in his mind, he was determined to possess Mu Rong Qingxue, to dominate, and train her, ultimately reshaping her to his will. In this way, he could wash away the humiliation of being rejected publicly and find some solace for his pride. Get lost. Hearing Nalan Shiji's words, Morong Fu, who usually had a good temper, finally could no longer endure. With a roar, his cultivation aura erupted explosively, his gaze coldly fixed on Nalan Shiji. From today onwards, the Morong family and your Nalan family shall sever all ties. If you dare utter another word of threat, I won't hesitate to cripple you right here in front of him. After finishing this sentence, Morong Fu raised his hand and struck out, his true essence erupting like a torrent. Morong Fu, how dare you? Seeing that Morong Fu had shown no mercy in his strike, the elderly man in gray roared and unleashed his own aura, raising his hand to meet Morong Fu's attack. Boom! The next moment, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the floor of the hall shattered on the spot. Under the terrifying impact, Xiao Chen and Morong Qingxue were all forced back. Some tables and chairs were instantly reduced to dust. Meanwhile, Nalan Shiji and the gray-clad elder were blasted out of the hall by the strike. Old bastard, you dare to attack this young master. The Morong family is doomed. Stabilizing himself after being shocked, Nalan Shiji roared in fury. From childhood to adulthood, he had always been the center of attention, especially after being accepted as a disciple by the sect master of Tai Sword sect. In this small place of the wilderness state, even local city lords had to act according to his whims. He never expected that Morong Fu, this old fool, would dare to show such disrespect and even attack him. Leave. Seeing Nalan Shiji enraged and reckless, throwing out harsh words, wasn't he simply asking for trouble? The gray-clad elder slightly frowned, grabbing Nalan Shiji and leaping away. Although the Tai Sword sect was not afraid of the Morong family, it was simply impossible to completely break ties and go to war over a marriage issue with a local city lord. After all, the Tai Sword sect was a prominent force and could not wage war with other sects over the personal matters of its juniors. Moreover, this was in an unjustifiable position. Watching the gray-clad elder take Nalan Shiji away with a grim expression, Morong Fu's demeanor finally eased a bit. I apologize for making the young master witness this farce. Turning to Xiao Chen with cupped fists, Morong Fu then removed the spatial ring from his hand, erased the soul imprint, and directly handed it to Xiao Chen. Inside there are not only my life savings, but also the reviving spirit purple pill you needed. Now they all belong to you. Although Xiao Chen had yet to heal Morong Bo, it did not hinder Morong Fu's trust and gratitude towards him. In just under an hour of contact, he was completely won over by Xiao Chen. Clearly possessing extraordinary medical skills and exceptional talent, yet his character was neither servile nor arrogant. Compared to that fool Nalan Shiji, he was simply on a different level. If Morong Qingxue were to entrust her life to a remarkable man like Xiao Chen, her old father could die in peace. With this thought, Morong Fu recalled Morong Qingxue's words, and a glimmer of unusual light appeared in his eyes. Perhaps given Morong Qingxue's current beauty, there might really be some hope. As he pondered, he looked at his daughter only to find Morong Qingxue secretly glancing at Xiao Chen, her expression seeming somewhat shy. This made his eyes shine even brighter. This seems promising. At the same time, Morong Qingxue noticed her old father staring at her with a strange gaze. Startled, she quickly turned her head away, her face flushing red from her cheeks to her neck. She never expected that she would be caught by her own father while secretly admiring young Master Xiao. This situation was simply too embarrassing. As for the little actions of the two, Xiao Chen was completely unaware at this moment. Without any pretense, he took the space ring from Morong Fu's hand and immediately began to examine it. As his spiritual sense delved into the space ring, the first thing that caught his eye was a small mountain made of spirit crystals with at least over 1 million of them. Additionally, surrounding the spirit crystal mountain, various treasures floated, including martial arts techniques, medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, beast cores, and even some precious materials from beast corpses. All these items combined should be worth 1 or 2 million spirit crystals. Most importantly, Xiao Chen found a sealed purple pill in one of the pill bottles. Reviving spirit purple pill. A single one of such value could match all the resources in this spatial ring, and it was also his goal for this trip. Now this pill was finally in hand. With this pill and these resources, it would be sufficient to restore Kai Yin to her peak cultivation. At that time, with the protection of a powerful being at the 9th level of the celestial realm, he could almost walk unchecked in the wilderness state. However, before that, he would first help the old gentleman Morong restore his injuries. As his thoughts settled, Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense from the spatial ring, fixing his gaze on Morong Bo in the wheelchair. Old Master Morong, next. I will help you stand again. Thank you, young Master Xiao. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Morong Fu and Morong Qingxue were overjoyed, and even Morong Bo himself excitedly expressed his gratitude. Xiao Chen nodded in response and did not waste any more words. He immediately joined his hands together, performing several hand seals as vast true essence transformed into countless runes surrounding him. After a chaotic series of actions, Xiao Chen pointed at Morong Bo while simultaneously issuing a repair command to the system. Ding. The system has deducted 2300 points and is currently repairing the injuries of Murong Bo. As expected of a transcendent expert, fully repairing his injuries actually required over 20,000 points. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Chen's expression revealed some surprise, but he did not feel too distressed at this moment. After all, what he earned today far exceeded these points. Next, after helping Murong Bo recover from his old injuries and hidden ailments, he even hoped to help restore his cultivation. After all, the Murong family had already been won over by him, and if he could help Murong Bo recover his cultivation, he would gain another powerful ally. This was undoubtedly a guaranteed profit. As Xiao Chen once again displayed his medical arts, everyone held their breath, afraid to disturb his incantation. Only Kai Yan showed a hint of confusion, followed by a look of gravity. She recalled that when Xiao Chen had healed Xiaozhan's injuries, he had not performed these elaborate hand seals. It seemed this old man was gravely wounded enough to make the young master resort to hand seals. As the white light blazed forth, Murong Bo felt as if he were immersed in a fountain of life-giving spiritual energy. His once damaged and weakened bodily functions were now reviving and bursting with vitality. This sensation nearly made him groan, but he managed to suppress the urge. At his age, startling young master Xiao would not be fitting. Soon Xiao Chen withdrew his hand, the runes on his body fading away. "It's done. How do you feel?" he asked with a light smile, looking at Murong Bo, who appeared a decade younger. It's healed, truly healed." Feeling his breathing become effortlessly smooth with no urge to cough, and even his lower body regaining sensation. Murong Bo's eyes widened in that moment. He stood up and moved his body. "I'm Murong Bo can finally stand again." Feeling the long-lost earth beneath him, Murong Bo laughed heartily at the sky and then knelt heavily before Xiao Chen. This old man Murong Bo kowtows in gratitude for young Master Xiao's immense kindness. Murong Fu and Murong Qingxue, seeing their elder kneeling in thanks, dared not remain standing and promptly knelt before Xiao Chen. Why are you all kneeling again?" Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on at the sight. This family was far too courteous, kneeling at every turn, making him feel quite embarrassed. After all, he had exerted no real effort, merely waving his hands about in a random fashion, leaving everything to the system. Now he had reaped a bountiful harvest of resources and gained ample fame and glory. Thus, he was already quite satisfied with this trip and had no need for further prostrations. "Now that your injuries are fully healed, all that remains is to restore your former cultivation," Xiao Chen said with a light smile, gesturing for Murong Bo and the others to rise. "Next, I will try to refine a purple rejuvenation pill, which should help you recover your previous cultivation." As he thought of the purple rejuvenation pill, a bold idea emerged in his mind, though he was unsure if it would work. If it did, he might obtain many purple rejuvenation pills and could spare one to restore Murong Bo's cultivation. What a... Murong Bo, Murong Fu, and the others were stunned upon hearing Xiao Chen's words. They could scarcely believe what they had heard. Xiao Chen had already shown them immense kindness by intervening twice, and now he intended to help Murong Bo regain his cultivation. What had the Murong family done to deserve such generosity from Xiao Chen? "Don't get too excited yet, this is just an idea of mine. I need to verify it first. If it doesn't work, then old Master Murong's cultivation will have to be restored another time." Seeing Murong Bo and the others trembling with excitement, looking as if they were about to kneel again, Xiao Chen waved his hand, giving them a preemptive warning. "Young Master Xiao's mere intention is already a tremendous blessing. We dare not ask for more." Murong Bo waved his hand in response, his face still filled with gratitude. Had Xiao Chen not appeared today, he would have become a cold corpse within 3 days. And Murong Qingxue, after being rejected by Nalan Shiji, would surely have been left desolate and likely taken her own life. Even Murong Fu, having lost 2 loved ones in succession, might have been utterly crushed. Thus, Xiao Chen's arrival today had saved not just him, but the entire Murong family. "Emma, prepare a quiet room for me. I need to verify my idea," Xiao Chen said with a nod without further pleasantries. After giving his instructions to Murong Bo and the others, he was led to a room in the courtyard next to Murong Qingxue's. Kai Yan, without a word, glanced at Murong Qingxue before swaying her hips to follow Xiao Chen. If she wasn't mistaken, this was another woman infatuated with young Master Xiao, likely a future sister she would have to get along with. Young Master Xiao was simply too outstanding. He had only been away for 2 or 3 days and already caught the eye of a smitten woman. It seemed if she didn't seize the opportunity, she might end up far behind in the ranks. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Kai Yan's gaze flickered as she watched Xiao Chen's retreating figure. They're long gone. Still staring. Watching Xiao Chen and Kai Yan disappear around the corner, Murong Bo looked at the dazed Murong Qingxue and couldn't help but clear his throat and tease her. "Grandfather, what nonsense are you talking about?" Startled by Murong Bo's words, Murong Qingxue snapped back to reality. Her delicate face flushed crimson as she retorted with feigned displeasure. Haha, at my age I can certainly tell when you've taken a liking to someone. Seeing this rare expression on Murong Qingxue Murong Bo couldn't help but laugh. Young Master Xiao is a rare prodigy. If you like him, you should seize the opportunity. After all, my little Shui is now a great beauty, second to none. But young Master Xiao already has such an outstanding companion by his side. How could he ever notice a humble girl like Mia? Hearing Murong Boss seemingly encouraging words, Murong Qingxue lowered her head, her voice tinged with self-doubt. Though Kai Yin wore a veil and remained silent, being a woman herself, Murong Qingxue could sense that she was a stunning beauty whose looks were in no way inferior to her own. Moreover, Kai Yan's cultivation was far higher, and she possessed an aura that Murong Qingxue could not match, like that of a true superior. A woman so exceptional was worthy of young Master Xiao. How could she who had transformed from an ugly duckling ever be deserving of him? Silly girl, happiness is something you fight for. If you like him, go after him boldly. A man as refined and extraordinary as young Master Xiao, with his remarkable abilities, will not lack for admirers. If you lack the courage to stand by his side, you may one day lack the courage to even approach him. Sensing that Murong Qingxue still harbored self-doubt, unable to shake off the shadow of her former self, as an outcast, Murong Bo reached out and patted her shoulder. You are no less than anyone now, you just lack a bit of confidence. Life is short, so be bold. Chase a person, cross a mountain. Don't leave yourself with regrets. Your grandfather will always support you. Grandfather? Murong Qingxue's body trembled at his words, her eyes reddening as she looked up. She had never imagined that her feelings for a man could receive support from an elder. This was something she had never dared to dream of. Beside the Murong Fuss, eyes also grew red. Such a heartwarming scene. If Murong Qingxue's mother were here, she would surely be comforted. And you brat, pouting in silence. What does that mean? Don't you support your daughter pursuing young Master Xiao? Before Murong Fu could finish his thoughts, a slap landed on the back of his head. Looking up, he saw Murong Bo glaring at him with wide eyes, leaving his head buzzing. If you hadn't gotten drunk back then and arranged that wretched marriage for Qingxue, would my little Shui have suffered such humiliation today? From now on, Qingxue's happiness is her own to decide. If you stir up any more trouble, it'll break your legs. Watching Murong Fu, the city lord, being scolded like a child by Murong Bo. A charming smile curled at the corners of Murong Qingxue's lips. The Murong family had truly changed. It was now more vibrant and joyful than ever before. All of this was thanks to young Master Xiao. In this life, she would never let him down. As her expression brightened, Murong Qingxue made up her mind. She would dedicate herself to young Master Xiao and become the beloved companion by his side. On the other side, after entering the chamber, Xiao Chen ignored Kai Yin, who followed him, and immediately sat down cross-legged and took out the revitalizing purple elixir. He then directly activated the appraisal function. A 7th grade lower-tier revitalizing purple elixir containing many impurities within, with imperfect integration of medicinal power. Due to prolonged storage and improper sealing techniques, nearly 40% of its medicinal power has been lost. The current medicinal power can restore a severely injured high-level powerhouse's cultivation to the first level of Tongxian realm. Indeed, a defective product. Looking at the elixir's attributes, Xiao Chen shook his head. 40% of the medicinal power had been lost along with many impurities. It was even worse than he had estimated. However, even if this elixir was somewhat inferior if it were put up for auction in the outside world, it could not be obtained for less than 1 or 2 million spirit crystals. This was the rarity of value. System: as long as an item is in a damaged state, can it be restored to its complete form by consuming points? After appraising the revitalizing purple elixir, Xiao Chen asked abruptly. Ding. As long as the remaining part of the item reaches 1% of the complete form, the system can restore it to fullness. Except for soul consciousness and cultivation techniques. After Xiao Chen's inquiry, the system replied mechanically. This made Xiao Chen's eyes light up instantly. Hiss, 1%. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to shout that the system was incredible, and gazed at the revitalizing purple elixir with burning intensity. Then his spiritual sense covered it, and his cultivation exploded in that moment. Strands of true qi, like indestructible threads, directly split the revitalizing purple elixir before him into 100 portions. This was his idea just now. Since the system could repair damaged items, could he split a complete item and then consume system points to restore it to fullness? Thus he could obtain many identical products and even upgrade them. Little did he expect that this idea could actually be realized. Young master, seeing Xiao Chen suddenly erupt with cultivation and directly split the revitalizing purple elixir, Kai Yin felt utterly bewildered. Even if this revitalizing purple elixir was somewhat inferior, there seemed no need to destroy it, right? Could it be that the young master was about to perform some unprecedented refining technique? As thoughts churned in her mind, Kai Yin, as if recalling something, held herself back from speaking. She just stared intently at Xiao Chen, afraid to miss any fascinating detail. System, restore this fragment of the revitalizing purple elixir to completeness. Under Kai Yan's puzzled and guessing gaze, Xiao Chen then put away the elixir fragments, keeping only one portion for restoration. Ding! The system has deducted 20,000 points and is restoring the revitalizing purple elixir for the host. Almost as soon as Xiao Chen's words fell, the system prompt sounded abruptly, causing Xiao Chen to widen his eyes in shock. Hiss! It actually costs 20,000 points. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen was astonished, a dazzling white light burst forth. Then amid a flash of purple light, a brand new revitalizing purple elixir appeared before Xiao Chen. Young master, you actually used a fragment of the elixir to forge a new one out of thin air. Kai Yan, witnessing this scene from the side, was almost frightened into fainting by Xiao Chen despite being a celestial being realm powerhouse. This ability to create objects from nothing was beyond her comprehension. If she hadn't retained a shred of composure, she would have knelt down on the spot to worship Xiao Chen. This was truly a divine technique, unmatched even by the Supreme Emperor. System, does restoring a single elixir require so many points? Xiao Chen ignored Kai Yan's flushed excitement and asked the system about this absurd issue internally. Ding! The points consumed by the system are measured based on the target item's grade and the extent of its damage. The higher the quality and the greater the damage, the more points are consumed. As Xiao Chen winced in frustration, the system replied mechanically. All right. After a moment of silence, Xiao Chen grasped the key point. Splitting a complete item into 100 portions, taking one and restoring it to fullness. This approach was hardly different from refining anew. Just like when he had restored Murong Bo earlier, whose cultivation had reached the second level of Tongxian realm and was on the verge of depletion. Restoring all his injuries and old ailments was akin to reforging him from scratch. Hence it had cost over 20,000 points back then. Although the consumption is somewhat high, this operation is still monstrous. Looking at the revitalizing purple elixir in his hand, its fragrance far richer than before, a satisfied smile spread across Xiao Chen's face. This elixir should allow a severely injured high-level powerhouse to restore their cultivation to the second level of Tongxian realm. However, to restore Kai Yan to the 9th level of celestial being realm, a 7th grade low-tier revitalizing purple elixir would not suffice. System, upgrade this revitalizing purple elixir to 8th grade supreme grade. After a moment of deliberation, Xiao Chen commanded the system, forming hand seals and pointing at the elixir. Ding! The system has deducted 32,000 points and is upgrading the revitalizing purple elixir for the host. As the system prompt faded, a dazzling white light shone once more. The once somewhat dim revitalizing purple elixir burst forth with brilliant purple light. Lines of elixir patterns like spider webs condensed instantly on the elixir. The vast medicinal power surged like a tsunami, sweeping outward, causing Kai Yan's eyes to widen in terror. This was actually an 8th grade supreme grade elixir, a treasure infinitely close to the saint grade. Within the 7 great dynasties of the Eastern Wasteland, this was almost a legendary item. Once it appeared, it would shake the entire Eastern Wasteland and provoke fierce battles among numerous celestial being realm powerhouses. Unexpectedly, she had personally witnessed the birth of an 8th grade supreme grade elixir. Even more absurdly, this elixir was casually refined by Xiao Chen. Although Kai Yan had never seen any saint-grade alchemist, she had a strong intuition that not even a saint-grade grandmaster alchemist could achieve what Xiao Chen had. Young master was truly astonishing. An 8th grade supreme grade elixir equivalent to celestial grade supreme, costing only 32,000 points, still within acceptable limits. Looking at this 8th grade supreme grade revitalizing purple elixir capable of driving the world mad, Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. After muttering to himself, he waved his hand and sent the elixir before Kai Yan. Here, this 8th grade supreme grade revitalizing purple elixir should allow you to restore your peak cultivation. His casual demeanor made it seem as if this elixir was nothing more than a candy for coaxing a child. This left Kai Yan momentarily stunned. She recalled that when her cultivation had reached the 9th level of Tongxian realm, in order to break through perfectly to the celestial being realm, she had fought fiercely with a group of human powerhouses for 3 whole days and nights to snatch a celestial grade elixir from them. That elixir, which had nearly cost her life, was at best celestial grade mid-tier. But now, without any effort, she had obtained a celestial grade supreme elixir dozens of times more precious than the previous one. This left her emotionally conflicted. Why are you staring at me like that? Seeing Kai Yan's trembling gaze fixed intently on him, Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his spine and asked in surprise. That woman suddenly had a terrifying look, as if she wanted to devour him. Could it be that this elixir had bewitched her and she planned to dissect him to seize his fortune? As Xiao Chen's words fell, Kai Yan snapped back to reality, a resolute gleam flashing in her eyes, as if she had made a decision. Then she removed her veil, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. Gaze upon the peerless beauty of Queen Medusa. What do you want? Seeing the Medusa Queen crawling toward him with her body lowered, her snowy white ravines fully exposed, Xiao Chen felt a surge of panic at this moment. Damn it! That hazy yet trembling gaze, those enchanting and seductive crimson lips, and that devilish figure paired with that peerlessly beautiful face. Who could withstand her crawling over like this? Could it be that her mating season had arrived, and she intended to crawl over and coil around him? Young master, forgive my impertinence. Having made her decision, Kai Yin murmured softly to Xiao Chen before lunging forward like a tigress. She pinned Xiao Chen to the ground on the spot. This queen intends to favor you today, young master. Gazing at the utterly bewildered Xiao Chen, Kai Yin threw all caution to the wind. Using her former queenly tone, she declared to Xiao Chen with great dominance. Immediately afterward, as Xiao Chen's face filled with shock and his pupils dilated involuntarily, Kai Yin leaned down at that moment. Holy crap, I'm not ready. Wah. Watching Kai Yin forcibly restrain him and seize complete control, Xiao Chen could only resist in humiliation. But before he could finish his words, his mouth was completely sealed. Life. Sometimes if you can't resist, it's better to open your heart, give in, and enjoy it. Perhaps you'll discover a different kind of pleasure. Xiao Chen had always thought this saying was nonsense, but now he found it seemed to hold some truth. Like right now, he was in pain, yet also joyful. At dawn, Xiao Chen lay on the carpet with vacant eyes, feeling that this life he couldn't resist was taking a toll on his body. Though he had mentally prepared himself knowing he was no match for the Medusa Queen, he never expected this. With the boost from her cultivation and bloodline, her combat prowess was so ferocious that it nearly drained him to the point of death on the spot. Truly worthy of the Medusa Queen, such terrifying battle strength. No, I must become stronger. I must cultivate the primordial kidney body and teach this Medusa Queen a lesson. Lying on the carpet, he glanced at the satisfied Medusa Queen beside him, who had somehow dressed and consumed that purple spirit restoration pill, now sitting cross-legged on the bed, silently refining its vast medicinal power. Xiao Chen struggled to his feet from the ground, swearing with some indignation. The humiliation of last night, pain mingled with pleasure, he would one day repay it twofold. My cultivation has actually broken through to the whirlwind core realm. As this thought settled in his mind, Xiao Chen then realized his cultivation had somehow advanced to the whirlwind core realm and astonishingly to the third layer of whirlwind core. Moreover, the foundation of his cultivation was incredibly solid without any of the instability that comes from rapid breakthroughs. It was as if he had consumed some celestial essence, enabling such a remarkable transformation. A look of awe spread across his face. I never imagined that Kai Yan's bloodline nourishment could have such a powerful effect. Recalling Kai Yan's frenzied state last night, it seemed she intended to transfer all her pure yin power to him. Regardless of whether he could handle it, she had stubbornly helped him cultivate through the entire night. After some contemplation, Xiao Chen shook his head with a wry smile, finally understanding the reason. From now on, I have another fatal weakness. Looking at Kai Yin, whose eyes were tightly shut not far away, Xiao Chen let out a somewhat emotional sigh. He had thought it would take a long time for any substantial progress, but never expected this queen to be so proactive and domineering. Moved in her heart, she simply took him. Now he felt immense pressure. After all, he had only just crossed over a few days ago, and his cultivation foundation was still somewhat weak. Compared to a powerhouse like the Medusa Queen, who had cultivated for centuries, his current strength was practically negligible. It seems he'll have to nurture her and rely on her support for now. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen dressed, waved his hand to tidy the room, and refrained from disturbing Kai Yin. Then he took out several fragments of the purple spirit restoration pill, and after spending over 300,000 points, successfully produced 8 top-grade 7-phase purple spirit restoration pills. 2 of the purple spirit restoration pills were upgraded to high-grade 8-phase. These Xiao Chen planned to auction for resources, so he didn't skimp on the points for this operation. He had originally wanted to save some points to upgrade some profound-grade elixirs for his own cultivation advancement. However, after obtaining Kai Yan's primordial yin, his cultivation had skyrocketed. In the short term, his cultivation couldn't advance rapidly again, so he could only exchange for more resources. Thus, he aimed to break through the 800,000 point mark early, helping Kai Yin upgrade her bloodline and achieve the Saint Realm. Still over 80,000 points left. Looking at the point balance on his attribute panel, Xiao Chen's face showed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected to have so many points remaining after all those operations. All thanks to Murong Fu entrusting him with the entire Murong family's heritage, otherwise he would have struggled to save even 80,000 points. Next, he'll deliver this purple spirit restoration pill to Elder Murong, then head to the purple cloud chamber of commerce. Glancing at Kai Yin, who wouldn't awaken anytime soon, Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he left the chamber, soon arriving at the Murong family's main hall. At this moment, the Murong family's main hall after last night's emergency repairs looked completely renewed. Murong Fu stared at the announcement presented by his servants, an unmistakable look of shock spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Murong Bo was outside the hall, stretching his limbs, seemingly adapting to his rejuvenated body. "Young Master Xiao, you look quite well today." Seeing Xiao Chen appear suddenly, Murong Bo said with a smile. Xiao Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He looked anything but well. Last night he had nearly been drained dry and his legs were still trembling. But he couldn't say that, so Xiao Chen forced a smile and replied, "Elder Murong seems to be in fine form too. You must have adapted to your current state." With that, before Murong Bo could say anything, Xiao Chen directly produced a pill bottle. "This is the purple spirit restoration pill from yesterday. Oh, I've re-refined and purified it enough to restore you to your peak cultivation." As he finished speaking, with a surge of his true essence, the pill bottle floated over. This action immediately left Murong Bo and Murong Fu frozen in shock. Yesterday, Xiao Chen had gone to great lengths to obtain the purple spirit restoration pill, and today he was returning it to them. Moreover, he had re-refined and purified it. What kind of maneuver was this? "Young master, I dare not accept such a gift without merit." Gazing at the elixir bottle before him, Murong Bo fell silent for a moment before shaking his head with a wry smile. As the saying goes, one who receives favors feels obliged. The Murong family had already been burdened by Xiao Chen's immense kindness. How could they shamelessly accept more, especially a priceless 7th grade pill? "It's fine. The rejuvenating purple elixir from yesterday, along with the resources you provided, have already granted me great gains. So please accept this rejuvenating purple elixir," Xiao Chen said with a faint smile. Seeing Murong Bo about to protest, he raised his hand and continued, "If you feel unworthy, then once you've fully recovered your cultivation, help me gather some resources to offset this debt." Trading a single pill for the loyalty of the entire Murong family was undoubtedly a sound long-term investment. "Thank you for your great kindness, young master." Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Murong Bo no longer refused and accepted the pill with heartfelt gratitude. He had tried to recover his cultivation last night, but without external aid, he could only reach the 3rd layer of body tempering in a single night. Returning to the 2nd layer of profound connection would take years without assistance. With the help of this rejuvenating purple elixir, he might fully recover within 2 or 3 days. Such was the terror of high-grade pills. "Young master, the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild will host an auction in 2 days. Would you be interested in attending?" As Murong Bo put away the elixir, Murong Fu held an invitation and inquired of Xiao Chen with a light smile. Now that the Xiao family's affairs were settled, only his daughter's lifelong happiness remained. To create an opportunity for Murong Qingxue, they needed to keep Xiao Chen at the Murong residence for a few more days. "I am already aware of this," Xiao Chen said with a faint smile, glancing at the invitation. "In fact, I learned of the rejuvenating purple elixir in your possession through Yun Shan's reminder." As he spoke, Xiao Chen took the invitation and opened it to scan its contents. He was somewhat curious about what rare treasures the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild would auction in 2 days aside from the pills he had provided. An Earth-grade flying treasure. Wind God wings. This seems like a fine item. As his eyes swept over the auction list on the invitation, Xiao Chen was immediately drawn to one particular item. Before breaking through to the cave, Heaven Realm martial artists could not traverse the void unless aided by flying treasures. Although the system shop offered some flying treasures, his cultivation level limited him to exchanging for mysterious grade items. More importantly, items obtained from the system shop could not be further upgraded in quality. Thus, despite his initial interest, Xiao Chen had ultimately refrained from exchanging for one. After all, a mysterious grade flying treasure was somewhat useless to him. However, if he could acquire a flying treasure from the outside world, he could synthesize or upgrade it through the system. As long as he had enough points, he could elevate it to the heaven grade or even saint grade. With a high-grade flying treasure, he could not only soar freely, but also gain terrifying movement enhancements and incredibly potent defensive capabilities. "I must get my hands on this flying treasure." As this resolve took root in his mind, a peculiar light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. "My, there's even a heaven-grade pill. The mystic clear snow lotus pill." After making up his mind, Xiao Chen's gaze fell upon another item, and a look of surprise crossed his face. The mystic clear snow lotus pill was a rare healing elixir. It could not only mend physical injuries, but also purify one's true essence. It could cleanse certain fire poisons and high-grade toxins. Thus, even in the eyes of transcendent human realm experts, the mystic clear snow lotus pill was a rare life-saving trump card. He hadn't expected the auction's highlight to be a heaven-grade pill. This piqued Xiao Chen's curiosity about what the final lot might be. "Is the young master interested in this auction?" Noticing the change in Xiao Chen's expression, Murong Fu's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly. "The auction is still 2 days away. Why not stay at the Murong residence until then? We can go to the auction together and look out for each other." Hearing Murong fuss words and seeing his gleaming expression, Xiao Chen suddenly had a foreboding feeling. This attitude was somewhat reminiscent of those two incompetent elders from the Xiao family. Could it be that Murong Fu also wanted to offer him his daughter? Alright, I'll stay here for the next 2 days. But I have some business to attend to at the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild now. After a moment's pause, Xiao Chen replied casually. Kai Yin was currently recovering her cultivation and wouldn't be emerging anytime soon. Staying at the Murong residence for a few days would allow them to look out for each other. With that, Xiao Chen returned the invitation and prepared to head to the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild. Young master, please wait. This old man has a favor to ask. Seeing Xiao Chen about to leave alone, Murong Bo suddenly spoke up. As Xiao Chen turned around, Murong Bo cleared his throat and continued. Thanks to your grace, Xiao is now like an ordinary person. But she hasn't set foot outside the Murong residence for years, and her mental state may not have adjusted yet. Since you and Xiao get along so well, I humbly request that you take her out for some fresh air and help guide her. After speaking, Murong Bo patted Murong Fu, and the two bowed deeply to Xiao Chen, their attitude sincere. Xiao Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Well, he hadn't guessed wrong. They were trying to offer him a woman again. He had spent last night being tormented by the Medusa Queen, and 3 women were waiting for him back at the Xiao residence. Now on a visit to the Murong family, another stunning beauty appeared. Was he truly cursed with romantic entanglements, destined to be surrounded by beauties for the rest of his life? Grandfather, how do I look today? As Xiao Chen felt a wave of exasperation, a crisp voice rang out, and Murong Qingxue appeared in the inner courtyard. Indeed, Murong Qingxue's appearance today was young master. As she stepped through the inner courtyard gate, seeing Murong Bo and Murong Fu bowing to Xiao Chen, Murong Qingxue froze, thinking they were discussing some important matter. Xiao Chen also looked over, his eyes brightening slightly at Murong Qingxue's attire. No wonder she could rival the Medusa Queen in beauty. Today, in her changed clothes, she possessed a unique charm. Haha, my Xiao looks beautiful in anything. Seeing Murong Qingxue not far away, Murong Bo raised his head and laughed heartily. Young Master Xiao is about to head to the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild. Since you were planning to go out for a walk, why not accompany each other? Hearing Murong Bo's words, Murong Qingxue was baffled. When had she ever planned to go out for a walk? But seeing Murong Bo wink at her, she recalled what he had said yesterday and realized he was creating an opportunity for her. Her initially confused face flushed with a hint of shyness. As long as it doesn't trouble young Master Xiao, Qingxue would be happy to come along. Blushing, she approached Xiao Chen and replied softly. After speaking, she dared not lift her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, afraid that Xiao Chen might refuse. This won't be a disturbance. Watching Murong Bo and Murong Fu's tense expressions while Murong Qingxue had nearly twisted her clothes to shreds, Xiao Chen spoke with a faint smile. Though he marveled inwardly at his own overwhelming romantic fortune, he was not hypocritical enough to push a beauty away. Thus, after a moment's deliberation, he did not decline. Thank you, young Master Xiao. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Murong Bo and Murong Fu were overjoyed, and even Murong Qingxue abruptly lifted her head. Yet meeting Xiao Chen's gaze, she shyly and nervously lowered her head again. Her heart pounded like a startled fawn, thumping wildly in her chest. The young master did not reject her. This meant young Master Xiao was not averse to her, and perhaps even harbored a trace of fondness. Thus, if she strived harder and became more excellent, perhaps one day she could be like that woman in red, always by young Master Xiao's side, sharing his burdens. She might even warm his bed and bear his airs. At these thoughts, Murong Qingxue's cheeks flushed even deeper, and her body trembled with excitement. Let's go. Seeing Murong Qingxue trembling with excitement, Xiao Chen awkwardly rubbed his chin. After uttering those 2 words, he turned and walked out first. So this was what it felt like to be pursued. No wonder the beauties of his past life had been so elated. This feeling was indeed immensely satisfying. Of course, this was predicated on the pursuer being a beauty. Had it been a burly, rough woman like Sister Ruhua, his mood would likely have been quite anxious. Young master, wait for me. Seeing Xiao Chen leave, first Murong Qingxue abruptly raised her head. Glancing at Murong Fu and Murong Bo and feeling their encouragement, she scampered after him. Truly, a daughter is lost once she marries, Murong Fu murmured, watching their retreating figures. But before he could finish, a slap landed on his forehead. Lost my foot. Xiao Shui, being able to meet young Master Xiao is a tremendous stroke of luck. Do you want her to remain in the Murong family weeping all day as before? Chastened by his father, Murong Fu raised his head in grievance. Though his current cultivation could easily overpower the old man, he dared not act rashly. What are you standing there for? Go after them. Seeing Murong Fu's dazed expression, Murong Bo delivered another slap and spoke with exasperation. An auction is to be held in Tiandu City in a few days, and forces from all sides are gathering. Are you really comfortable letting young Master Xiao and your daughter go out alone? Hurry up and follow them discreetly to protect those two precious ones. If some blind fool offends young Master Xiao, just wait until I recover my cultivation. They'll have you strung up and disciplined by family law. Hearing Murong Boss words, Murong Fu finally came to his senses. This auction would feature many treasures, even some heavenly grade items. No fewer than a dozen first-rate powers would be drawn here. Even the top factions of the great Qian dynasty would send trusted agents. Thinking about it, this put immense pressure on the city lord's manor. He hoped nothing would go wrong these days. With that thought, Murong Fu replied to Murong Bo, and then secretly followed Xiao Chen and Murong Qingxue. Murong Bo shook his head and returned to his chamber. He had 2 days to refine the revitalizing purple elixir and restore his cultivation to the second level of Tongxian. With him, the old city lord back informed the Murong families, standing in Tiandu City, would be far more secure. On the other side, after walking for half an hour, Xiao Chen and Murong Qingxue arrived at the Xian Merchant Guild. Along the way, Murong Qingxue was initially reserved, but upon seeing the various street stalls, her expression shifted from nervousness to curiosity and excitement. She even chatted animatedly with Xiao Chen about buildings that differed from her childhood memories. Her newfound cheerfulness, freed from past shadows combined with her stunning face, captivated many cultivators. Fortunately, no one was reckless enough to cause trouble in broad daylight. Thus, they arrived smoothly at the Xian Merchant Guild. "Young master, you've returned. Elder Yunshan requests your presence." As Xiao Chen led Murong Qingxue into the hall, the receptionist who had served them before approached excitedly. "Lead the way." Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, wondering what urgent matter Yunshan had. Curious, they soon arrived at the VIP room to wait. "Haha, young master Xiao, I noticed you didn't stay overnight at the guild yesterday. Could it be that our hospitality was lacking?" With a booming laugh, Yunshan entered the VIP chamber. But seeing that Xiao Chen was accompanied by someone other than Cyan, he paused in surprise. "Oh, and who might this be?" Gazing at Murong Qingxue's unfamiliar, yet exquisite face, even the elderly Yunshan was momentarily stunned. He asked in astonishment. This young master Xiao was truly fortunate. Yesterday he had been with an incomparably aloof woman in red. Today, he was with a naive maiden in white. Her beauty and aura rivaled that of their own guild's exceptionally talented young lady. "Her name is Murong Qingxue." Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, revealing her name. "Murong Qingxue. That name sounds familiar. Oh, She is Murong Fu's daughter." Hearing this, Yunshan was taken aback, then realization dawned. His pupils contracted sharply and disbelief spread across his face. Wasn't Murong Qingxue rumored to be covered in red spots and hair like an uncivilized ape? How was she now a stunning beauty, no less than their guild's young lady? Could it be? In his shock, Yunshan seemed to guess something and turned his horrified gaze to Xiao Chen. Indeed, Xiao Chen nodded. "I was the one who cured Miss Murong, and in return I obtained a revitalizing purple elixir." Seeing Yunshan's speculative look, he confirmed. Without further ado, he produced a pill bottle. "This revitalizing purple elixir is the finished product I refined from the Murong family's pill using a secret technique. You can auction it off in a couple of days." With that, Xiao Chen set the bottle down and calmly sipped his tea. This was merely the finished pill from one fragment of the elixir he had restored. He had not upgraded its quality, so it was only a low-grade 7th-tier pill. As for the other revitalizing purple elixirs, he had no intention of selling them yet. He did this to avoid arousing suspicion from the Xian Merchant Guild. The other pills would have to be sold later. After all, the Murong family had only one such pill, and the world knew it to be low-grade 7th tier. If he who had been searching for the elixir just yesterday could produce a pile of them today, it would inevitably raise doubts. The other revitalizing purple elixirs would have to wait until he gave the guild a hint and then exchange them for resources at a later time. Aurora-stirring spirit purple elixir. Yunshan sharply inhaled upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. "Young master, are you certain you wish to auction this item?" Having only obtained the restoring spirit purple elixir yesterday, he was now putting it up for auction today. This young master Xiao's intentions were truly inscrutable. He had assumed Xiao Chen came to inquire about the elixir yesterday to restore someone's lost cultivation, but instead, he was selling it after acquiring it. It was utterly baffling. No need to be so astonished. Seeing Yunshan staring wide-eyed at him with a peculiar gaze, Xiao Chen waved his hand and replied indifferently. "I have already analyzed the composition of this restoring spirit purple elixir using a unique secret method and transmitted the information to my master. Given my master's capabilities, I believe he will soon deduce the formula, and then we will have as many of these elixirs as we desire. So this 7th-grade low-tier restoring spirit purple elixir is of little use to me now." This statement was not meant to show off. Rather, it was to provide a reasonable explanation for selling other restoring spirit purple elixirs in the future. As long as this information reached the headquarters of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce, through Yunshan's words, he would surely become their esteemed guest. Hiss. You can deduce the corresponding formula just by analyzing the elixir's components through a secret method. Hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, Xuanhuan was nearly stunned on the spot. Although some heaven-grade alchemists could analyze low-grade elixirs and deduce their formulas, this was limited to elixirs below the profound grade. For elixirs of the 5th grade and above, even knowing the components without the corresponding technique's mastery of furnace heat and the order of extraction and fusion, the slightest error made it nearly impossible to produce a finished elixir, potentially resulting in a poisonous or ruined one. Yet the restoring spirit purple elixir was a heaven-grade elixir. No one in the Great Qin dynasty had heard of a heaven-grade alchemist capable of analyzing such an elixir. The master behind young master Xiao must be a saint-grade alchemist, and a terrifying presence at the pinnacle of the saint grade. With his mind churning in shock, Xuanhuan tremblingly picked up the elixir bottle and poured out the restoring spirit purple elixir within. The purple elixir bore no patterns, but exuded a rich medicinal fragrance. This elixir is of excellent quality with a dense and mellow aroma, as if freshly refined. Young Master Xiao, is this truly the one from the Morong family? After careful inspection and verification, Xuanhuan looked up in awe once more. The Morong family's restoring spirit purple elixir had been stored for 13 years. Even with perfect preservation, some medicinal potency would have been lost. Yet this elixir's quality and potency were top-notch, nothing like a long-stored item. This left Xuanhuan perplexed. As I said, I refined this elixir with a secret method, so its quality has reached this level. Seeing Xuanhuan's incredulous expression, Xiao Chen showed no irritation, merely explaining with a faint smile. After all, an elixir stored for 13 years with such abundant potency would raise doubts in any normal person. If you still doubt it, you can test it with professional instruments. With that, Xiao Chen took a light sip of tea, his face betraying no trace of panic. Deception was entirely unnecessary for him. Haha, young Master Xiao jest. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xuanhuan laughed heartily and then put away the restoring spirit purple elixir. However, I am no longer in charge of this auction. I must first report this. Originally, he had applied for a single auction and the headquarters had entrusted him with full authority. But because Xiao Chen had produced a large batch of premium elixirs after Xuanhuan reported everything about Xiao Chen and the list of items to the headquarters, the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce decided to add several valuable items to the auction and send someone to oversee it. That person turned out to be the young mistress of the chamber, a renowned prodigy in the Great Qin dynasty, Ziluo. Thus, Xuanhuan was no longer the primary person in charge. That role belonged to this young mistress who had yet to arrive in the heavenly capital city. You're not in charge anymore. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he cast a questioning glance at Xuanhuan. Haha, that's right. Now the auction will be hosted by Miss Ziluo. Today I also wish to introduce you to her. With that, Xuanhuan's gaze swept over Murong Qingxue, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. In his memory, Ziluo was a beauty who rivaled Murong Qingxue, even possessing an extra touch of mature charm. When these two women appeared together, it would be a feast for his eyes. Ziluo. Hearing this somewhat familiar name, Xiao Chen's brow arched involuntarily. While gathering information about the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce yesterday, he had heard this name from others. She was said to be the daughter born to the chamber's president at the age of 138, a cherished prodigy, doted upon by all. Not only was her martial arts talent at the heaven-grade high tier, reaching the 9th layer of the whirling core realm at 23, but her business acumen was also unparalleled. At a young age, she had presided over dozens of large auctions, generating an astonishing billion in revenue for the chamber. She was hailed as one of the 3 great talents of the Great Qin dynasty, attracting the admiration and support of many prodigies, and was quite famous within the dynasty. Unexpectedly, this auction had drawn Ziluo here. Haha, actually, Miss Ziluo's visit this time is primarily for you, young Master Xiao. The headquarters, learning that your master is a reclusive sage, wishes to discuss potential cooperation with you. Such matters are beyond my level, so they dispatched Miss Ziluo. Xuanhuan, seeing no reason to hide, explained to Xiao Chen. By my estimate, Miss Ziluo's flying vessel should soon arrive in the heavenly capital city. If you have no urgent matters, young Master Xiao, why not wait here at the chamber? Branch Master, Miss Ziluo's vessel has arrived. No sooner had Xuanhuan finished speaking than a maidservant rushed in, reporting with a tense expression. She's arrived earlier than expected. It seems Miss Ziluo holds you in high regard, young Master Xiao. Upon hearing the report, Xuanhuan rose abruptly and bowed to Xiao Chen. Young Master Xiao, please wait here a moment. I must go welcome Miss Ziluo. Without waiting for Xiao Chen's reply, Xuanhuan hurried out. One of the 3 great talents of the Great Qin dynasty. Watching Xuanhuan's retreating figure, Xiao Chen sipped his tea, his gaze flickering. If he could establish a cooperative relationship with the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce through this young mistress, gathering resources would be far easier than imagined. Even breaking through the 8,000 point mark in a short time would be effortless. With this thought, a look of excitement crossed Xiao Chen's face, and he developed a keen interest in Ziluo. This scene was not lost on Murong Qingxue. Seeing Xiao Chen's apparent interest in Ziluo, her expression dimmed with a hint of melancholy. The young master indeed favored outstanding women. She would have to work harder to capture his interest. With this resolve, a determined glint shone in Murong Qingxue's eyes. She would become even more exceptional for young Master Xiao. In this life, she would be mad for the young master, wild for him, and eagerly bear his children. Half an hour later, after a patient wait, Xuanhuan returned once more. Haha, apologies for keeping you waiting, young Master Xiao. This is Miss Ziluo from our headquarters. As Xuanhuan's voice trailed off, several figures entered the private room. Xiao Chen and Murong Qingxue both looked up. When they saw the woman at the forefront, a gleam of admiration flickered in their eyes. Her light purple hair cascaded down like a waterfall, exuding an ethereal grace. Her exquisite face, like a painting of a celestial being, paired with her alluring red lips, radiated a unique charm. This was the eldest daughter of the Ziyun Merchant Guild, Ziluo, one of the three great talents of the Great Qian dynasty. So beautiful. Murong Qingxue couldn't help but sigh as she watched Ziluo enter, a hint of inferiority creeping into her demeanor. Though her own appearance and figure were not inferior to this woman's. The woman exuded a mature charm and a graceful, confident aura that left Murong Qingxue feeling a sense of inadequacy. Truly worthy of being the daughter of the Ziyun Merchant Guild's president. Even without mentioning her martial or business talents, her face and presence alone could humble countless women. As this thought passed, Murong Qingxue glanced at Xiao Chen to gauge his reaction. Seeing only appreciation in his eyes, without any infatuation, she was momentarily stunned. It seemed the beauty by young Master Xiao's side was no less than Ziluo in looks or aura. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so indifferent, likely accustomed to such beauties. Young Master Xiao, sorry to keep you waiting. Seeing Xiao Chen's handsome face, Ziluo offered an apologetic smile as she entered the room. On the way, she had heard Xuanhuan's report on all matters concerning Xiao Chen, including his recent production of a rejuvenating purple pill. He could even analyze the pill's components through a secret technique, sending the information to his master to deduce the formula. Most astonishingly, he could refine damaged pills back to their peak potency. Such feats were unheard of, reshaping her understanding of alchemy. Only a saint-level alchemy grandmaster could create such a miraculous technique. Thus, from the moment she descended from the airship to entering the guild, Ziluo's regard for Xiao Chen had reached an extraordinary level. No matter. Xiao Chen stood up and replied nonchalantly. I've long heard that Miss Ziluo is one of the three great talents of the dynasty. Meeting you today, your reputation is well-deserved. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Chen, without excessive flattery, cut straight to the point. Miss Ziluo, I heard from Elder Xuanhuan that, besides hosting this auction, you also wish to discuss a partnership with me. At these words, a flicker of surprise lit up Ziluo's eyes as she cast an admiring glance at Xiao Chen. Other men, when speaking to her, would stare with burning intensity, eager to heap praise and curry favor. Yet Xiao Chen remained so composed, his gaze devoid of fervor, as if he held no interest in her. This earned her goodwill, but also stirred her curiosity. Since young Master Xiao speaks plainly, let us not beat around the bush. Ziluo flashed a captivating smile and asked tentatively, could we, through your introduction, meet the master behind you? Based on Xuanhuan's intelligence, she and her father had assumed Xiao Chen's master was a heaven-rank alchemy grandmaster. But with the new information, she suspected it might be a saint-rank alchemist. If they could meet such a figure and recruit him into the Ziyun Merchant Guild, the guild's status in the Great Qian dynasty might even surpass the imperial family. A saint-rank alchemist wielded power more terrifying than a saint-rank martial artist. If the Ziyun Merchant Guild had a saint-rank alchemist, not only experts from the Great Qian dynasty, but even those from other Eastern Wasteland dynasties would flock to join. And the Ziyun Merchant Guild would become one of the supreme powers among the 7 dynasties of the Eastern Wasteland. I'm sorry, my master is reclusive, preferring solitude in the mountains and dislikes being disturbed. Even as his disciple, I cannot bring outsiders to see him without permission. Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, declining Ziluo's proposal. What a pity. Though disappointed, Ziluo showed no irritation. After a pause, she smiled and said, though I cannot witness your master's brilliance, making your acquaintance a talent like yourself is a fortune. With that, she produced a token before Xiao Chen could respond. This is the token of an honorary elder of our Ziyun Merchant Guild. I wish to invite you to take on that role. In ordinary times, we won't trouble you. Only when the guild faces difficulties might we ask for your help within your capability. As an honorary elder, you'll receive an annual stipend of 1,000,000 spirit crystals and retain 90% of the profits from auctioned items. You'll also enjoy a 20% discount on purchases at any Ziyun Merchant Guild branch with this token. And should the guild acquire rare treasures, you'll have priority purchasing rights if needed. Without asking for Xiao Chen's term, Ziluo laid out a slew of benefits first. This left not only Xiao Chen stunned, but also Xuanhuan and Murong Qingxue utterly amazed. The honorary elder status of the Ziyun Merchant Guild was typically reserved for transcendent realm experts or heaven-rank alchemy masters. Yet Miss Ziluo extended such an invitation to Xiao Chen right away. Her regard for him was even greater than they had imagined. Truly worthy of the Ziyun Merchant Guild's eldest miss, your boldness is beyond ordinary. Xiao Chen paused to compliment her, then spoke with a meaningful tone. But I am merely a youth. Inviting me as an honorary elder, are you not afraid it'll fail to bring benefits or that other elders will object? The honorary elder position was a symbol of status. Many experts struggled in vain to attain it. If it became known that Ziluo had granted this title to an 18-year-old with no achievements, some guild higher-ups would surely voice discontent. My judgment is rarely wrong. Having you as an honorary elder might well be a gain for us. Ziluo sidestepped the question with a light-hearted smile. As for the guild, there will be no objections. We've already done our utmost for them. If they still have complaints, I wouldn't mind a thorough purge. Her final words turned icy and domineering like a queen of commerce asserting her reign. As these words fell, the VIP room fell into dead silence. Whether it was Yunshan Murong Qingxue or the protector of Ziluo, disbelief was etched on their faces. Although aware that Ziluo wanted to win over Xiao Chen, no one expected her attitude to be so resolute. Even if there were high-level opposition within the Chamber of Commerce, she was willing to conduct a thorough purge for Xiao Chen. Could it be that Miss Ziluo has fallen in love with young Master Xiao at first sight? Since Miss Ziluo has expressed herself so clearly, it would be somewhat pretentious of me to refuse any further. As others were shocked, Xiao Chen smiled lightly and spoke, then reached out to take the token. He had originally intended to cooperate with the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce to leverage their resources and gather more items. Becoming an honorary elder of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce was merely a title, but it allowed him to enjoy a series of benefits. For him, the advantages undoubtedly outweighed the disadvantages, and he had no reason to refuse. There was no helping it. This young lady was offering too much. Thank you, young Master Xiao, for your kindness. Ziluo revealed a charming smile upon hearing this, and then slightly bowed to Xiao Chen. Her demeanor as a wealthy young lady greatly increased Xiao Chen's fondness for her. Now that I have a title with the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce, I certainly won't be idle while enjoying the offerings. Next, I will contact my master to have him refine a batch of pills to send over. With a smile, Xiao Chen casually dropped this bombshell in response to Ziluo's surprised gaze. As long as the Chamber of Commerce can help my master gather a large amount of resources, he can not only provide some high-grade pills for the chamber, but also high-grade mystical weapons and even high-grade formation plates. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Ziluo couldn't help but be taken aback. Young Master Xiao, does your master also have skills in weapon refining and formations? He dabbles a bit in all areas. Xiao Chen replied with a calm smile, his tone somewhat composed. My master enjoys researching other paths in his free time, so he has considerable insights into weapon refining and formations. It is a simple matter for him to create some heavenly-grade mystical weapons or formation plates. This statement was not made to show off, but rather to lay the groundwork for selling mystical weapons and formation plates. Hiss. Could it be that young Master Xiao's master is an all-around saint-level powerhouse? After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Ziluo and the others gasped, a thought involuntarily emerging in their minds. If Xiao Chen was not exaggerating, the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce had indeed secured a powerful ally this time. My master is always mysterious. I do not know what level he has reached, but there should be few who can compare to him in the eastern wilderness. Xiao Chen continued to boast, directly crafting an invincible image for his master. In the future, as he gradually revealed more of his abilities, even if the world came to know of his exceptional qualities, this persona could serve as a protective measure. Even if some people felt greed toward his possessions, they would not dare to make a move without fully understanding the influence of his master, unless they were brainless or harbored a deep-seated grudge against him. Young Master Xiao, I heard Elder Yunshan mention the matter of collecting resources before I came to Tiandu City. Although I came somewhat hurriedly this time, I brought a batch of supplies from the headquarters. I'm just not sure if it will satisfy your master. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Ziluo seemed to think of something. She took off a spatial ring from her hand and handed it to Xiao Chen. This was a batch of old supplies stored by the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce in the Deqian Imperial City, valued at around 5 to 6 million spirit crystals. They even brought resources. Xiao Chen's eyes brightened upon hearing this, and he immediately accepted the spatial ring. As he extended his spiritual sense inside, he saw a vast array of piled-up resources. Even Xiao Chen was taken aback, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. This batch of supplies was about 70 to 80% more than what Yunshan had given him yesterday. Indeed, this was the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce. just casually producing a batch of resources was more than he had gathered running around. Collaborating with the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce was truly the right decision. Another illustration of Ziluo, this was created by the author using an original image as a template with the original image posted in the comments section, not sure if it can be displayed. How much is this batch of supplies priced at Miss Ziluo? After glancing at the supplies, Xiao Chen raised his head to inquire. The price given by the chamber for this batch of supplies is 580,000 spirit crystals, but since young Master Xiao is already the honorary elder of the chamber, he can enjoy a 20% discount on any purchases. That means 464,000 spirit crystals. Ziluo smiled slightly upon hearing this, then quoted the price. However, just as Xiao Chen was about to speak, her gaze flickered before she continued. However, since today is young Master Xiao's first day with a title in the chamber, it is only right to enjoy a little more discount. Ziluo can help you drop a zero on the remaining amount. For this batch of supplies, Ziluo will only charge you 400,000 spirit crystals. Any lower, it would be hard for me to explain back. Hiss. Upon hearing the final price offered by Ziluo, Yunshan, Mu Rong, Qingxue, and the elderly woman in green were all shocked, gasping in disbelief. The resources originally priced at 580,000 spirit crystals were slashed down to 400,000. That was a full 180,000 spirit crystals less. Such a huge sum even the Lord's Manor of Tiandu City would take years to gather. Is Miss Ziluo truly from the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce, or is she on young Master Xiao's side? In such a reverse bargaining transaction, isn't she afraid of the Ziyun Chamber suffering a loss? Miss Ziluo is truly a person of character. Xiao Chen looked at Ziluo with admiration, and his fondness for her surged once again. This woman was willing to part with such a large amount to win him over. No wonder she is one of the 3 talented women of the Deqian dynasty. However, I only have 138,000 spirit crystals on me, and I still owe Elder Yunshan 300,000 spirit crystals. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen awkwardly cleared his throat. No worries. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Ziluo waved her hand. Young Master Xiao can temporarily owe the 700,000 spirit crystals, just pay it back whenever you can. Her nonchalant demeanor suggested that 700,000 spirit crystals were not a significant amount to her. Since Miss Ziluo trusts me so much, I feel embarrassed not to show my gratitude. After this auction, I will have my master send over a batch of pills, at least 8 Qiji purple pills of the 7th rank along with 2 Qiji purple pills of the 8th rank. As for the quality of the pills, barring any accidents, they should all be top tier. After putting away the spatial ring, Xiao Chen smiled lightly at Ziluo. This statement left Ziluo, Yunshan, and the others in shock, gazing at Xiao Chen with disbelief. 7th rank, Qiji purple pills. In the past, one could auction for over 1 million spirit crystals. If they were of top quality, they could even double or triple in price. And as for the 8th rank, Qiji purple pills, one could auction for over 5 million spirit crystals. If they were of top quality, they could similarly double or triple in price. Thus, if Xiao Chen could truly produce so many Qiji purple pills, it would be a deal worth 20 to 30 million. Are you certain, young Master Xiao? Ziluo took a deep breath, her voice trembling as she asked. If Xiao Chen could indeed provide this many Qiji purple pills, the Ziyun Chamber could use them as leverage to host multiple large auctions across the empire. They could even recruit some fallen experts with the Qiji purple pills. At that time, the power of the Ziyun Chamber would become even stronger. I always keep my word. Xiao Chen merely smiled faintly, his words exuding immense confidence. Providing pills for the Ziyun Chamber to auction would forever be harmless to him. Any pills that had been repaired, synthesized, or upgraded by the system would have an indirect connection to him after being consumed by others. As long as he expended 3,000 points of merit, he could use this indirect connection to secretly plant a contract in the person, thus instilling a fervent fondness for him. This meant that even high-level individuals could become his loyal followers as long as they consumed Xiao Chen's pills. Furthermore, any mystical weapons or formation plates that had been repaired, synthesized, or upgraded by the system would still be under his primary control, even if they were passed to others for refining. This is another one of the system's extraordinary traits. In that case, I shall await the good news from young Master Xiao, said Ziluo, a seductive smile gracing her lips as she observed Xiao Chen's brimming confidence. Ha, Miss Ziluo, I heard you were coming to Sky Capital to host an auction. I rushed over post-haste, yet it seems I am still a step behind you. Just as Ziluo's words faded and Xiao Chen was about to respond, a burst of laughter echoed, and several figures barged into the private room. This sudden intrusion caused Xiao Chen and the others to furrow their brows, their gazes fixed on the doorway. The Violet Cloud Merchant Guild was guarded by formidable sentinels. For these individuals to force their way in during a critical discussion suggested their identities were far from ordinary. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen identified the intruders. Leading them was a young man in a golden python-embroidered robe, followed by several others, two of whom he recognized. They were none other than Nalan Shiji and the gray-robed elder from yesterday's engagement annulment at the Murong residence. What a small world, and a bitter encounter it was. Qingxue, Nalan Shiji, who had just entered, spotted Xiao Chen and Murong Qingxue. He froze for a moment, then recalling the events of yesterday, his eyes blazed with fury. Your Highness the Fifth Prince to barge into the guild's VIP room without permission. Is this not somewhat overbearing and discourteous? Ziluo's brow furrowed slightly as she addressed the silk-robed man, her tone chilly. This man was none other than the fifth son of the great Qian dynasty's Prince of Xuanhuan. A martial prodigy with a heaven-tier mid-grade talent, he had reached the 9th level of the Spirit Vortex realm at the mere age of 24. His name was Yang Xiao. He was also one of her most ardent suitors, but his domineering ways repulsed her. However, given that he was the prince of the Xuanhuan Prince Manor, Ziluo found it difficult to sever ties completely and had no choice but to tolerate his behavior. Haha, I was simply too eager to see you, Miss Ziluo. In my haste, I may have been a bit presumptuous. Yang Xiao's gaze burned intensely as he looked at the woman a year his junior, yet of equal cultivation. She possessed exquisite beauty and talent surpassing his own. With a formidable background and brilliance that dazzled the entire dynasty, such a perfect woman must become his consort. Oh, and who is this? After silently reaffirming his desire to claim Ziluo, Yang Xiao's attention shifted to Xiao Chen. This man stood so close to her. Was he another suitor? Your Highness, this is the man I mentioned earlier. The one beside him is Murong Qingxue. Nalan Shiji could not contain himself and stepped forward eagerly as Yang Xiao's words trailed off. He glared at Xiao Chen with envious fists clenched tightly. Had it not been for this man's appearance yesterday, his annulment at the Murong residence would not have ended in humiliation, and Murong Qingxue would not have transformed from a freak unworthy of him into a woman he now coveted. All the disgrace he suffered yesterday was Xiao Chen's doing. What a... Yang Xiao's expression shifted upon hearing Nalan Shiji's words. His gaze locked onto Xiao Chen, and then he burst into laughter. Ha ha, brother Xiao, I was just about to seek you out. What a coincidence meeting you here. Fate must have brought us together. After a flicker of thought, Yang Xiao approached Xiao Chen and extended an invitation. I've heard of your deeds. At just 18, you've reached the 7th level of the Spirit Aperture realm. Your martial talent surpasses even mine, a prince. And in mere moments you cured Murong Qingxue. Your miraculous medical skills would put even Pil King Gu Qinghe to shame. At these words, Ziluo's eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at Xiao Chen and then glanced at Murong Qingxue. She was somewhat aware of Murong Qingxue's condition. The fact that even Gu Qinghe had failed where Xiao Chen had succeeded so effortlessly was astounding. Moreover, his talent was extraordinary. Even with her heaven-tier high-grade talent, she had only reached the 2nd level of the Spirit Aperture realm at 18. For Xiao Chen to achieve the 7th level at the same age, how monstrous was that? She had sought to connect with his mysterious master through him, but it turned out Xiao Chen himself was a prodigy of such caliber. Appointing Xiao Chen as the honorary elder of the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild was undoubtedly the most brilliant decision she had ever made. Brother Xiao, I wish to invite you to join the Xuanhuan Prince Manor as my personal retainer. In the future, when I become the new Prince of Xuanhuan, you will be my most trusted right hand. Yang Xiao declared assertively, while Ziluo was still reeling from shock. Though phrased as an invitation, his words brooked no refusal. After all, as the prince, his proactive offer was a tremendous honor for anyone. Your Highness, young Master Xiao is an honorary elder of the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild. Poaching him right in front of me seems hardly appropriate. Ziluo interjected before Xiao Chen could even frown. This Yang Xiao was truly relentless in his quest to elevate his standing with the Prince of Xuanhuan. Not only had he set his sights on her, but now he sought to recruit young Master Xiao as well. What a... He's an honorary elder of the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild. Yang Xiao's pupils constricted sharply at Ziluo's words. Nalan Shiji and the gray-robed elder were equally stunned. The honorary elders of the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild were all transcendent human realm experts, heaven-ear alchemists or artifact refiners, and occasionally rare formation masters. These were individuals who had lived for centuries, even millennia. For Xiao Chen to achieve such a status at 18 was simply unbelievable. Ha ha ha, for brother Xiao to become an honorary elder at such a young age, it seems Miss Ziluo holds you in high regard. Noticing Ziluo's apparent concern for Xiao Chen, a cold glint flashed in Yang Xiao's eyes before he continued with a forced smile. But no matter. My relationship with Miss Ziluo is close, and the Xuanhuan Prince Manor and the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild are like brothers. In a sense, we are one family. Since brother Xiao serves as an elder here, why not also lend your talents to our manor? It would be mutually beneficial. What say you, brother Xiao? As his words faded, the room fell into dead silence. Nalan Shiji stared at Xiao Chen with envious eyes, nearly grinding his molars to dust. Both were 18, yet Xiao Chen had become an honorary elder of the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild, a status equal to that of transcendent human realm experts. Even the prince had swallowed his pride to court him. The envy was enough to make Nalan Shiji's heart explode. Truly, comparisons could drive one mad.